House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., July 21st, 2026. I hereby appoint the Honorable Marlon A. Stutzman to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 6, 2026, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Latimer, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today, more than 5 months since the American people were forced into a war of choice in Iran. As the president's negotiations fail, Americans are still bearing the expense every day. All while Russell Vought and Pete Hegseth claim the cost of the war to be roughly $30 billion, the president's request for extra funds puts the true cost at a staggering $100 billion, if not more. With this money, we could have instead paid for 66 million Social Security retirement checks, 2 years of free school lunch for every child in the United States, 2 million teachers' salaries, 1 million four-year college degrees, or the entire SNAP program for a year, serving 40 million Americans in need of food assistance. It is imperative that Congress exercise our constitutional oversight authority so that these stratospheric costs receive due scrutiny and the voice of the people we represent may be heard. Mr. Speaker, I rise today as President Trump lays the groundwork for a namesake arch right here in the heart of our nation's capital. Despite the arch's violation of a height restriction for D.C. buildings, a panel consisting of the president's allies is likely to permit the plans. Unfortunately, this symbolism coming from the President of the United States is not novel. Need I remind the American people that he has already demolished the White House Rose Garden, planned to take over a 100-year-old public golf course in Washington, D.C., and plastered large posters of his likeness on government buildings along the National Mall, just to name a few, placing his name on our coinage and currency. Donald Trump is trying at every attempt to enshrine his legacy in Washington, D.C. But legacy doesn't always mean being remembered for your name. This nation is not a hotel chain. He is rather leaving a legacy of being the most un-American president we have ever had. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Disability Pride Month. In July of 1990, Congress passed the Americans with Disability Act, also known as the ADA. The passage of this landmark legislation was seen as an international victory for many Americans with disabilities and inspired similar legislation in 181 countries worldwide. The ADA changed the way we view disabilities and brought a level of compassion and an understanding for those with disabilities, oftentimes invisible. We celebrate this month with pride for the 1 in 4 Americans reported to have a disability and the millions around the world who want to continue without limitations. In the name of furthering the ADA's mission, we must continue to create a country that is equitable, inclusive, and accessible for everyone, regardless of differences or limitations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize John McCourt and his wonderful wife, Eileen, who are the epitome of the American dream. John began his career in 1970 in County Tyrone, Ireland, in the screening equipment business on the factory assembly line for PowerScreen International Limited. After building his reputation and business acumen across Europe, he and his wife Eileen relocated their family to the United States, and he soon established his own distributorship in Texas. Fast forward to today, And the McCourt family runs a highly successful equipment business with a reputation and a track record that is steeped in high quality and unparalleled commitment. Their business is family-owned and family-operated with over 500 years of experience in the industry and over 150 employees. I was fortunate to meet members of the McCourt family recently in Washington through the Associated Equipment Distributors. They're a wonderful group of dedicated people. The wonderful story of their parents, John and Eileen, as well as the story and success of their entire family, is something to marvel at, Mr. Speaker. We should all take the time to recognize the impeccable, business-driven, value-driven people in our communities and across the nation, like the McCourt family, for all they do in supporting our great American economy. Mr. Speaker, I rise to highlight a very insightful and pertinent report from the American Council of Trustees and Alumni, ACTA, entitled A Broadside for the Nation, Preparing College Students for Informed Citizenship. ACTA is a wonderful nonprofit organization dedicated to promoting academic excellence, academic freedom, and accountability through the trustees at America's colleges and universities, as well as informing and engaging the general public. The broadside is reminiscent of the many broadsides published during the Revolutionary period that were so important in informing the people, along with getting their support for the revolution. Being an informed citizen isn't passé. It's one of our most sacred responsibilities as Americans, and one we cannot afford to abandon or ignore. As the report's authors lay out, quote, true patriotism includes a commitment to and appreciation of American values and principles. Since the founding of our nation, our greatest leaders have recognized that our freedom and our prosperity depend on informed and engaged citizens, end quote. We just celebrated 250 years of American greatness, Mr. Speaker, and we ought to do all that we can to learn of and espouse the values and principles that make America the greatest country in the world. Michael Polyakoff, the president of ACTA, captured this sentiment perfectly in this report. Quote, the birth of America 250 years ago amazed the world, and our founding documents have inspired the search for freedom and human rights throughout the world. The colleges and universities built and maintained by the vision and generosity of generations of Americans owe it to the nation to ensure that every student they graduate understands the precious heritage we share, end quote. And let us not forget the wisdom of Thomas Jefferson, who once opined on this very issue. If a nation expects to be ignorant and free in a state of civilization, it expects what never was and never will be, end quote. I commend ACTA and the many authors who contributed to this report for calling attention to this issue. It's one that we all would do well to wholeheartedly support. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of an extraordinary leader, educator, and public servant whose vision has transformed the University at Buffalo and our entire community. After 15 years as president of UB, Dr. Satish Tripathi is concluding a remarkable chapter of service defined by innovation, collaboration, and an unwavering commitment to academic excellence. During his tenure, the University at Buffalo has reached new heights. Enrollment has grown to nearly 30,000 students. Flourishing scientific research has positioned UB among the nation's premier public research institutions. And UB has strengthened its role as an engine of economic opportunity, helping launch and nurture hundreds of local startup companies. UB is attracting world-class faculty and empowering the next generation of innovators, scientists, engineers, and healthcare professionals. Under Dr. Tripathi's leadership, the medical school found a new home on Buffalo Niagara Medical Campus, strengthening the connection between higher education, healthcare, and the revitalization of our great city. UB has become a cornerstone of New York's Empire AI initiative, ensuring that Western New York sits at the forefront of AI innovation. Yet, if you ask Dr. Tripathi about these extraordinary accomplishments, he is quick to credit the students, faculty, staff, alumni, and community partners who've helped make them possible. That humility has long been one of his defining qualities. His leadership has never been about personal recognition. It has always been about building an institution that empowers others to succeed. He will continue serving UB as a researcher and educator, focused on advancing the ethical development of artificial intelligence and mentoring the next generation of scholars. The University at Buffalo, Western New York, and our nation are stronger because of Dr. Tripathi's leadership. His legacy will be measured in the lives he has changed and the brighter future he has helped create for generations of students. On behalf of a grateful community, state, and nation, I thank Dr. Satish Tripathi for his extraordinary service, congratulate him on an exceptional presidency, and wish him continued success as he begins this next chapter. Godspeed, Dr. Tripathi. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate a remarkable milestone for Western New York, the 50th anniversary of the Bell Center in Buffalo, New York. For half a century, the Bell Center has been a place where every child is welcomed, every family is valued, and every person is given the opportunity to thrive. Under the exceptional leadership of Executive Director Lucy Candelario and her dedicated team, the Bell Center has continually evolved to meet the changing needs of Buffalo's West Side. Through early intervention, childhood education, after-school programming, workforce development, and services for families and seniors, the Bell Center has remained steadfast in its mission to meet Buffalonians where they are and provide the support they need to build brighter futures. As our neighborhoods have grown more diverse and new challenges have emerged, the center has answered the call by expanding educational opportunities, welcoming new Americans through English language learning, supporting working families, and celebrating the rich cultures that make our community stronger. As we celebrate this golden anniversary, we also celebrate the countless staff members, volunteers, and community partners whose dedication has transformed lives and strengthened the city of good neighbors. Today, I join Western New York in congratulating the Bell Center on 50 extraordinary years of service. May it continue to uplift our neighbors, strengthen our community, and carry forward Father Bell's enduring legacy of compassion and service for generations to come. Congratulations. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. De La Cruz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor former Mayor Dolly Perez on her retirement after nearly 4 decades of service to the city of Fremont. Dolly's deep commitment to her hometown is a family legacy inspired by her father, who served on the city council for over 70 years. After giving 36 incredible years of service as Fremont's city secretary, Dolly answered the call to leadership, successfully running for mayor to finish community projects, balance the city budget, and build a brighter future for the town she loves. Her decades of sacrifice, compassion, and leadership have left an incredible mark on the community. Thank you to Mayor Dolly Perez for her extraordinary lifetime of public service. Congratulations on your well-deserved retirement. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the extraordinary life and legacy of an American hero and a pillar of the McAllen community, retired United States Air Force Major Homer Gallegos. Born and raised in McAllen, Major Gallegos answered the call to duty in 1968, enlisting in the Air Force and serving a tour of duty in South Vietnam. He dedicated 30 years to the Air Force Reserves, ultimately retiring at the rank of major. But his service to our nation did not end when he took off the uniform. For over 2 decades, Major Gallegos worked as a licensed professional counselor at the McAllen Vet Center, helping his fellow veterans heal from the invisible wounds of war. He served as the commander of the VFW post 8788 for over 20 years, where he stood in the honor guard to provide final military honors to Rio Grande Valley veterans. His lifetime of selflessness earned him the National Hands and Heart Award from the Secretary of Veteran Affairs. His legacy will forever be defined by his faith, devotion to his family, and his servants' hearts. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the incredible men and women of the Falfurrias Volunteer Fire Department for 100 years of service to South Texas. The department's history traces back to 1926, when local citizens formed a budget brigade to fight a fire breaking out in Falfurrias. Recognizing the need for an organized operation, the brave community members officially established the department. From its early days, operating with an old Jeep carrying a single barrel of water, the department has grown into a modern emergency response powerhouse with a fleet of over 15 trucks covering more than 500 square miles across Brooks County. For 100 years, their mission has remained unchanged. Their service to honor and with bravery we are grateful for. Thank you to the Falfurrias Volunteer Fire Department for keeping Brooks County safe. Thank you. I yield back. I would like to also recognize, Mr. Speaker, I would like to also quickly recognize that we have special interns from the district that are celebrating their birthday today. So I'd like to say happy birthday to David Rodriguez and Joseph Uribe. We're wishing you many blessings today and always. God bless you. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, for 5 minutes.
Ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, one of the proudest moments of my time in public service was sponsoring the Americans with Disabilities Act and seeing it through to enactment. I was honored to work closely with the House and Senate colleagues, leaders like Bob Dole, Tom Harkin, Tony Quello, Steve Bartlett, Orrin Hatch, and Ted Kennedy, just to name a few. We passed it on a bipartisan basis, and it was signed into law by President George Bush in 1990. This month, we celebrate the 36th anniversary of the ADA. In those 36 years, that law has made a transformative difference for millions of Americans. It did so not only for physical access to public and private space on public accommodations, but also in ensuring reasonable accommodations in workplaces and non-discrimination in every facet of American life. And we've seen it strengthened through legislation like the ADA Amendments Act in 2008, and through the courts with decisions like Olmstead versus LC in 1999. That decision concerned the ADA's non-discrimination rule and applied it to the forced segregation of disabled people away from their communities, a historic tragedy in centuries past. The Olmstead ruling affirmed that states are required to provide disability services in the most integrated setting possible, in schools, workplaces, and even individual homes. Last month, the Department of Justice issued new guidance that the ADA does not guarantee, according to them, a right to live and receive services in integrated settings. Instead, it reinterprets the Olmstead decision as only prohibiting states from unnecessarily institutionalizing those with disabilities without adequate justification, and that it did not establish a general integration mandate. Frankly, that's absurd. Olmstead merely affirmed that Congress had clearly intended in the ADA Unlike when we speculate on what our founders' intent was in paraphrasing certain parts of our Constitution when it comes to laws enacted 36 years ago, we can go right to the source. Let me be absolutely and unambiguously clear. As the House sponsor of the ADA, an integration mandate, as outlined correctly in the Olmstead ruling, was our intent. Senators Dole, Kennedy, and Hatch may no longer be here to state it, but I'm sure former Senator Harkin and former Representative Quello, Bartlett, and others who were involved in drafting and enacting the law will affirm the same. Among the findings expressly listed in the text of the ADA was that, and I quote, society has tended to isolate and segregate individuals with disabilities. And despite some improvements, such forms of discrimination against individuals with disabilities continue to be a serious and pervasive social problem. So said the Olmstead case. So the Department of Justice is wrong and ought to retract its new guidance to states and communities. At the same time, we've also seen the Trump administration use disability rights as an excuse to undermine ballot access and trample on the Help America Vote Act, which I also had the honor of sponsoring. The same principle just outlined about Olmstead applies here as well. It was never Congress's intent in writing the ADA that accommodating people with disabilities should be used as an excuse to limit America's right to vote. Just as it should not be issuing a rule penalizing Americans with disabilities for living at home with their families and the caregivers and slashing Medicaid funding upon which so many in the disability community rely. I certainly hope statements like this one from someone who was intimately involved in the writing of the ADA and stated from the floor will serve as a reminder of the legislative intent of the ADA and of the Congress. It is truly all about non-discrimination, public accommodation, equal access, and yes, integration as much as possible within communities. We cannot turn the clock back to time before the ADA when those with disabilities were ostracized, isolated, and locked away. I'm proud of the part I played in changing that, and all of us should be proud that this institution came through and delivered in both promise and practice. Let us continue to do so today. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Taylor, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a homegrown veteran and great American hero, Mr. Robert Bentley. Known as Bob by his friends and family, Mr. Bentley was a student at Jefferson High School in Adams County, Ohio in 1968 when he made the courageous decision to leave school and answer the call to serve his country as a teenager. After attending basic and advanced military training, Bob served in Vietnam as a Specialist 4 in the United States Army from April of 1969 to December of 1970. Bob joined countless young Americans who set aside their own personal ambitions to defend the nation they loved. His honorable service left a lasting legacy in his family, community, and our great Buckeye State. I'm proud to not only commend Bob for his selfless service, but to congratulate him for being awarded an honorary high school diploma by the Adams County, Ohio Valley School Board in recognition of his sacrifice and dedication. My staff was honored to attend his ceremony and present him with congressional commendation as well. Congratulations, Bob. This year, as your high school education is complete. Veterans like Bob continue to inspire those in Southern Ohio and the whole nation through outstanding courage, deep patriotism, and remarkable selflessness. It's heroes like him that preserve our nation's values and the freedoms that we hold so dear. Thank you, Bob, for your service. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the White Oak School's head baseball coach, Chris Veit, for his 500th career win this year. The longstanding head coach of 35 years, Coach Veit has made his mark not only on the diamond, but throughout Highland County as well. Buckeye baseball has always been in Coach Veit's blood. After graduating from Logan High School in 1982, He played competitively at the University of Rio Grande and Wilmington College, where he ultimately earned a degree in physical education. He went on to obtain a master's in health and sports science from the University of Dayton. Go Flyers. Afterward, he applied his extensive knowledge as an assistant coach for the Wilmington baseball team, helping the Quakers clinch the state championship in 1989. Over the course of his coaching career, Coach Veit has earned 5 SHAC Coach of the Year awards, 9 Southeast District Coach of the Year honors, multiple state and regional recognitions, and was inducted into the Ohio High School Baseball Coaches Association Hall of Fame in 2024. Earned a place in the Southeast District Coaches Association Hall of Fame in 2014, and has served as an OHSBCA state poll voter since 1993. To top it all off, Coach Veit was awarded the OHSAA Sportsmanship, Ethics, and Integrity Award at the end of the 2026 season. Coach Veit, it's devoted figures like you whose impact stretches far beyond the baseball field and into the lives of your players, their family, and their community. Their mentorship, leadership, and commitment you have demonstrated toward hundreds of student athletes has developed the next generation of leaders. You have cheered your players on for nearly 4 decades, and now Ohio is rooting for you. Congratulations, Coach Veit, on your storied career and 500 wins. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an outstanding Southern Ohioan who has served thousands of Chillicothe families for nearly 6 decades. Dr. John Seidensticker. Following his grandfather's footsteps, John attended medical school and started working in internal medicine at the Chillicothe Hospital in 1967. After gaining experience, he moved over to endocrinology, which he ultimately specialized in. Over the decades of practicing medicine, John served multiple generations of Buckeye families and witnessed firsthand how advancing technologies changed the medical field. When the Chillicothe Hospital became Medina Health in the late 1990s, John was instrumental in creating their hospice program after seeing a need for additional care in our local aging population. John took pride in getting to know his patients over the years and became well known in the community for his genuine concern and excellent care. This year marks his retirement after an incredible 59 years of practicing medicine. John shared that he loves his work and will find it challenging to step back into this new season, but is looking forward to spending time in his home workshop making canes and walking sticks. Even in his retirement, he will be contributing in a new way to help people meet their community's needs. Dr. Seidensticker, thank you for your tremendous dedication to our community, and congratulations on your retirement. It's because of outstanding healthcare providers like you that generations of Southern Ohio families are able to live healthier and more prosperous lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Keating, for 5 minutes. Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Christopher Doyle Matthews, a friend and longtime member of my staff. We were devastated to have learned just a few weeks ago of his passing. Chris was born in Boston on December 15, 1989, to Richard and Mary Ellen Matthews, and was proudly raised in Scituate, Massachusetts. He grew up loving boats and the water, his parents' classic rock and roll music, and politics. When columnist Mary McGrory famously observed that every baby born in Massachusetts is born with a campaign manager's gene, she could have very well been inspired by Chris. With political instincts that were second to none, Chris was a go-to organizer in Massachusetts politics. He was, without question, one of the Commonwealth's sharpest political minds, a true generational talent. Even at a young age, there are not many candidates from the South Shore of Massachusetts who did not seek out Chris' help or his opinion. He served as the chair of the South Shore Democratic Caucus and as a Democratic leader with the Massachusetts State Committee, Plymouth County League, and several town committees in the South Shore of Massachusetts. Candidates and voters alike trusted Chris because of his belief that government can change people's lives for the better. Chris's untimely and sudden death has sent shockwaves through our congressional family. He served in various positions with us for a decade and a half, He started as a 20-year-old volunteer in my first campaign for Congress, and over time moved to be my district outreach and communications director when he passed away suddenly and untimely at the age of 36. At a time in America when some have doubts and when hope can seem remote, remember Chris Matthews if you ever begin to lose faith in this country. Remember that he was more than a congressional aide. He took the belief that through our actions, we all can bring forth needed change, and he brought it with him through many interstate bus rides to canvass distant, pivotal states and to the doors of the families he inspired. Remember through his example that public service is genuinely a noble vocation. As a trusted member of our office, he helped countless veterans, families, and those who could not advocate for themselves. Remember his laugh and his wry, often biting humor, insightfully contrasting the way things are to the way things should be. And remember his authentic belief that in this country, people can bring about progress and meaningful change. It was real to him, and his sincerity shone through. And I imagine if Chris wanted us to remember anything, it would be that he was a loving partner and father figure to Molly and Eli, that he was a compassionate and reliable son and brother, and he was the most steadfast of loyal friends. Though we wish we had more time with him, his memory will continue to give us faith that one person can significantly make better the lives of all those around him, and all of us in our office certainly know this to be true. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to have known Chris Matthews and to honor his life, and I ask my colleagues to join with me recognizing his commitment to this institution and to the people of Massachusetts. May his memory be a blessing. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize an extraordinary Virginian whose life has been defined by service to others. After 45 years of leadership, Pam Irvin is retiring as president and CEO of Feeding Southwest Virginia. When Ms. Irvin founded the organization in 1981, it began with little more than a vision, and even the food bank's first truck caught fire on the road. Undeterred, she persevered, building one of the Commonwealth's leading hunger relief organizations. Under her leadership, Feeding Southwest Virginia has grown from distributing 1 million pounds of food annually to more than 20 million pounds, serving 26 counties and 9 cities, and helping more than 127,000 neighbors each month. Guided by compassion, faith, and an unwavering belief that no one should go hungry, Pam Irvin has transformed the fight against hunger throughout Southwest Virginia. On behalf of Virginia's 6th Congressional District, I thank Pamela Irvin for her extraordinary service, congratulate her on an exceptional career, and wish her every happiness in her well-deserved retirement. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Luray Fire Department of Luray, Virginia, as it marks an extraordinary milestone, 125 years of dedicated service to the people of Luray and Page counties. Founded in 1901 and chartered in 1933, the Luray Fire Department has stood as a proud all-volunteer and nonprofit organization with the goal of protecting the lives and property of so many for over a century. From its early days when the department attended its first state firefighters convention in Stanton, and a year later sent its first real team to a state contest in Portsmouth, the department has remained the cornerstone of community safety and pride. With a membership of nearly 100 volunteers, the LFD has celebrated many milestones and accomplishments since then, and it continues to strengthen community ties through annual traditions such as the concert and ceremony held on September 11th, as well as its raffle and fundraiser held on September 12th. Today we honor the men and women, past and present, whose selfless service reflects the very best of our Commonwealth. Join me in celebrating the strong and brave Luray Fire Department on 125 years of steadfast commitment to not only their community, but to the nation. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the passage of the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2027 out of the Budget Committee last week. Congress's primary responsibility is to defend the American people and preserve the strength of our nation, and this resolution reflects that duty. It invests in our warfighters, supports our ranchers, farmers, and producers, and secures the integrity of our voting systems with the Save America Act. For rural districts like Virginia's 6th, this resolution delivers real support and stability for our farmers. It empowers our national defense, stands behind our warfighters, secures our food supply, and ensures American elections are decided only by American citizens. This budget reflects a commitment to responsible governance while restoring the faith and confidence of voters in our election system. Mr. Speaker, this resolution reflects a vision of a stronger, safer, and more prosperous America. It demonstrates our commitment to defending our nation, supporting the American people, and governing with responsibility. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution this week and join us in advancing policies that strengthen our country for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to talk about United States policy toward Cuba, or rather, our lack of a coherent policy and our decades-long failure to help the people of Cuba. Cuba is our neighbor. We have lived side by side for centuries. Our histories are intertwined. Our futures are too. Almost 10 million people live on the island of Cuba. They go to school and they work. They raise families and they go about their lives, and they crave freedom and justice. But the people of Cuba struggle to realize their aspirations. The Cuban government deprives the people from enjoying their civil and political rights. Freedom of expression and assembly are severely curtailed. The recent release of 2,000 prisoners was welcome, as is the recent release of Luis Manuel Otero Alcantara, a political prisoner in the Defending Freedoms Project of the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission. But over 700 prisoners of conscience remain behind bars, according to Human Rights Watch. Yet, for all the abuse of the Cuban people by the Cuban government, so too has the United States deprived the Cuban people of enjoying their economic and social rights. The crushing U.S. embargo has stunted their economic development and caused immense hardship. These U.S. policies are human rights violations. America's cruel and illegal blockade is creating a severe humanitarian crisis, denying energy imports which the Cuban people depend on for their health care, food distribution, and livelihood. Cubans recently experienced the 8th collapse of their power grid since October 2024. Some 3 million Cubans experience water shortages every single day. And the UN reports that infant mortality has doubled to 9.9 per 1,000 births. Childhood cancer survival rates have fallen from 85 to 65%. Supplies of essential medicines are only 30% of normal. And what we are witnessing in Cuba, as some have characterized, is basically Gaza in slow motion. Man-made starvation with the help and complicity of the United States of America. Meanwhile, arrogant politicians in Washington tell Cubans on the island that they must suffer violations of their economic and social rights as the only way to restore their civil and political rights. This is an insult to their dignity, and it is wrong. The 6-decade embargo has been a miserable failure. Over and over, we see that it does not work. It only emboldens hardliners and makes things worse for regular people. Now we hear that the administration is plotting military action against Cuba. This would be horrible, wasteful, inhumane, and illegal. Cuba is not doing anything that would legitimize a war. Congress has approved no declaration of war, no authorization for the use of military force. Military action against Cuba would make America a rogue state, aligning us with Russia, China, Iran, and others that believe that international rules don't matter. And if you want to know why invading Cuba would be such a disaster, look no further than Venezuela. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss. The Venezuelan people still have no democracy or human rights, while listening to Marco Rubio lecture them with empty promises about freedom and self-determination. Their economy was still in shambles even before the earthquake. Trump and Rubio are pals with the new president. The U.S. has immense leverage, but we're not using it to restore democracy or improve human rights or fight hunger. The security apparatus remains in place. Political prisoners remain in jail. Oil revenues go to the elites. The people of Venezuela deserve better, and the people of Cuba do not deserve to be screwed over in the same undignified and illegal manner. Cubans deserve to shape their own future, not have it selected for them by arrogant politicians in Washington. And there's a better way. 10 years ago, the U.S. tried a better approach. We tried diplomacy. We tried engagement. We tried talking to each other, working through our differences. And guess what? It started working. American tourists went to Cuba. We dropped barriers. We opened up relations. Things started getting better for the Cuban people, and there was hope that someday they could shape their own future. My U.S.-Cuba Trade Act, H.R. 7512, would reverse our decades of failed policies toward Cuba. It would repeal the statutory basis of the embargo. It would give us tools to work with the Cuban people on economic and political progress. And it would ensure that Americans and Cubans can be good neighbors. We must chart a shared path to the future, built not on fear and threats or marked by invasion and blockade. The future we must build is one of goodwill and diplomacy, reinforced by trade and exchange. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to consider a new approach to Cuba. It is time for a new path forward. The Trump administration has damaged our nation's standing in the world. They've totally screwed up the Middle East by ignoring human rights and embracing war. I urge my colleagues to stand with me, demanding that they not repeat the same cruel mistakes in Cuba. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgardner, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to note the passing of a great American, a great patriot, and a friend, Mr. Wes Anderson of Spokane, Washington. Wes was known across the communities of Spokane County for his exemplary service to fellow veterans who knew him best as Doc. Wes was a lifelong Spokaneite whose life was defined by service, first in Vietnam, where he served as a hospital corpsman, and later across our communities, where he had time for every veteran. The moments in Vietnam crystallized into a lifetime of determination to serve veterans when on his return to the United States, where he had to fight his way through a crowd of war protesters on his flight home. His service to veterans took form over 5 decades of service, through leadership roles in the Veterans of Foreign Wars, where he was honored for his work as a chaplain, and through various initiatives, in small and large, that included his support for the residents of Spokane's veterans' homes, 20 consecutive years of cleaning the Spokane Vietnam Veterans Memorial on each Memorial Day, and his volunteer work for veteran organizations such as Heroes Homestead. With Wes' passing, there is a void in our community, and it will be felt for many years to come. Wes, you are a patriot, a great American, and a friend. I speak for the entire Spokane community that you will be sincerely missed. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Eastern Washington University Eagles football team as they're excited as they prepare for what promises to be a fantastic 2026 season. Everyone on in Eastern Washington knows that EWU plays some of the most exciting brand of football in the Western United States, and I know personally that their tailgating in Cheney is second to none. They're led by Coach Best, a former All-Big Sky center and Eastern Washington alumni, who's had an exemplary career as coach of the Eags. The Eastern Washington Eagles have a stacked schedule this fall with away games at Northern Arizona, South Dakota, University of Washington, UC Davis, University of Idaho, and Utah Tech, while welcoming schools like Northern Iowa, Cal Poly, Northern Colorado, Montana State, and Portland State to Cheney. I look forward to this great season of Eastern football, and I know the Eastern Eagles will be very competitive. His staff, every student athlete, and the student body at Eastern as well looks forward to this exciting season. Go Eags. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Spokane native Tim Merck, an outstanding businessman, philanthropist, and family man who with his wife Beth have raised an outstanding family. Tim built a multi-million-dollar business in Spokane from the ground up, Old World Christmas, which was known across the country and across the world as providing the best Christmas ornaments anyone could find. But I also today want to recognize a bit of trivia about Tim. When he sent his son and daughter to Notre Dame, he realized that there was not a leprechaun sculpture on Notre Dame's campus, and Tim set out to rectify that. So Tim and Beth Merck, along with their children John and Catherine, have long demonstrated a commitment to preserving stories and dreams in their operation. John and Catherine fulfilled a dream of their grandmother by attending and graduating from Notre Dame. When they noticed that the leprechaun was not there, they reached out to the president, and today there's this leprechaun statue at Gate 10 of the Purcell Pavilion, the very gate through which the Leprechaun Legion enters the arena to cheer on their basketball and volleyball teams. This is a tremendous story, and Tim is also a very proud graduate of the University of Idaho, and upon presenting the leprechaun, he said, "I guess it takes a vandal to make sure that the students of Notre Dame have a leprechaun to celebrate." Tim, you're a great American, you're a great friend, we love you and Beth. Go Vandals, go Irish. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Dexter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, the American people need to know that their government is intentionally suffocating the nation of Cuba. There's no other way to describe what is happening. Earlier this month, I traveled to Cuba with a congressional delegation to see firsthand how U.S. policy is affecting this country that is just 90 miles off our shore. This is a country that is known for its joy, for its culture. It is a country that has had a glimpse of prosperity and promise during the Obama administration when relations were normalized and decades of sanctions lifted, only to have Trump reinstate the blockade in 2017. Normalized relations led to an explosion of opportunity for small businesses, international investment, and cultural exchange. Hope was contagious. Today, much of that hope has disappeared. Ultimately, it comes down to fuel. Immediately after coming back into office in January 2025, Trump decisively cut off the ability for any fuel to get into their country. Fuel the country depends on to run its electrical power plants, vehicles, generators. Cuba is not a nation that can produce its own, so without imported fuel, there is no electricity. And this has reverberations across every aspect of Cuban life. Families cannot go to the grocery store as they always have done and keep their groceries in a fridge or a freezer because they cannot have reliable electricity. Meat, milk, and medicine spoil with the power outages that plague the nation. Basic services have broken down. Daily life is a constant struggle. Cuba's public health system and its medical training programs are the envy of much of the world. Their healthcare system is filled with highly qualified, well-trained physicians, and yet the hospital I toured in Havana was nearly empty. Physicians have no patients because they have no transportation, no buses to get there. They have tens of thousands of people waiting for surgeries because supplies are insufficient and only a fraction of their operating rooms are running. I saw 3 CT scanners, they're only scanners in this hospital, all broken down, an MRI machine also not working, and a handful of working ultrasounds because parts cannot be imported. I sat face to face with these doctors and understood the deep pain that they are feeling, having the skills and the will to care for people, but being denied the opportunity for political reasons. The difference is here in the US, we've never had the will to ensure that every American has access to health care. As a physician, I do not know what it is like to care for every patient that comes in my door without worrying whether they can afford it. In Cuba, they have spent decades fulfilling their promise to make health care a human right. Every person has access to health care for free. Can you imagine? They made it a reality. We should be aspiring to that commitment to human health, not punishing an entire population for it. Congress must not continue standing by while our own government intentionally inflicts hardship on an entire nation. The Cuban people deserve dignity, safety, self-determination. It is past time for the United States to choose engagement over isolation and humanity over cruelty. I'm calling on every member of this Congress to co-sponsor Representative McGovern's legislation to end the U.S. trade embargo on Cuba and move this nation toward normalized relations. And as Trump continues to act erratically abroad, Congress must send a clear and unified message There will be no military action against Cuba. It is time to stand up for the people of Cuba. This is about basic human decency. The Congress cannot look to this administration to find that. From Havana to Portland, we will stand up, and that means ending this cruel blockade now. I will use every tool at my disposal to make this happen, and I'm asking every one of my colleagues to join me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just over a year ago, President Trump signed the Working Families Tax Cut into law on July 4th, 2025. 1 year later, the results are clear. American families are keeping more of the money they earn, businesses are investing, farmers and ranchers have stronger risk management tools, and our nation is once again putting American workers first. Our legislation prevented the largest tax increase in American history and made President Trump's 2017 tax cuts permanent. During the most recent filing season, 97% of taxpayers received a tax cut, and $82 billion was returned directly to the American people. Nearly 70% of those receiving relief earned less than $100,000. This law was written for working families, small businesses, seniors, farmers, ranchers, and Americans who get up every morning and work hard to build a better life. More than 7.5 million workers claim the no tax on tips deduction. More than 29 million claim no tax on overtime. Nearly 40 million families claim the enhanced child tax credit. And more than 35 million seniors benefit from the enhanced deduction for seniors. These are real savings for Americans buying groceries, paying rent, putting gas in the car, and raising a family. The Working Families Tax Cuts also delivered for Kansas agriculture. I call this legislation Farm Bill 1.0 because it strengthened the farm safety net and gave family farms more options to invest in their operations and keep their agriculture assets in the family. It expanded access to affordable crop insurance, improved risk management tools for livestock producers and specialty crop growers, strengthened disaster and conservation programs, and provided immediate tax relief for farmers, ranchers, and rural small businesses. It also significantly increased the death tax exemption, protecting nearly 2 million family farms and helping ensure that land, livestock, and operations can be passed from one generation to the next. In the Big First District, agriculture is our way of life. Producers face unpredictable weather, volatile markets, and rising input costs. They deserve certainty from Washington, not higher taxes and more red tape. This law also made historic investments in rural America by creating the Rural Health Transformation Program and providing $50 billion over 5 years to improve rural health care access in places like the Big First District of Kansas. The bill also supported President Trump's work to secure our border and restore integrity to federal programs. American taxpayers should not be forced to fund benefits for people who entered our country illegally. The Working Family Tax Cuts helped ensure that Medicaid and SNAP resources serve eligible, working Americans while supporting the men and women serving our communities and enforcing our laws. Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago, President Trump and congressional Republicans made a commitment to working families. We promised lower taxes, a stronger economy, support for rural America, and policies that put American citizens first. 1 year later, Americans are seeing the benefits. The Working Families Tax Cuts are helping families keep more of their money, protecting family farms, strengthening rural communities, and creating greater opportunity across our country. Promises made, promises kept. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a dear friend, an extraordinary woman of faith, and a living testament to courage and resilience, Miss Yolanda Jackson. This week, the O'Neill Comprehensive Center for Cancer at the University of Alabama at Birmingham will present Yolanda with its Iron Strong Award for her courageous battle with breast cancer. I cannot think of anyone more deserving of this recognition. I have known Yolanda for more than 20 years. We became fast friends as neighbors in 2005 after we moved into the same apartment complex in Birmingham, Alabama. but our connection actually began years earlier. While working as a human resource consultant for the city of Selma in the early 90s, Yolanda became known to my mother, Nancy Gardner Sewell, Selma's first Black city councilwoman, and she adored Yolanda. It was a wonderful reminder of how small and how special our Alabama family can be. Over the past 2 decades, we've celebrated life's blessings together, and we stood beside one another through some of life's toughest moments. Yolanda has been there for me, just as I try to be there for her, and I am extraordinarily grateful for her friendship. My life is richer because she is in it. Not long ago, after moving to Birmingham in 2005, Yolanda was diagnosed with breast cancer. She would go on to face 2 more cancer diagnoses in 2022 and again in 2024. 3 cancer diagnoses, 3 difficult battles, 3 remarkable victories. Throughout every step of that journey, Yolanda received exceptional care from the physicians, nurses, and staff at the O'Neill Comprehensive Cancer Center at UAB. Her final testimony was in October of 2025. Her treatment was a success, and today I am grateful to say that she remains in remission. When you ask Yolanda where she finds her strength, her answer is simply her faith. She believes that even at our hardest moments, God is at work, that through suffering, He walks beside us, gives us strength to endure, and uses our trials to shape our character, deepen our faith, and make us into the people He wants us to be. Yolanda has lived that belief every day of her life. She encourages everyone facing cancer to hold on to hope, to stay positive, never stop fighting. She believes we all need someone to love and something to look forward to and something to live for. For Yolanda, that purpose shines brightest through her beautiful family. In 2019, she welcomed and adopted 2 precious twin boys, Aiden and Jaden, into her life. And last year, she opened her heart again by adopting their younger brother, Kyrie. Those 3 boys are truly blessed to have such a loving, faithful, and determined mom. Today, we celebrate Yolanda. We also celebrate the extraordinary work of the O'Neill Comprehensive Cancer Center at UAB. Their groundbreaking research, innovative treatments, and compassionate care have transformed countless lives, and Yolanda's story is a powerful testament to their mission. Today, we celebrate an iron-strong survivor, my dear friend, Yolanda Jackson. More than that, we celebrate an iron-strong woman, a faithful servant, a devoted mother, loyal friend, and an inspiration to everyone blessed enough to know her. Congratulations, Yolanda, on this well-deserved honor. Your courage, your faith, and your unwavering hope inspires everyone who has been privileged to know you. I ask my colleagues of the United States House of Representatives to join me in congratulating Ms. Yolanda Jackson and wishing her beautiful family many years of continued health, happiness, and God's abundant blessings. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time. We love you, Yolanda.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. McGuire, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, imagine riding 40 miles through dark Virginia woods to save the American Revolution. In June 1781, militia captain Jack Jewett did just that. Galloping from Louisa County in the 5th District to Monticello, also in the 5th District, to warn Governor Thomas Jefferson of an impending British capture. Jewett's warning saved Jefferson and the General Assembly in Charlottesville, preserving our young nation's leadership. These heroes are deeply tied to Virginia's historic 5th Congressional District, which still includes Albemarle and Louisa County today. In 1789, the 5th District hosted a legendary race. James Madison, the father of the Constitution, campaigned against his friend and neighbor, James Monroe, the Revolutionary War veteran who was the father of the Monroe Doctrine. Madison won, becoming the Virginia 5th District's very first representative. From Jack Julett's courage to the vision of 3 presidents, the legacy of American liberty was forged right here in Virginia's 5th Congressional District. Mr. Speaker, Virginia's 5th can tell one remarkable founding story through 4 names. Thomas Jefferson gave the nation its words in the Declaration, served as Virginia's wartime governor and our 3rd president, and he left the district Monticello in the University of Virginia. James Madison gave those words structure, helping shape the Constitution and Bill of Rights, and through Montpelier now sits just outside today's 5th. His work still lives in Charlottesville through the university he helped build and lead. James Monroe, soldier, diplomat, governor, and 5th president who gave us the Monroe Doctrine, carried that work forward from his Albemarle home, Highland. And Jack Julett rode through the night from Louisa to Charlottesville to warn Jefferson and save Virginia's leadership from capture. Together, these Virginians helped write, defend, and steady the American experiment. Mr. Speaker, Virginia's 5th Congressional District begins with Thomas Jefferson. He gave independence his voice as principal author of the Declaration, then helped secure liberty again through the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom and the founding of the University of Virginia. Beside him stood James Madison, Jefferson's close collaborator and the nation's constitutional architect. Known as the father of the Constitution, Madison helped win ratification through the Federalist Papers and then steered the Bill of Rights through Congress. James Monroe carried that Virginia legacy from soldier to statesman. A Continental Army veteran, he later helped negotiate the Louisiana Purchase, presided over the era of good feelings, and gave American diplomacy a landmark win in the Monroe Doctrine. And connecting them all is militia captain Jack Julett, whose overnight warning in 1781 helped Jefferson and Virginia leaders escape British capture, protecting the cause these founders were still building. With that, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan, for 5 minutes. Without objection.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just got back from a fact-finding trip to Cuba a week ago after having visited the country 30 years ago and 3.5 years ago as well. Let me tell you what I found on this trip. The United States blockade of Cuba is crushing the Cuban people. We are hurting the very people we profess to care about, and we are not doing so for national security reasons, but for political reasons. Here's what I saw. Our blockade is inhumane. Food, medicine, fuel for energy, literally everything you need to live and thrive is blocked by us. And it's not just us. We forced the world into an involuntary global blockade as well, as we'll punish anyone who does business with these sanctions. Our boot is on the throat of the Cuban people after over 65 years of blockading their government. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Our punishing of the people of Cuba has not brought the regime change that some politicians want, but we're pushing our boot harder on the necks of the people. Insanity. Now, we had a period of time where lifting the restrictions under Barack Obama, and guess what? Americans visited Cuba. The people of the country thrived and loved our country, and America was no less safe. But all that got taken away by Donald Trump. In fact, we didn't just go back to the same old repression, but instead we went to new levels of sadism against the Cuban people. Ships can't bring supplies due to our blockade. Goods can't be exchanged with the Cuban people because of our blockade. Medicine, even in war, we allow medicine through. Medicine and medical parts can't get to the Cuban people due to our blockade. Cuba is a nation that trains doctors who serve around the world, especially in Central and South America. But in Cuban hospitals, MRI and CAT scan machines sit idly because they can't get the parts they need to fix them. I've seen it with my own eyes. The infant mortality rate has doubled due to the tightening of the blockade. 14,000 kids are waiting for surgeries, 100,000 adults. When the power goes out, which it does quite often due to our oil ban, surgeons finish surgeries with the light from their cell phones because of our blockade. In fact, while I was there, the power went out across the country for the second time that week. 42 hours down, then an hour and a half of party power, then a shutdown again. Garbage is lining the streets because garbage trucks can't pick up trash, causing an additional health hazard. We say we want to transform the country with a more robust private sector, yet we make it harder for small businesses to open and thrive. I've talked to small business owners there, one who went from 400 employees to 12 due to our blockade. The government in Cuba announced 176 reforms for helping private businesses, but our government refuses to acknowledge a single one. Bluntly, the U.S. government is lying to the American people about Cuba. I met with some ambassadors from other countries, and one thing really stuck. One said it was like a silent Gaza. No, there aren't bombs destroying buildings and neighborhoods, but there's a destruction of the power system. There's a devastation to their healthcare system. There's an attack on their ability to educate their children. The people of Cuba are hurting economically more than ever, all due to the U.S. sanctions and blockade, not because of the Cuban government. Look, their governance system certainly isn't ours. We disagree with some of their actions for sure. Unfortunately, Secretary of State Marco Rubio is making this personal and political rather than about the best interests of the United States. And the State Department just published a ridiculous report about the threat to America from Cuba. It may be the stupidest, most fantastical, most biased thing I've ever read from a government agency. Enough. The people of America are tired of war and regime change. We want things in our country addressed, like being able to make a good wage and have groceries and health care and gas more affordable. Yet starting another conflict while in a quagmire in Iran is the last thing we need. We don't want another Gaza in Cuba. We need to end the blockade. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. McKenzie, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the service and sacrifice of Army veteran James Robert Yerozewski. James served honorably in the United States Army during the Vietnam War. During his service, he was wounded in combat and awarded the Purple Heart in recognition of the sacrifices he made in defense of our nation. His military record also includes the Army Commendation Medal, National Defense Service Medal, Vietnam Service Medal, and Vietnam Campaign Medal. Like so many veterans of his generation, James answered our nation's call during a difficult chapter in our history, serving with courage and honor. Although he passed away in 2015, his service and sacrifice deserve to be remembered. On behalf of the people of the Lehigh Valley and Poconos, I honor James Robert Yerozewski, his legacy, and thank him for his faithful service to the United States. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the service and sacrifice of Vietnam veteran Michael T. Matsko. Michael enlisted in the United States Navy in 1964 and deployed to Vietnam in 1968 during the Tet Offensive. Serving with Brown Water Navy, he was wounded when his base at Quy Nhon came under attack. Despite suffering combat injuries that left him with a retained shrapnel, he returned to duty and completed his deployment in service to our nation. Like so many Vietnam veterans, Michael has carried the lasting effects of war long after returning home. Yet he has remained committed to serving others by sharing his experience with students and community groups, helping future generations better understand the sacrifices made by those who served in Vietnam. He was also honored by his fellow veterans by creating a commemorative keepsake from recycled American flags, preserving their stories and ensuring their service is never forgotten. On behalf of the people of the Lehigh Valley and the Poconos, I thank Michael Matsko for his courage, his service, and his continued dedication to preserving the legacy of America's veterans. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the service and sacrifice of Army veteran Robert Bob Green, Jr. Bob served honorably in the United States Army from 1969 until 1975, including 2 tours in Vietnam with the 196th Light Infantry Brigade. Over nearly 6 years of service, he rose to the rank of Staff Sergeant and answered our nation's call during one of the most challenging periods in our history. His courage and dedication were recognized with numerous military honors, including the Bronze Star Medal, Purple Heart, Republic of Vietnam Cross of Gallantry, Vietnam Service Medal, National Defense Service Medal, and a Good Conduct Medal. These decorations reflect not only Bob's bravery in combat, but also his steadfast commitment to serving his fellow soldiers and our country. On behalf of the people of the Lehigh Valley and the Poconos, I thank Robert Greene, Jr. for his courage, sacrifice, and his honorable service to the United States. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Dan Shantz, a longtime Lehigh Valley farmer and leader in Pennsylvania agriculture. For decades, Dan built one of the region's most recognizable greenhouse businesses, serving generations of families across the Lehigh Valley with the quality and dedication that became synonymous with the Shantz name. On behalf of the people of the Lehigh Valley and Poconos, I extend my deepest condolences to the family of Dan Shantz. We honor his lasting contributions to our agricultural community, and may his legacy and memory be everlasting. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, in recent days, 3 more American service members have been killed in the Iran war, and another is missing. 1,600 civilians have been killed, not combatants, civilians, with our tax dollars. Here at home, the average price of gasoline is above $4 a gallon again, and we continue to spend billions of dollars of taxpayer money on this unnecessary war that President Trump started, money that could be spent to make people's lives better here at home. President Trump got us into this war for no good reason, with no good plan, and no regard for the pain that it is causing. The American people are tired of endless wars, tired of unnecessary bloodshed, tired of children being bombed in their schools with our tax dollars, tired of our best and brightest coming home in caskets for a war that nobody can explain. It's time to put the adults back in charge. Put experienced negotiators at the table to find an end to this unnecessary war, not the president's relatives and real estate buddies. Time to elect a new majority here in Congress that takes our responsibility to be a check on the president seriously. We need people here in Congress who have the courage to say no when the president has a bad idea, especially when it gets people killed. We grieve for the American service members who have lost their lives in this war and for their families. And we pray that the members of this Congress can find the courage to stand up and end this unnecessary war. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Hurd, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Colorado Army National Guard aviators who saved a life on one of Colorado's most challenging peaks. Earlier this year, a hiker was stranded on Crestone Peak, more than 14,000 feet above sea level. Flight for Life cannot reach that altitude. Ground crews could not reach this hiker. The mission fell to our Colorado Army National Guard aviators. Chief Warrant Officer 5, Mike Antonora, and Chief Warrant Officer 4, Josh Friedrichs, flew their Black Hawk helicopter at the limits of its capabilities, hovering at 14,380 feet, while Sergeant Noah Jordan and Staff Sergeant Jake Beeler worked the hoist, lowering 180 feet of cable to reach where no one else could. They brought that hiker home safely. This is what our National Guard does, not just in combat overseas, but here at home when no one else can answer the call. I'm proud to recognize Chief Warrant Officer Antonora, Chief Warrant Officer Friedrichs, Sergeant Jordan, Staff Sergeant Beeler, and rescue technicians Garrett Padgham and Stephen Goslin. Colorado is safer because of their service. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Juan Agredano and his family, owners of C&J Cafe in Delta, Colorado, a community institution that has served Western Slope families since the 1980s. When I visited last month, I was welcomed the same way every customer is, like family. This is no accident. It's the culture that Juan, his wife Robin, their daughter Jennifer have built through decades of showing up for their community day after day. C&J Cafe is the kind of place that doesn't just feed people, it brings them together. Whether it's the legendary cinnamon rolls, said to be the largest in Delta County, or simply the warmth at the door, the Agredanos have made their restaurant a cornerstone of community life. When the challenges of COVID threatened restaurants across the country, Juan and Jennifer kept showing up. They kept serving their neighbors, and their neighbors never forgot it. I'm proud to represent a district with families like the Agredanos, whose hard work, generosity, and commitment strengthen the communities that they call home. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Grand Valley Power as it celebrates 90 years of keeping the lights on in Colorado's 3rd Congressional District. In 1936, a small group of farmers in the Grand Valley could not get electricity, the costs were too high, and the power lines simply didn't reach that far. So they did what Western Coloradans do. They came together to solve the problem themselves. Neighbor by neighbor, they built what became Colorado's first, and today its oldest, rural electric cooperative. Within a year, electricity reached 250 homes and farms for the very first time. What many Coloradans already took for granted transformed lives across Mesa County. Today, Grand Valley Power serves more than 18,000 members across the county. It remains a not-for-profit, member-owned, and rooted in the same cooperative spirit that inspired its founders 9 decades ago. 90 years is a testament not only to a successful electric cooperative, but to the enduring power of neighbors working together to strengthen their communities. I'm proud to recognize Grand Valley Power and everyone who carried that mission forward. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Dennis Webb, who is retiring after nearly 20 years covering the environment and natural resources for the Grand Junction Daily Sentinel. Out west, public lands are not an abstraction. They shape how people work, hunt, ranch, and live. Dennis helped the people of the Western Slope understand the policies that shape those lands, from water rights to grazing to wildfires and wildlife management. His reporting earned the respect not only of readers across Western Colorado, but legislators and officials in Denver as well as here in Washington, D.C. Good journalism doesn't tell people what to think. It helps them understand the issues well enough to think for themselves. Dennis did that with clarity, fairness, and a deep understanding of the West. Thoughtful local journalism is increasingly rare, and Western Colorado is better because Dennis Webb devoted his career to getting the story right. I wish Dennis a well-earned retirement, and I thank him for his service to readers on the Western Slope. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Patrick Morrissey, a Colorado Hall of Fame wrestler whose greatest achievement came long after the wrestling mat. Patrick was a Colorado State champion and an All-American, but in 2019, at just 48 years old, he was diagnosed with early-onset Parkinson's disease. Rather than retreat, he leaned into the same determination that defined him as an athlete. In June 2024, Patrick joined a 4-man crew to row 2,800 miles across the Pacific Ocean from California to Hawaii. For 41 days, he battled towering waves, relentless winds, and the daily challenges of Parkinson's before reaching the shores of Kauai. Patrick became the first person with Parkinson's to row the Mid-Pacific. Along the way, he and his teammates raised more than $41 million for Parkinson's research. Patrick's story reminds us that courage is not measured by the obstacles that we face, but by our determination to keep moving forward. I'm proud to recognize Patrick Morrissey and his family, whose example has inspired countless others. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Michiganders are clear: no data centers. So I'm introducing a new bill that says no data centers on Federal Lands Act. Our bill would permanently ban large data centers on federal lands, including military bases. It would also remove any existing qualifying AI data center and mandate site remediation to protect our health and our environment. Our Congress needs to act quickly because we all know that Trump administration is selling our land to big tech right now. We know that the Department of Defense has already requested $30 billion to build hyperscale data centers. They want untested software to make life or death decisions in our U.S. military. These data centers would be built without Clean Air Act permits. Imagine, again, all of this under the Trump administration's new rule that revokes environmental protections. The administration is also working for big tech right now, not us. They are making it more difficult. We should be making it more difficult for the Trump administration to outsource military decisions to the big tech companies. We all know they put profit before our lives. We should protect our public lands from data center destruction. Everywhere I go in my district, all throughout Michigan, our residents are telling us data centers are not welcomed. AI data centers bring noise, light, air, and water pollution. They had already, we know, that increased energy costs by as much as 267%. Think about that. Our residents are choking on smog right now from wildfires. This past weekend, we know Detroit and neighborhoods surrounding Detroit had the worst air quality in the world, and they want to make climate change crisis even worse now. We already are making too much. We're paying too much, y'all, for utility bills right now. Yet the Pentagon wants to place heavier costs on shoulders of hardworking Americans by choosing, again, big tech instead of us. Our corrupt, AI-addicted president cannot be allowed to sacrifice our federal lands so that big tech, the billionaires can get richer. I will continue to push back against harmful data centers alongside our residents to protect our public lands, health, and our environment. Together, we can safeguard our public lands by preventing higher utility bills and telling this president that AI shouldn't be making military decisions and AI shouldn't trump, again, our public health and our environmental laws. Mr. Speaker, I'm introducing the Fair Credit Act to restore the credit reports of victims of predatory lending, fraud, and financial abuse. I want you to know this is not a Republican or Democratic or independent issue. This is an American issue. The Fair Credit Act would address inaccuracies in credit reports found by over a third of consumers. These are our residents. Imagine, again, a third of our residents right now hurt by credit reports that aren't even accurate. This is an economic justice bill. Credit reports are riddled with errors that prevent people from obtaining jobs, housing, cars, and loans to be able to help them thrive. Our neighbors are constantly targeted by predatory lenders right now, scams, especially our senior citizens. For my seniors, my bill would establish the right to free credit monitoring and identify theft protection services for them. They shouldn't have poor credit because they fell victim to scams. Medical debt should also be prohibited from being on a credit report. It's not their fault they got sick, and it shouldn't, again, bring them down and be able to, again, put them in survivor mode because they got sick and they couldn't afford the health costs. Oftentimes, we know that patients need life-saving medical procedures and aren't even aware of the cost in advance. Adverse credit reports should not drag people down when they're already drowning in medical debt. People who have survived domestic and financial abuse also shouldn't have negative information on their credit reports that are not even responsible for. Instead, our bill offers a pathway for them to remove negative information so they can start a healthy financial life. The Fair Credit Act removes negative information it's going to bring it down from 7 years to 4 years. Because we know economists and others have said 7 years is not even a good indicator. Our neighbors across the country should not be denied economic opportunities. Economic opportunities that we know will get them out of survivor mode and be able to help them be able to thrive. And again, a lot of this is because we have a flawed credit report process in our country. Our residents deserve the Fair Credit Act. Our residents deserve these changes. And this one should be an easy one for many of my colleagues here in this chamber. With that, I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the last official A-10 flight at Davis-Monthan Air Force Base in Tucson, Arizona. On July 29, the 357th Fighter Squadron Commander Lieutenant Colonel Ryan Clutch Rudder and the 355th Operation Group Commander Lieutenant Colonel Rodney Dwyer will mark the end of a phenomenal 50-year chapter of the A-10 operations in Tucson. This spring, Davis-Monthan also celebrated the graduation and final class of the A-10C Thunderbolt II student pilots from the 357th Training Squadron, making the end of A-10 training at the base. These milestones bear historical significance and represent a longtime connection between the A-10, Davis-Monthan, and the Tucson community as well. The A-10 Thunderbolt II, nicknamed the Warthog, has great military significance not just in Tucson, but across the nation. Designed during the Cold War to combat Soviet tanks in Europe, this aircraft is the Air Force's only one built exclusively for close air support, or CAS. The A-10 has served the U.S. military for decades, and while it will no longer be in use at Davis-Monthan, this aircraft will continue to be an essential asset of our nation's military. Lieutenant Colonels Rudder and Dwyer, thank you. Thank you for your outstanding leadership at Davis-Monthan. Congratulations to both Lieutenant Colonels, the 357th Fighter Squadron, and everyone at Davis-Monthan on an extraordinary 50 years of A-10 operations. The last official A-10 flight on July 29th will be remembered as a significant milestone at Davis-Monthan, and our community will proudly remember this incredible 50-year chapter in our city's history. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to remember and honor a dear friend, Linda Barber, who tragically passed in June of this year. She was surrounded by her family and was certainly welcomed home by her husband, Jim, whom she missed dearly and spoke of often. My wife, Laura, and I are incredibly saddened by this loss to our community. Linda was deeply loved and involved in Pima County politics for several decades. From serving as a precinct committeeman since 1972, being a legislative district chairman, president of several entities, chairman of the Pima County Party, a vice chair of the state party, and an office manager of the Arizona governor's office, she dedicated her life to making a difference in Arizona. Linda truly cared about our community and the people around her. She was always there for us. She was a great friend to our family and a big supporter of all of us, as well as many, many in our community. I'm beyond grateful for Linda's leadership, for her friendship, and the example that she set for those that knew her. Laura and I are keeping the Barber family and the loved ones in our prayers. And as we all grieve this devastating loss, we always remember her smile and kind heart. Linda gave us so much. She gave so much to those around her. She will be greatly missed, and her legacy will live on through all of those who she impacted, which are many. Rest in peace, Linda, my dear friend. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. Mejia, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with urgency. Weeks ago, President Trump fired every remaining commissioner of the federal agency charged with protecting the integrity of our elections. This chamber has not reckoned with that fully, and it should. The Election Assistance Commission exists to help carry out free and fair elections in this country. It was structured by law with 4 bipartisan members precisely so that no single administration could control how our elections are run. That structure is the point. For over a year, this administration pressed that very commission to require a passport or original birth certificate as a condition for voter registration. Millions of Americans do not have ready access to either document. The commission would not act on this demand, and the courts agreed. Both checks held. Then, days after the Supreme Court granted the president new authority to remove the heads of independent agencies in a case that had nothing to do with elections, the president used that very authority in order to eliminate every commissioner. This was not incidental. It was the removal of the officials standing between this president and a policy his own commission and the courts have rejected. Last Thursday night, he took his case to national television. In a primetime address from the White House, the president declassified documents he claimed proved foreign interference and widespread fraud in the election he lost over 5 years ago. He alleged a foreign government has compromised the voter data of 220 million Americans and that 278,000 non-citizens were registered to vote. Independent fact-checkers who reviewed those very documents found that they did not support the claim made about them. He presented no evidence of a single fraudulent vote because 5 years and 64 court cases have never produced not even one. This chamber has now watched the same pattern twice: raise unproven claims of fraud, then use them to justify removing the very safeguards standing in the way. First, the commissioners, now a primetime address built to manufacture support for a legislation his own party could not pass on its merits, the SAVE Act. House Republicans have pushed it through, and Senate Republicans have tried repeatedly to force it through as a reconciliation amendment, needing only a simple majority, only to see it blocked each and every time. Under this bill, a driver's license does not satisfy the registration requirement. Only a passport, an original birth certificate, or naturalization papers would. Consider what that means. 146 million Americans do not hold a valid passport. Roughly 69 million married women hold birth certificates that no longer match their legal names. When Kansas tried a version of this requirement, 31,000 eligible citizens, 12% of all applicants were blocked from registering. Not non-citizens, citizens. Mr. Speaker, this has never been a matter of election integrity. It is a matter of who holds power in this country and who is permitted to participate in choosing it. When a party grows uncertain it could win on the merits, the next move is rarely to accept that outcome. It is to lay the groundwork in advance so any unfavorable result can be dismissed before a single vote is counted. This chamber should be prepared to say clearly every time that surfaces that is not a defense of democracy, that this is not a defense of democracy. It is a preview of what happens if this administration does not like what voters decide. Congress has an obligation to respond. We must enact durable statutory protections for the administration of federal elections so that no single official can dismantle them by executive action. We must pursue meaningful reform of the Supreme Court, including term limits and enforceable ethical standards. Because a court that keeps expanding this president's authority is not exercising oversight. It is, in fact, removing it. Each of these actions, taken individually, may appear isolated. Taken together, however, they constitute a sustained effort to narrow the American electorate at the exact moment this country is apt to render judgment on this administration. I will not treat this as acceptable, and I will not stop opposing it. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Dakota, Ms. Fedorchak, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize a distinguished North Dakotan, Vance Taylor. After 26 years as president and CEO of the North Dakota Mill, Vance is retiring. This was a remarkable career of service. Under his leadership, the mill became the largest single-site flour mill in the nation. That success was built through strategic investments, innovation, and an unwavering commitment to North Dakota farmers. Just as importantly, Vance built a culture rooted in teamwork and respect. His leadership strengthened one of the state's most important institutions and helped support communities across North Dakota. North Dakota agriculture is stronger because of Vance Taylor's service. We congratulate him on an extraordinary career and wish him all the best in retirement. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Dr. Marshall Stewart on his appointment as the 16th president of North Dakota State University. Leading one of North Dakota's premier public universities is both an extraordinary honor and an important responsibility. It means preparing the next generation of leaders, advancing groundbreaking research, supporting our state's world-class agriculture innovation, and strengthening the NDSU community for years to come. Throughout his career, Dr. Stewart has demonstrated a commitment to expanding opportunity and partnerships. Students are at the center of his work. His vision of serving North Dakotans in every corner of our state reflects the values that have long defined North Dakota State University. North Dakota is proud to welcome Dr. Stewart to the Bison family, and I look forward to working with him as NDSU continues to educate future leaders, drive innovation, and strengthen communities across our great state. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize the Bowman County Veterans Wall in Bowman, North Dakota. This remarkable memorial stands as a lasting tribute to the brave men and women who answered our nation's call to serve. Each name etched into the wall represents a story of courage, sacrifice, and unwavering devotion to our country. Together, they remind us that the freedoms we enjoy each day were secured by those who are willing to defend them. What makes this memorial especially meaningful is that it continues to grow. Through the dedication of volunteers, family, and community leaders, more veterans are being recognized, ensuring their service will never be forgotten. That commitment to honoring those who served reflects the very best of North Dakota. The Bowman County Veterans Wall is more than a monument. It is a promise that the sacrifices of our veterans will be remembered, their legacy preserved, and their example passed on to future generations. To everyone who helped make this tribute possible, thank you. And to our veterans and their families, thank you for your service, your sacrifice, and your love of our country. May God bless you all. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Kathy Dubb on her appointment as President and CEO of the North Dakota Mill. This well-earned achievement reflects years of dedicated leadership and service to one of North Dakota's most important institutions. Since joining the mill in 2014, Kathy has helped strengthen an organization that plays a vital role supporting our farmers, growing our economy, and creating value for communities across our state. The North Dakota Mill is a source of pride for generations of North Dakotans. As the only state-owned flour mill in the nation, it has long demonstrated that ingenuity, work ethic, and agriculture excellence define our state. Kathy's experience, steady leadership, and deep commitment to the mill's mission have prepared her well for this role. Congratulations to Kathy on this well-deserved appointment, and best wishes for continued success in the years ahead. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an outstanding young North Dakotan, Casey Steinhaus. Casey recently earned the prestigious Goldwater Scholarship, one of the nation's highest honors for undergraduate students pursuing careers in science, math, or engineering. This highly competitive scholarship recognizes exceptional academic achievement, leadership, and promise in scientific research. It is a testament to Casey's academic excellence and hard work at the University of North Dakota. Her accomplishment reflects not only her own dedication, but also the bright future of North Dakota's next generation of innovators, researchers, and problem solvers. I have no doubt this is only the beginning for Casey, and I wish her continued success as she pursues her studies and serves our country through her talents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of an absolute legend, Gerard Jerry Jonas of Levittown, Bucks County, Pennsylvania, whose passing on July 11th marks the loss of a remarkable American story, from the battlefields of Korea to the neighborhoods of Lower Bucks County. As a young man, Jerry answered the call to serve in the United States Marine Corps during the Korean War. Like so many in his generation, he came home, took off his uniform, and quietly went to work building a better future for his family and our surrounding community. In 1956, Jerry and his beloved late wife, Elizabeth, bought their home in Cobalt Ridge in Middletown Township and helped lay the foundation of Queen of the Universe Parish as original parishioners. Their home became a gathering place for their parish and a spiritual anchor reflecting the values of love, integrity, and responsibility. Mr. Speaker, Jerry was a gifted and versatile writer. He contributed to the America's early space and missile program as a technical writer and editor for General Electric, helping communicate the work of our scientists and engineers at a pivotal moment in the Cold War. He later led advertising at Ballantine Beer, where he spent decades in journalism and sports media. In each chapter of his career, he brought the same curiosity, craftsmanship, and work ethic that defined his heroic military service. Even in retirement, Jerry did not stop serving. For more than a decade, he volunteered with Operation Stand Down, working to support homeless veterans in our community. And at an age when many would have withdrawn from public life, Jerry leaned in, using his time and experience to lift up those who were struggling at home. Mr. Speaker, Jerry Jonas's life offers us a clear example of what it means to be a good citizen, a good neighbor, and a good, decent, honorable human being. He loved his family. He loved our country. He loved Bucks County, and he lived his faith. And he worked to leave his corner of the world better than he found it. Jerry Jonas's story is a story of Levittown. It's a story of Bucks County, of men and women who answered the call to serve, came home, built strong families and communities, and never stopped giving back. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the entire U.S. House of Representatives and the people of the 1st Congressional District of Pennsylvania, we extend our deepest condolences to Jerry's family, Jerry's friends, and all who love Jerry, myself included. May God bless the memory of Jerry Jonas, a devoted husband, a devoted father, a proud Marine, and a lifelong servant to our community. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today. It's not in the script.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? O God, our teacher, show us the way that we may walk in it. Encourage us to set aside the things that vie for our allegiance that are not of you, to let go of the issues so close to our hearts that we cannot imagine you would offer us any other option. In these days, when it seems that we receive only the bread of adversity and the water of affliction, we wait for you to reveal yourself. Do not hide yourself, but allow us to see with our own eyes your abiding presence, to hear with our own ears, whether we turn to the right or to the left, your voice speaking your clear guidance. This is the way. Walk in it. Wait no longer to be gracious to us. Rise up and show us mercy. O Lord God of justice, we wait for your blessing on this day. In the strength that is only found in your name do we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Conaway.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Led by President Donald Trump, Speaker Mike Johnson, and House Republicans, the Working Families Tax Cut Act created Trump accounts, giving families the opportunity to invest in the future of their children. The account is a new tax-deferred opportunity for children under 18, providing retirement savings. Contributions can add up to $5,000 a year. Additional support is provided by leading companies and generous philanthropists. Children born between 2025 and 2028 will be eligible for one-time $1,000 federal government deposit. Once a child turns 18, they can use the money for expenses such as education, first home purchase, starting a business, or other uses. In conclusion, God bless our troops. Trump is reinstituting peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump, mocking Trump, providing targeting intelligence to Iran to murder American troops, and leading President Trump to endorse the Lindsey Graham Sanctions Act to enable victory for Ukrainians. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this week we were horrified to learn of the death of 4 U.S. service members in Jordan and Kuwait as a result of the ongoing war with Iran. The President and the Pentagon may dismiss these deaths as unfortunate consequences of war. However, I do not accept these catastrophic events as acceptable in any way, shape, or form. Someone must answer to the American people why soldiers serving at support bases, neither in Iran nor at the Straits of Hormuz, are being exposed to enemy fire. Are there adequate defenses in place? If not, why? If so, why are they not working? And if the entire Middle East is a battlefield as a consequence of this president's war, then this administration has to be honest with the American people about the scale of the conflict we were led to believe was winding down. I implore my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to join us in exercising constitutional scrutiny that our constituents demand and the many other excesses that have occurred during this current administration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Steve Stroud, a true leader who transformed North Carolina and a friend. After attending North Carolina State University, he built one of North Carolina's most respected commercial real estate firms, shaping the growth of the Triangle region. But I will tell you, his impact extends far beyond commercial development. As the first chairman of the Centennial Authority, he played a pivotal role in the building of what's now known as the Lenovo Center and bringing the Carolina Hurricanes to North Carolina. His determination helped secure our state's first major league professional sports franchise, boosting economic growth, tourism, and pride throughout all of our communities. I'll tell you, he was a leader who saw possibilities where others saw obstacles. He believed in North Carolina, invested in our people, and dedicated his life to creating opportunities from others. From humble roots in Rutherford County to the Research Triangle, he left a positive, lasting impact on communities all across North Carolina. Mr. Speaker, as we mourn his passing, may we remember Steve Stroud for his enduring legacy of leadership, service, and love of our great state. Our prayers are with his family and friends, and with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, last week I spoke with 160 incredible anti-hunger advocates as part of the 4th Gen Z Food and Hunger Summit. Shocking research from Purdue University shows that nearly 1 in 3 members of Gen Z have experienced food insecurity. 1 in 3. Let that sink in. In fact, many of the young people I met had experienced hunger firsthand. Congress ought to listen to them, and I will continue to amplify and uplift their voices. Gen Z leaders at the summit came together to strategize, holding over 150 congressional meetings to highlight their generation's struggle to afford food. Mr. Speaker, I am so glad the next generation of Americans is impatient and unwilling to wait for a hunger-free future. There's a lot to be discouraged by these days, but the young people I met at the Gen Z Food and Hunger Summit give me hope. I am grateful for their energy, and I'm grateful for their passion in our shared work to end hunger. I urge my Republican colleagues and members of this administration to pay attention to them. We live in the richest country in the history of the world, and we have 50 million Americans who are hungry and food insecure. It is unconscionable, it is shameful, and we can do something about it. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate Reva Foster on her retirement from Williamboro Township, where she served as director of the Senior Citizen Center as well as executive director of the Department on Aging, Community Affairs, and Veterans Affairs. After joining Williamboro Township in 1993, she became a fierce advocate for seniors and veterans in the region, and under her leadership, the town's senior services program grew into a highly respected, state-recognized resource that provided a welcoming community for generations of residents. Her responsibility expanded to include the township's community affairs and veterans affairs departments, where she continued to champion programs that improve the quality of life for Williamboro residents. As a reflection of her achievements, in 2020, the Senior Citizen Center was renamed the Reva Foster Senior Center, and in 2024, she was inducted into the New Jersey Hall of Fame. Congratulations, Reva, and thank you for your career of tireless advocacy and service. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maryland seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of a friend, Jefferson Holland, poet laureate of Annapolis and a modern-day Chesapeake troubadour. Anyone fortunate enough to know Jeff knows that he is a pillar of our community who has dedicated his life to capturing and sharing the essence of the Chesapeake Bay through song, story, and poetry. Leading up to America's 250th anniversary, Jeff spearheaded Poets Afloat, a unique celebration featuring original poetry by locals, inspired by the rich history, characters, and spirit of Annapolis and Anne Arundel County. I will leave you with Jeff's own words that capture Annapolis's role in our nation's history, words I couldn't put to paper, but words I hope this entire chamber can take to heart. Let Annapolis show the world how democracy is done, with justice, not with vengeance, with the truth, not outright lies, with good sense and consensus. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up HRES 1438
and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 86, House Resolution 1438. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 8800, to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2027 for military activities of the Department of Defense, for military construction, and for defense activities of the Department of Energy, to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and amendments specified in this section and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Armed Services now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-33 shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. Section 2A. No further amendment to H.R. 8800 as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution, and pro forma amendments described in Section 4 of this resolution. B, each further amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. C, all points of order against further amendments printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules or against amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution are waived. Section 3, it shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Armed Services or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 40 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or the respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Section 4, during consideration of H.R. 8800 for amendment, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or the respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. Section 5, at the conclusion of consideration of H.R. 8800 for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 6, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 8884, to amend Title II of the Social Security Act to reauthorize demonstration authority for the Disability Insurance Program. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Ways and Means now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-34 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or the respective designees, and 2, one motion to recommit. Section 7, at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the concurrent resolution, House Concurrent Resolution 113, establishing the congressional budget for the United States government for fiscal year 2027 and setting forth the appropriate budgetary levels for fiscal years 2028 through 2036. The first reading of the concurrent resolution shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the concurrent resolution are waived. General debate shall be confined to the concurrent resolution and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Budget or their respective designees. An amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-37 shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The concurrent resolution as amended shall be considered as read. After general debate, the committee shall rise and report the concurrent resolution as amended to the House. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the concurrent resolution and amendments thereto to adoption, without intervening motion or except amendments offered by the chair of the Committee on the Budget, pursuant to Section 305A.5 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, to achieve mathematical consistency. The concurrent resolution shall be subject to a demand for division of the question of its adoption. The concurrent resolution shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question of its adoption. Section 8. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 7008, to amend Chapter 131 of Title V to require certain restrictions on stocks for members of Congress and their spouses and dependents and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on House Administration now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-38, modified by the amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on House Administration or the respective designees into 1 motion to recommit. Section 9. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 6955, to make improvements to the federal banking laws and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Financial Services now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-35 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees into 1 motion to recommit. Section 10. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 9770, making continuing appropriations for fiscal year 2027 and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees into 1 motion to recommit. Section 11. In the engrossment of H.R. 8800, the clerk shall A. Add the text of Senate 1383 as passed by the House as new matter at the end of H.R. 8800. B. Assign appropriate designations to provisions within the engrossment. C. Conform cross-references and provisions for short titles within the engrossment. And D. be authorized to make technical corrections to include corrections in spelling, punctuation, page and line numbering, section numbering, and insertion of appropriate headings within the engrossment.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the rule and the underlying legislation. Yesterday, the Rules Committee met and produced a rule, HRS 1438, providing for the House's consideration of H-Con Res 113, H.R. 9770, H.R. 8800, H.R. 8884, H.R. 7008, and H.R. 6955. This rule provides for consideration of H.R. 8800, the FY27 National Defense Authorization Act, under a structured rule, and makes an order 320 amendments. The rule provides for 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Armed Services or their respective designees, and 1 motion to recommit. Additionally, the rule provides that upon House passage of H.R. 8800, the clerk shall add the text of S. 1383, the Save America Act, to the bill and transmit it to the Senate as one bill. The bill further provides for consideration of H.R. 8884, the Removing Barriers to Work for Disabled Americans Act, under a closed rule. The rule provides for 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Armed Services or their respective designees, and 1 motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of House Concurrent Resolution 113, establishing the congressional budget for fiscal year 2027 under a closed rule. The rule provides for 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on the Budget or their respective designees. Additionally, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 7008, the Stop Insider Trading Act, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on House Administration or their respective designees, and 1 motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.R. 6955, the Main Street Capital Access Act, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees, and 1 motion to recommit. Finally, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 9770, the Continuing Appropriations Act 2027, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on House Administration or their respective designees, and 1 motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker, the rule and its 6 underlying measures are a direct reflection of our Republican majority's expressed commitments on multiple fronts. Contrary to the predictable and entirely incoherent hubbub that will reverberate from the other side of this chamber during today's debate, Republicans remain at the helm like we always have and remain focused as we always have. It's okay to tune out those on the other side of the aisle while they're blathering on, Mr. Speaker. Their fevered political rhetoric does not carry an iota of substance. There's a great deal of business to attend to this week, Mr. Speaker. All of us understand that time indeed is of the essence here. And let's talk for a moment about that business. H-Con Res 113 begins the process to provide urgent, necessary resources for our nation's firefighters, reinforced election integrity measures, and support for the hardworking men and women of our agriculture community so that our nation's food supply and food security remain as strong as they can possibly be. H.R. 9770 upholds Congress's explicit Article 1 duties to fund the federal government so that its operational continuity does not lapse or is subjected to the same disgraceful political subterfuge that our colleagues across the aisle engaged in last year. H.R. 8800, the keystone of Congress's mandate to provide for the common defense of the nation, delivers for our nation's service members, allocates the resources necessary to maintain a strong posture of defense and deterrence, and confronts waste, fraud, and abuse head-on. H.R. 8884 allowed disabled Americans who want to join the workforce to better their own lives to do so without having to worry about whether their disability benefits will disappear abruptly. H.R. 7008 prohibits members of Congress, their spouses, or dependent children from purchasing publicly traded stocks while also implementing the requirement that the American people overwhelmingly support of requiring a photo ID to vote in federal elections. It's entirely disingenuous for the other side to use fear-mongering tactics to scare people into believing that Republicans are trying to take away anyone's right to vote. That's downright false. Finally, H.R. 6955 makes life more affordable for Americans while also empowering Main Street by ensuring that community lenders are no longer burdened by ill-advised mandates that make it harder for them to serve families, small businesses, and local economy. That's the business at hand, Mr. Speaker. We're not here to entertain the ever so tired ranting and raving from our colleagues across the aisle that the sky is falling, the world is ending, or any kind of absurd political musings they may want to spout off. We're here to do the people's business, the business that makes America stronger, more secure, and more prosperous. As we celebrate the 250th year of the greatest country in the world, Republicans are working hard to strengthen America and help it endure. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentlelady from North Carolina for yielding me the customary time, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this Congress is an absolute mess. The gentlelady from North Carolina says that our rhetoric doesn't carry a bit of substance, but let me begin by asking a question of the American people, a very simple question. Are you better off today than you were a year and a half ago? It has been 18 months since Donald Trump returned to the White House. Republicans have controlled every lever of power in Washington for over a year and a half. They control the House, they control the Senate, they control the White House, they even control the Supreme Court. And that is the one simple question to me that matters more than anything else that we will debate today. In fact, it is the only thing that matters, really. Is it easier to fill up your gas tank? Are your rent bills more affordable? Are your groceries cheaper? Have your prescription medicine costs gone down? Does your paycheck go further? In short, Mr. Speaker, life has gotten easier. Has life gotten easier for anybody over these last 18 months, or has it gotten harder? I think most people, including most Republicans, if they're being honest with themselves, they know the answer. They don't need a politician or a fancy economics degree to say that things are not better. They are not better. In fact, they will tell you that things are worse, much, much, much worse. They see it every time they tap their credit card at the gas station. They see it every time they check out at a grocery store. They see it every month when their rent is due, when their electric bill comes in, when the pharmacist says their kid's medicine is more expensive. They see it when their paycheck just doesn't go as far as it used to. This is the Republican economy. These are their prices, and it is their policies that have failed America miserably. Donald Trump and Republicans promised they would use their power to lower costs on day one. Well, it is year two, and costs are not lower, which by any definition would make that a broken promise. So why are prices up? Why is life harder? Why are things worse off now? The reason is simple. It's because instead of working with Democrats to fight for everyday people, Republicans have made one decision after another to help the rich and the powerful and basically hurt everybody else. I have example after example. Are things better off because of Trump's tariffs, Mr. Speaker? The tariffs that the New York Federal Reserve says are almost exclusively paid by American consumers, American farmers, American manufacturers, and American companies. Does that make anybody better off? I don't think most people would say that tariffs have made their lives better. I think they would say that the tariffs have made their life worse, more expensive, more difficult. Or what about the war in Iran? A new, endless, illegal war. Another one of Donald Trump's broken promises. Does anyone think that's made life better for the American people? Maybe it's made life better for defense contractors. Maybe for the crazy neocon warmongers, they get a kick out of another war. But not for everyday people. Not for everyday people. We have spent probably well over $100 billion on this illegal and reckless war. $100 billion. That's not on helping make sure that Americans don't go hungry. That's not on lowering health care costs or lowering people's rents or lowering gas prices. It's on this crazy war, a war of choice that the president had no plan for. Doesn't know what the hell he's going to do next. This is nuts. In fact, we're now 5 months into a war that these guys said would only last a couple of weeks. They've declared victory like 6 times, yet the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. More American troops, sadly, were killed this weekend. Gas prices are back above $4 a gallon. Inflation continues to skyrocket. Does anybody think that's made life better for most Americans? 5 months of war in the Middle East. I could go right down the line. Republicans promised better health care. Instead, they passed a law that takes hundreds of billions of dollars out of Medicaid and leaves millions more people uninsured. How the hell does that make anybody's life better? Republicans promised lower taxes, except they chose another tax giveaway for those at the very top, and they pat themselves on the back for the pennies they gave to everyone else. Has that made life better for people? And after 18 months of higher costs, more inflation, new wars, costly tariffs, and stunning, stunning, stunning corruption, now they're bringing us a continuing resolution that kicks the can down the road. They're bringing us a pathetic excuse of a stock trading ban that fails to address the much larger culture of corruption and self-dealing coming out of the White House. And they're bringing us a budget framework authorizing $73 billion for Trump's illegal Iran war, $12 billion as a Band-Aid to help farmers that their policies continue to hurt, and another $10 billion to rig the November elections. That's nearly $100 billion in new spending with no offsets, meaning this bill could very well increase the debt by over $100 billion. Whatever happened to the old-fashioned Republicans who wanted to pay for things, who didn't want to increase the deficit or the debt? I guess that's a thing of the past. Not one thing in this reconciliation bill, by the way, not a single damn thing will be about affordability. Not one thing will lower prices. That's called being out of touch, Mr. Speaker. And there will be time to debate their crummy bills on the floor this week, but this hour is about priorities. And Republicans have their priorities all out of whack. Their agenda has only made things better for those at the top, for the Mar-a-Lago members and CEOs with private jets, the donor class and the corporate special interests. Things are better for them. But for the rest of America, their agenda has been a disaster. The policies of this Republican Congress are a dumpster fire for everyday people, a total disaster. Their tariffs are crushing people. Their war is driving up costs. Their toxic environmental policies are filling our air with smoke and our food with parasites. And Americans are dying in the Middle East for their war. Again, Mr. Speaker, when I go back home and I ask people, are you better off than you were 18 months ago? They don't even answer. They laugh because it's such a ridiculous question, because it is so obvious that all of us are worse off because of this Republican majority and because of this administration, which cares only about not hurting the president's fragile feelings and delicate ego. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just note our priorities are not out of whack. The number one role of the federal government is the defense of this nation. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Representative Fuller.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the rule. This important legislation is required to allow Republicans in this House to advance important priorities for the American people, including funding legislation to keep our government operating. Unfortunately, it's become clear as the House has considered appropriations legislation on the floor and in Chairman Cole's committee that Democrats are trying to hold our government hostage. This legislation will make clear where Democrats stand. Will they vote against keeping the government working for the American people, or will they vote to keep us hostage? Will they vote with me to fund important priorities such as the programs that will allow communities in my district and many others to clean up and recover from years of PFAS contamination? Or will they vote to hold hostage programs that will make Appalachian communities like mine healthier, all to score political points? I know where I stand. I know where leadership in this body stands. I promised my constituents I would be a warrior for North Georgia, and I'm proud to do that today. I urge my colleagues to support this rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm a little confused. The gentleman who just spoke, maybe he doesn't know this, but the government funding deadline isn't for months away. And he's like scolding us that it's like now. I'm going to tell you what the crisis is right now, is that people can't afford to live. And the gentlelady from North Carolina said our priority is about national security and national defense. I got news for her. National security means more than the number of bombs we have. It also means health care for people. It means whether people can afford food, whether they can afford rent, whether they can afford to put gas in the tank of their car, or pay their everyday bills, whether they have a good job that allows them to support their family. Those are all sources of our national defense and our national security. And I'll just say one other thing. I don't know how the hell our national defense and national security are served when the president takes us into an illegal, risky war in the Middle East, a war of choice that he has no plan for. Our troops are being put into harm's way, and this president has no plan about how to conduct this war or what the heck he's doing there. That's not national security. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to urge that we defeat the previous question, and if we do that, I will offer an amendment to the rule to make and order an amendment to H.R. 7008, consisting of the text of H.R. 6731, the Restore Trust in Government Act. This bill is the Democratic proposal for a more comprehensive and robust stock trading ban than is found in the Republican plan. And it is one which also includes the President of the United States and the Vice President. It is a level of corruption that we have never, ever seen in the White House. And what is the response from our Republican colleagues? Silence. Silence. They are scared of the guy in the White House. They won't challenge this corruption, so he makes billions and billions of dollars while hardworking Americans struggle. Mr. Speaker, in the first year of his term, President Trump cashed in to the tune of more than $2 billion, billion with a B. In 2025 alone, the president completed over 21,000 stock trades. His investment account grew by over $850 million. He tweets out glowing endorsements of companies after he buys their stocks. Now he's considering having people pay to get early access to his social media posts so they can cash in too. We need to ensure that the people can trust their government to work for them and not enrich himself. This means banning stock ownership by members and by this president. That is what the Democratic proposal will do. Let the House decide and make this amendment in order. That's all we're asking, is to allow us to have this debate. You can vote however you want. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And to discuss our proposal, I yield 3.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me be clear about what my Republican colleagues are trying to do in their bill that they are advancing. They are trying to advance a fake stock trading ban. And I want to be very clear. Their bill does not block insider trading, no matter what it's called. It does not ban stock trading. The number one issue for over 80% of Americans who want members of Congress to stop padding their own pockets instead of addressing their constituents' interests. Things like ending the illegal war in Iran, bringing down gas prices, bringing down grocery prices, investing in housing. None of that is going to be protected. Their bill allows members to still purchase private stocks, keep public stocks that they already own, and act on legislative matters that directly increase the value of their stocks. It allows members to continue selling stocks that they know will decrease in value based on insider information they got while in Congress. Their bill would do nothing to stop Congressman Rob Bresnahan, who just last year dumped $130,000 worth of stock in 4 Medicaid providers before he voted to slash Medicaid for constituents and people across the country. It would do nothing to stop Congresswoman Lisa McClain, whose husband bought at least $100,000 worth of stock in Elon Musk's AI company shortly before its model was adopted by the Defense Department. A Common Cause report published at the end of 2025 said that members of Congress made 13,324 trades totaling a whopping $635 million in 2025. This is absurd. No wonder we are governing in a moment when public trust is at historical lows. Only 2 in 10 Americans trust the government to do what is right for them. And they are constantly seeing their elected officials selling them out to the highest bidder. They see the people elected to represent them not doing that. And instead, they see those people who are elected to represent them making decisions to increase their own personal wealth and pad their profits. Who is to blame for thinking that there's no trust in Congress, in the government, when there's a president who is openly profiting from the American people? He generated at least $2.2 billion in income in his first full year in office. And now he's selling Wall Street firms early access to Truth Social posts where he brings out information that is, quote, market movers. This is literally the highway to making profit. So the Republican proposal is nothing but a sham to score cheap political points before they go home to their constituents. It tries to make you forget that there is a real solution that I help co-lead called the Restore Trust in Government Act, which actually does ban stock trading. It does ban insider trading. It does root out corruption in government. It does prohibit presidents, vice presidents, members of Congress, and their dependent children and spouses and trustees from owning and trading individual stocks. If this Republican majority were to bring that bill to the floor, if we were allowed to force a vote on these bills, they would actually pass, and Republicans would have to admit that their bill does nothing. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our colleagues on the other side of the aisle are skirting very closely to having their words taken down when they call out individual members. Mr. Speaker, our colleagues sometimes ask, who's to blame for the lack of trust for members of Congress? It is members of Congress and the press who call into question acts that are done by members of Congress that are totally legal. We already have laws in place against insider trading. There have been a couple of members of Congress who've been prosecuted for that, and that's appropriate. But the Stop Insider Trading Act will prevent that. I believe, and Republicans believe, no lawmaker should profit off of insider information. I frankly don't know how people get the insider information. But the top line about the legislation we're bringing here today is that the Stop Insider Trading Act, led by the Committee on House Administration, Chairman Brian Stile, will ensure that lawmakers cannot use their positions to profit off insider information if there is insider information. The Stop Insider Trading Act has a prohibition on stock purchasing. It bans members, their spouses, and their dependent children from purchasing securities issued by a publicly traded company. It requires members to file a public notice at least 7 days, but no more than 14 days in advance for any intended stock sale with the clerk of the House of Representatives or the Secretary of the Senate. Then if a member of Congress, spouse, or dependent child decides not to sell a covered investment, the member must publicly withdraw the notice prior to its expiration. There are penalties, Mr. Speaker, for violators. They will be assessed a fine equal to $2,000 or 10% of the value of the transaction, whichever is greater, and then any net gain realized from a transaction. This is designed to make sure that members do not take advantage of any potential information or advantage that the member has. Mr. Speaker, we want to restore public trust in this institution. Members are doing their jobs diligently. They do not want to be under a cloud. News outlets and social media accounts have garnered significant attention for aggregating the stock trades of members of Congress. Under the Stock Act of 2012, lawmakers are prohibited from using non-public information for their own financial benefit. But many Americans have become concerned that the Stock Act is insufficient and stronger measures must be implemented. The Stock Insider Trading Act will increase transparency and reinforce to the American people that members are working for them, not themselves. And with that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to respond to the gentlelady. I'm just a little confused. I thought I heard her say that, you know, we already have laws to deal with stock insider trading. So if that's the case, then why are we doing a bill to ban stock insider trading? I mean, the bottom line is we're doing it because it's a problem. And our objection is the fact that they are basically excluding somebody who is violating the law in our face right now, blatantly, who's in the White House, who's making, you know, countless millions, if not billions of dollars on some really shady deals. Quite frankly, this makes Richard Nixon look like a Boy Scout. I mean, and the deal is the American people are sick of it. They want us to clean up Washington. That includes Congress, and that includes the executive branch. And I just also would like to, you know, to kind of highlight kind of the absurdity of all the stuff that, and we have 6 different bills that we're talking about here today. But I want to read a tweet from a Republican, Tom Massey. He says, the House will pass a $12 billion bailout for farmers suffering from high fuel and fertilizer prices caused by the Iran war, expensive equipment and parts caused by tariffs, and lower sales prices for commodities due to trade disputes with China. But the GOP is fighting communism. The Republican leadership had a big press conference earlier today, and it's all about communism. But I got to say to Mr. Massey, I don't think I've heard truer words spoken by a Republican member of Congress. I really appreciate that, the truth, the accuracy of what the situation is. I now would like to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Olszewski.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this rule, and I agree. It's past time that we ban congressional insider trading. No one should benefit from public service. But wouldn't the easiest way to do that would be to just completely ban stock trading entirely, not take the baby steps attached to this bill included in the rule? Still, I was open to voting for the bill, to accept that incremental but wholly insufficient progress. But what I'm not open to, Mr. Speaker, is accepting modest progress on stock ethics, insufficient progress, in exchange for significantly compromising American voting rights. And that's also exactly what this bill would do. It would add unnecessary and unrelated provisions that make it harder for Americans to vote. Republicans can't even be bothered to provide the IDs they'd have Americans be required to have in order to vote. In fact, that was in the bill, and they took it out. That's not reform, Mr. Speaker. That's a bait and switch. It's one more ruse by this Republican majority to distract the public from their inability or their unwillingness, or both, to rein in costs and address corruption. The American people deserve so much better. I urge a no vote, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, the voter ID provisions in this bill amend the Help America Vote Act to require states to obtain a photo ID from an individual to vote in person in a federal election, or to require a copy of a photo ID to be submitted with a ballot cast other than in person. These requirements do not apply to an absent uniformed services voter or an individual provided the right to vote other than in person by the Voting Accessibility for the Elderly and Handicapped Act. The bill permits voters to use several different forms of photo ID: a valid state-issued motor vehicle driver's license that includes a photo of the individual and an expiration date, a valid state-issued identification card that includes a photo of the individual and an expiration date issued by a state motor vehicle authority, a valid United States passport for the individual, a valid photo identification card for the individual issued by the Department of Defense or the Department of Veterans Affairs, a valid identification document issued by a tribal government that includes a photo of the individual and an expiration date. And while my friends across the aisle claim the bill will prevent individuals who cannot afford a photo ID from voting, this is nothing but false alarmism. The Supreme Court has held photo ID laws are constitutional only where the state provides a photo ID to those who do not have them. In other words, the photo ID requirement in the bill is not a barrier to voting for someone who cannot afford to pay the typical photo ID fee. The data supports that Democrats are being disingenuous when they claim this bill would suppress voting. The nonpartisan National Bureau of Economic Research tracked 1.6 billion data points over an 8-year period. This massive amount of data confirms strict voter ID laws have no statistically measurable negative impact on voter participation. This comprehensive multi-year study found zero negative impact on overall registration or turnout, no drops in participation among minority or young voters, and an increase in Hispanic participation in some ID law states. Photo ID as a form of verification is a part of American life. Americans must show an ID to participate in a wide range of everyday activities, including boarding a plane, entering government buildings, cashing their checks, buying a gun, and enjoying Olive Garden's endless pasta bowl. Politico just announced more than 6,000 non-citizens were registered to vote in New Jersey and have been voting since 2023. This is clearly an issue which must be addressed. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, you know, one of the frustrating things about kind of where we are in terms of political debate in this country is that issues that really matter to regular people are being ignored or being shoved aside because, quite frankly, Republicans don't want to do anything about it. They know that their agenda is unpopular. They know that people are struggling with the issue of affordability. They know that people are having a tough time paying their rent, you know, filling up their gas tanks, affording health care costs. I go on and on and on, buying food. And they don't want to talk about that. And they know that the American people kind of are sick and tired of what they're doing here. And so they're trying to divert attention. And I just want to address something that happened this morning. And that is the Republican leadership in this House held its wackadoodle press conference. I've never quite seen anything like it. Trying to divert attention away from issues of affordability and get people to look someplace else. Basically, the Republican Party's new favorite talking point is calling Democrats communists. I mean, oh my God, Mr. Speaker, I mean, really? Really? Communists? Did we accidentally step into a time machine? I get it. I get it. They don't want to talk about the real issues, the bread and butter issues. They don't want to talk about affordability. I guess my question is Joe McCarthy back from the dead? Because it sounds like that's who wrote all the garbage coming from Republicans about communism. These guys, they dust off the same tired, old talking points every time they're backed into a corner. Every time a new poll comes out saying that your economic agenda sucks, what they do is they change the subject. They try to divert attention. It is pathetic, but fine. They want to play that game. Let's play that game. Let's talk about the Republican Party, a party that worships one man above the Constitution in a cult of personality, a party that demonizes immigrants and says they poison the blood of our country, a party that calls the free press the enemy of the people and sicks the Justice Department on journalists who they don't like, a party that says their political opponents are internal enemies and calls them, quote, the enemy within, a party that is okay with invading our allies, including other democracies, a party that punishes their political opponents, that has deployed troops on our own streets, that wants to use the American military on the American people, a party that believes any unhinged lie, fantasy, and conspiracy theory as long as it comes from one man, a party that tries to lock up members of Congress for exercising their free speech rights, and a party that has tried to violently overthrow the results of a free and fair election in the United States of America, a party that, in fact, pardoned everyone who invaded this building on January 6, 2021, and tried to throw out the votes of millions of Americans because the president couldn't accept that he lost. How dare that party lecture anyone? How dare they talk about communism when their own party has totally lost touch, not just with the founding ideals of this country, but lost touch with reality itself. So if we're going to start assigning political labels based on conduct, then let's call things by their proper names. The Republican Party has become the party of fascism, full stop. You know, they have become a party of far-right fascists who are hell-bent on destroying our country and our way of life. And every single time they call us communists, it is nothing more than a projection of their own radicalization. They don't want to talk about that, and they definitely don't want to talk about their higher grocery prices or skyrocketing gas prices or higher inflation or the cost of health care or their new endless illegal war that has now cost over $100 billion. So instead, they scream and they yell because they have nothing else left to offer. This would be funny, Mr. Speaker, if it weren't so pathetic and so unhinged. Mr. Speaker, Democrats are patriots who love this country enough to fight for it. We are fighting to make it easier for people to afford groceries. We're fighting to try to make it easier for people to afford rent, prescription drugs, and health care. And we will not be lectured by a fascist Republican Party that offers the American people nothing but lies, fear, endless culture wars, and tax breaks for billionaires. I reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I think after that, we'll reserve.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I will close, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the remaining time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to return to the question I asked at the start of this debate. Are Americans better off than they were 18 months ago? Think about the family sitting at the kitchen table tonight. The rent is due. The electric bill is higher. The grocery cart costs more. The gas tank is on empty. A prescription is waiting at the pharmacy. Somebody is trying to figure out which bill they can put off for one more week. That family does not need a lecture about how great Donald Trump is. They know what life costs, and they know it costs more, much, much more than it did 18 months ago. 18 months is long enough to judge a majority by its choices. There is a lot packed into this rule: a budget resolution, a continuing resolution, a defense bill, a disability bill, a banking bill, a bill on congressional stock trading, a bill to rig the elections, and I mean, I go on and on and on. But Republicans could not find a single provision for us to consider today about lowering the cost of housing, or lowering the cost of food, or lowering the cost of medicine, or health care, or electricity. Nothing in anything we're going to be considering does any of that, focuses on any of those issues. I mean, they have time to weaken bank oversight. They have time to combine a watered-down stock trading bill with new restrictions on voting. They have time to bring back bills that failed weeks ago. They have time to protect the president, bail out powerful special interests, and finance another endless war. But helping working people somehow never makes the cut, never makes the cut. Mr. Speaker, these bills are not just stacks of paper. They are statements on our values. They tell people who matters, who gets hurt, who gets helped, and who is expected to fend for themselves. The answer from MAGA has been painfully clear, Mr. Speaker. The greedy get protected, the well-connected get rewarded, and everyone else gets told, sorry, maybe next time. So again, I ask, are Americans better off? The answer is no. Do measures in this rule lower costs, improve their health care, make them safer, or give them a greater peace of mind? The answer is absolutely no. Nothing does that. We'll hear talks about socialism and communism and all these other stuff to get people to not focus in on how the fact that they're getting screwed over. The American people deserve more than excuses. They deserve more than distractions. They deserve more than another blank check for the people on top from this failed Republican majority. They deserve a government that is on their side. They deserve a government that is on their side. And that's not what they're getting here. And so I urge a no vote on this rule. We have to do better. We have to do better. The American people are hurting. And my friends on the other side of the aisle behave like everything is just fine. You know, nobody's noticing. Well, go out and do in-person town halls in your districts, I would say to all my colleagues who are listening, and you'll get an earful. People have had it. They're fed up with the corruption in Washington. They're fed up with policies that reward the well-off and well-connected. They're tired of getting screwed over. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we live in the greatest country in the world. We just celebrated the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. We have a lot more to be talking about the founding of this country, and I hope people will pay close attention to that. We do have a government that is on the side of the American people. We believe in capitalism. Our friends across the aisle constantly talk about how much people need to be paying more in taxes. We believe on the Republican side that the people have a right to what they have earned, and not that the government should take their money and spend it the way the government wants to spend it. Let me remind our colleagues that just a year ago, H.R. 1 delivered the largest middle and working class tax cut in U.S. history. Low-income workers realized the largest percentage reduction in their tax liability. Yes, we indeed care about the American people and the fruits of their labor. Nearly 40% of taxpayers have claimed one of President Donald Trump's signature tax cuts this year. This tax season, over 7.5 million filers claim no tax on tips, with an average deduction of over $7,000. Over 29 million filers claim no tax on overtime, with an average deduction of over $3,100. And over 35 million seniors have claimed the enhanced deduction for seniors, with an average deduction of over $7,500. We do indeed care for the American people and allowing them to keep the fruits of their labor. More than 5.5 million Trump accounts have been opened, with 1.4 million eligible for the 1,000 pilot program contribution. Nearly 40 million families have claimed the enhanced child tax credit, and over 127 million filers, or 90% of all tax filers, have claimed the permanently doubled standard deduction. We do indeed care for American taxpayers. I am not at all surprised by the recent rant from our colleagues. When half of the Democrats could not vote for a resolution against socialism. Mr. Speaker, it's really no secret that this is a week of monumental importance in the People's House. The rule and 6 underlying measures carry with them a commitment to deliver upon the priorities of the President, the nation, and the American people. Some are quick to write off the progress that this Republican majority has made thus far, and they're dead wrong in doing so. This week, Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to build upon that progress, and just the one issue I discussed, H.R. 1. With that, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The question on ordering the previous question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker,
For what purpose does the gentleman wish to be recognized?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Okay. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1118, ordering the previous question on the House Resolution 1438, and adoption of House Resolution 1438 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burlinson, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1118 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 1118, a bill to amend Title 41 United States Code and Title 10 United States Code to provide best value through the multiple award schedule program and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 421, the nays are 1, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1438, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 86, House Resolution 1438. Resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 8800 to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2027 for military activities of the Department of Defense, for military construction, and for defense activities of the Department of Energy, to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 8884 to amend Title II of the Social Security Act to reauthorize demonstration authority for the Disability Insurance Program, providing for consideration of the concurrent resolution, Concurrent Resolution 113, to establishing the congressional budget for the United States government for fiscal year 2027 and setting forth the appropriate budgetary levels for fiscal years 2028 through 2036, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 7008 to amend Chapter 131 of Title V to require certain restrictions on stocks for members of Congress and their spouses and dependents and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 6955 to make improvements to the federal banking laws and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 9770, making continuing appropriations for fiscal year 2027 and for other purposes and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 209. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it.
Speaker.
What purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 211. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title to H.R. 1118 is amended. Once again, I'm not going to tell you. Maybe that'll work. House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1438, I call up the bill H.R. 6955 and ask for its immediate consideration by the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 535, H.R. 6955, a bill to make improvements to the federal banking laws and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1438, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Financial Services, printed in the bill as amended in the nature of a substitute, consisting of a text of the Rules Committee, print 119-35, is adopted and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill, as amended, shall be debated for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Financial Services or their respective designees. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Walters, will each control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield my such time as I may consider.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Main Street Capital Access Act. As a former community bank founder and CEO in my hometown of Little Rock, Arkansas, I've seen firsthand the important role that our community banks and credit unions play to drive the economic engine of America and help Main Street grow and thrive. During the financial crisis, they were there. During the COVID pandemic, they were there, staying up all night to close emergency paycheck protection loans. Every member of this body knows this and knows it well. They have their own story from their own town about how that local financial institution was there for a customer, for a family, to help a startup, to help a business or a restaurant cope with the pandemic. Community banks and hometown credit unions know their customers. They understand the needs of their communities, and they keep capital flowing where it's needed most. When a family's trying to buy their first home, they often walk into the offices of a community bank where that lender knows them, recognizes their goals, and is invested in their success. And Mr. Speaker, as I've said on this House floor many times this year, our banks under $10 billion make 6 out of 10 home construction loans. When a local farmer or entrepreneur needs the capital to expand or initiate their crop for the year, they need someone who understands their particular business and is committed to seeing them succeed and thereby their community succeed. I loved my role as a hometown Main Street community banker and investor. Even to this day, almost 3 decades later, I smile driving by that restaurant location that I helped grow, or driving by a building or a shopping center or a doctor's building that our small bank helped finance its construction, finance its future, finance its home for those employees. Community banks make that possible, and this bipartisan Main Street Capital Access Act gives them the tools they need to keep capital flowing where it's needed most on our main streets up and down our beautiful country. For decades, Washington has made it harder for community banks to thrive and operate efficiently. The Dodd-Frank Act, passed in the heat and horror of the global financial crisis, took the approach that many community and mid-sized banks across our nation were faced with the same rules and the same level of scrutiny that the largest, most systemically important institutions. It was just too much, Mr. Speaker. And that approach, that overkill, has stifled local lending, constrained economic growth, accelerated industry consolidation, something I hear about from members on both sides of the aisle all the time, and pushed activity, important financing activity for both families and business, out of the regulated financial sector. Again, I don't believe that was a goal by the proponents of Dodd-Frank after the financial crisis. Our local lenders, Mr. Speaker, too often now spend more time in check-the-box compliance requirements rather than serving their communities. When I made my presentation to our party here in the House to chair our Financial Services Committee, I said that the impact of Dodd-Frank and other rules had focused Main Street bank presidents staying up all night worrying not about their loan pipeline, not about where to get their next lending officer, but instead they're up all night wondering how they can afford another compliance officer to try to meet this standard that is, in my judgment, unreasonable for a small, straightforward local bank. Our committee Republicans, with their great leadership from our subcommittee chair, Andy Barr of Kentucky, have worked mightily over the years to find a bipartisan set of solutions to exactly the problem I outlined today. Recently, the 21st Century Road to Housing Act that became law contained 9 community banking provisions that provide this sort of thematic, clear, needed relief to America's local lenders and expand financing for both residential mortgages and housing construction and development. These measures today that we're debating today in the Main Street Capital Access Act are in that same philosophy of what we just overwhelmingly passed in both chambers just a few days ago. So today, Mr. Speaker, I say we're building on the success of our 21st Century Housing Act with Main Street Capital Access. We're expanding access to capital, supporting American business, ensuring our financial system remains the most dynamic and diverse in the world. And this bill delivers on those goals. It spurs formation of new banks. It brings back this common sense tailoring back to regulation. It restores fairness and transparency in bank supervision. It helps banks attract, retain, and diversify important funding sources from sources of deposits. And it removes unnecessary barriers that have limited lending in communities across this country. Mr. Speaker, with all this effort, we've seen solid bipartisan support, input, and leadership in developing this bill. Expanding access to capital strengthens our local economies. It gives entrepreneurs the confidence to invest, businesses the ability to grow, and families the opportunity to build long-term wealth through that most abundant of American dreams, their own home. When Main Street banks succeed, our communities thrive. And I want to again thank my colleague, my friend, the chairman of our subcommittee on financial institutions, Andy Barr of Kentucky, for his tireless effort in developing this bill and his commitment to strengthening community banking, not only in Kentucky, but across our nation. Then I also want to thank his hard-working colleague who has spent hours tirelessly thinking through the best approach to these provisions, and that's Congressman Bill Foster of Chicago. Their collaboration will benefit our country, and I hope that we see a strong bipartisan vote on this bill in this chamber today. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Let me start by saying we all care about community banks and credit unions. For that reason, I was pleased to work with Chair Hill on a package of community bank provisions included in our landmark housing bill, the 21st Century Road to Housing Act. Now, even though Trump refused to sign it, that legislation has become the law of the land. And that law not only will get America back in the business of building housing, but it will help community lenders provide mortgages and other types of finance to support the American dream of home ownership. Importantly, that bill did not have handouts for mega banks, big tech, payday lenders, debt collectors, or credit bureaus. But that is not the case for the bill that is before us today. H.R. 6955, Wall Street deregulation, that's what it is, hiding as a community bank bill. This package is made up of 24 Republican bills with just 2 Democratic bills. And today, we mark the 16th anniversary of the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act being signed into law. That's the law that bears the name of the late, great, and former Chairman Barney Frank. And unlike President Trump, President Obama knew when to sign a good bill when he saw it. That law was passed in response to the 2008 financial crisis, when, in case my Republican colleagues have forgotten, millions of Americans lost their jobs, their homes, and their life savings. But H.R. 6955 ignores these lessons and rolls back a long list of safeguards and oversight of the largest banks. Importantly, the nation is grappling with an affordability crisis and surge in financial scams and fraud, costing consumers tens of billions of dollars. This is all made worse when Trump has shut down the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Voting for H.R. 6955 would add insult to injury by thwarting a future CFPB from issuing rules such as fixing credit reporting or reining in debt collectors or abusive medical debt practices. And maybe that is the interesting thing. That is the point. Interestingly, Rules Committee Chairman Fox said in the quiet part out loud yesterday, she confessed Republicans love deregulation, and that's what this bill is all about. Not affordability, not protecting consumers. It's about deregulation for Wall Street's mega banks. What's more, Mr. Speaker, this bill ignores lessons from the failures of Silicon Valley Bank and other regional banks just 3 years ago. Those large regional banks failed after Congress rolled back capital, liquidity, and other rules specifically for those banks. Nevertheless, this bill, it allows even more of these large banks escape critical safeguards, which risk even more failures and harm to Americans and small businesses. If H.R. 6955 were to become law, it would be the most sweeping deregulation of Wall Street since the 2008 financial crisis. Two sections of the bill, Sections 203 and 204, amend 15 different banking and consumer protection laws and would increase more than 40 different regulatory thresholds. There's so many laws being rolled back. The committee report for this bill is over 600 pages long, mostly to show how all these different laws are amended. In fact, the sponsors of this bill were so zealous to raise thresholds, they increased 2 thresholds that will aid bad actors who commit fraud against a bank or a large financial institution. You can't make this up. There's a provision that will increase the amount individuals can defraud a bank or future AIG by when then government money to buy those failed assets for their own benefit. The largest labor union in the U.S., the AFL-CIO, and consumer advocates like Americans for Financial Reform and others wrote a letter saying, and I quote, "Taken together, these changes would be more damaging than the sum of their parts, leaving the financial system dramatically weaker and more vulnerable to instability and crisis," quote unquote. Now, Republicans made some technical changes at the request of Trump regulators, but let me give you another example. What they didn't fix. Wells Fargo, which many of you may remember, created millions of fake consumer accounts and has been the subject of countless enforcement actions for consumer harm, like discrimination and anti-money laundering deficiency, would have a new tool to delay future enforcement actions when consumers have been harmed. Mr. Speaker, instead of letting Wall Street put Americans and our economy at risk again, we should be addressing the affordability crisis caused by Trump's failed economic policies and endless war with Iran. And so, I urge members to oppose this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I want to yield 5 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Kentucky who's worked tirelessly to assemble this package of bills that will help our Main Street banks and credit unions thrive, grow, better serve their customers, and in turn, be able to see their local economies benefit. And that's the gentleman from Kentucky, chairman of our Subcommittee on Financial Institutions, Andy Barr.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Hill. I want to start by applauding my good friend from Arkansas, Chairman French Hill, for his leadership on this critical legislation. Great work, my friend, great work. And great work for working across the aisle for bipartisan legislation, well-earned bipartisan support for this legislation that will help strengthen Main Street America. The Main Street Capital Access Act is exactly the kind of reform needed to advance this committee's goal of making community banking great again. Over the past 18 months, we've worked hard to develop over 24 banking reform bills, many of them with strong bipartisan support, and combine them into one multifaceted package designed to strengthen our community financial institutions. Not big banks, like the ranking member is referring to, community banks, Main Street banks, mid-sized banks. And if you want to help hold big banks accountable, then what you need is competition. And competition and choice is good for America, good for consumers, and good for financial stability. So I want to first start by, Mr. Speaker, admitting into the record 14 letters of support from the Community Bankers Association, the American Bankers Association, the Bank Policy Institute, the Independent Community Bankers Association of America, the National Association of Home Builders, and others, without objection.
Without objection.
Thank you. And community banks and credit unions are the financial backbone of this country. They finance farms, they finance factories, first-time homebuyers, and the local entrepreneurs who create jobs in every corner of America. These institutions don't just serve communities, they are part of the community. But here's the hard truth. Community banks have suffered under a regulatory framework that forgot who the system should serve. For too long, Washington has been writing rules as if every bank and credit union in America is a trillion-dollar global institution. They are not. They are our hometown banks and community financial institutions. These guardrails that the ranking member talks about rolling back, we're not rolling back guardrails for big multi-trillion-dollar banks. We're talking about small community financial institutions. And the goal is simple. Regulation should follow the risk, not the zip code, not the political fashion. A $500 million community bank in rural Kentucky or rural Arkansas or rural Michigan should not be regulated under the same framework built for a trillion-dollar institution operating around the globe. That means higher costs, fewer loans, more forced consolidation. This hurts everyday Americans by reducing both access to credit and opportunities for small business growth. The Main Street Capital Access Act is about changing that. It is about right-sizing this regulatory framework to ensure that community lenders get back to what they do best, serving their customers and their communities. Main Street opens the door for new bank formation, improving transparency in the chartering process, making applications more predictable, and ensuring rural and underserved communities can once again see new institutions form instead of watching their local banks disappear. You want to hold big banks accountable? Allow new banks to form. It also restores proportionality to regulation, updating capital leverage and enhanced prudential standards so they actually reflect a bank's risk profile, not just an arbitrary static asset threshold. That means less money spent on regulatory gymnastics and more money available for loans in your communities. We are also bringing fairness and due process back to the supervision process. Banks and credit unions should not be governed by opaque examiner preferences. They should be governed by clear, risk-based, and transparent standards that focus on core financial performance rather than footfalls and check-the-box compliance. Main Street also addresses the structural problems that are driving consolidation. This legislation requires regulators to ensure clarity and predictability in the merger process so that healthy banks can grow and troubled banks can find partners before they fail. And it ensures that when banks do fail, like Silicon Valley Bank, community banks aren't shut out of the resolution process by design. Finally, this legislation recognizes reality. Innovation is happening. The question is whether it happens inside the banking system where it's supervised and safe or outside where it isn't. This bill lets banks partner, modernize, and compete. Community banks, Mr. Speaker, are the financial infrastructure of America. Rural America, suburban America, urban America. When they thrive, small towns thrive, and when they're regulated out of existence, capital dries up and opportunity for local ownership disappears. The Main Street Capital Access Act is a critical step toward restoring the financial backbone of this country. I urge all my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, the ranking member of the Small Business Committee.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me thank the ranking member for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 6955. Community banks and credit unions are the foundations of our financial system. As ranking member of the House Small Business Committee, I understand better than most the role they play in our communities, offering small business loans, farm loans, and mortgages. They are critical lifelines to our rural and underserved communities that have been left behind by our biggest banks. And while I believe in sensible tailoring to help community banks and credit unions do what they do best, deliver personalized products to meet the needs of their customers, this bill moves far beyond sensible tailoring. Instead of focusing on modest improvements, this package represents the largest amount of bank deregulation since before the financial crisis. It includes sweeping reforms that will not only significantly roll back necessary safeguards and weaken oversight, but it will also undermine consumer protection and anti-discrimination measures and hamper the CFPB ability to issue new rules. This deregulation package will push risk into the shadows and make the next publicly financed bailout more likely. This is especially concerning at a time when financial regulatory agencies are under political attack, pursuing industry-friendly agendas, and are starved of resources. That is why more than 25 labor, consumer, housing, economic justice, and public interest organizations are opposing this bill. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
30 seconds.
I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to yield to the gentleman from Michigan because he's worked in this House for over a decade, speaking on behalf of Main Street, Michigan. From that real estate community, from his own background, his own business entrepreneurship, that of his family, he knows the value of how our local financial institutions help grow an economy and have more opportunities. So I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, our committee vice chairman of the House Financial Services Committee, Mr. Heisinger.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman. As a small business owner, I've seen it. I've lived it. When community banks disappear, families and small businesses lose the local lenders who know their communities and their customers best. Less competition means fewer financing options, higher borrowing costs, and less investment on Main Street, not Wall Street, as some of my colleagues are trying to assert. This bill lowers unnecessary regulatory costs for community and mid-sized banks, not those big business center banks in Wall Street and New York and around the world. In fact, this ends debanking. It restores the flexibility needed to these institutions to better serve you and your family. I'm also pleased that this bill includes two of my bills, the FDIC Board Accountability Act, which strengthens governance of the FDIC board on behalf of smaller institutions, and the Enhancing Bank Resolution Participation Act, which simply seeks to bring more qualified bidders into failed bank resolutions when disaster strikes. Better oversight and broader participation can protect depositors. It's going to promote competition. It reduces further concentration in the banking system. And I would think Mr. Speaker. We would want that, but it appears that some on the other side do not. This package makes it easier to form new banks, strengthens local funding and liquidity, and it helps community lenders put more deposits to work, financing homes and small businesses and entrepreneurial dreams. At a time when Americans are struggling with everyday expenses, Washington should not make credit more expensive through needless red tape. H.R. 6955, the Main Street Act, will promote competition. It'll expand access to capital and help make life more affordable for American families. I want to thank the chairman, both of the full committee as well as our subcommittee, and I urge passage and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Let me be clear. Dodd-Frank has not led to bank consolidation. That trend began when Congress repealed Glass-Steagall almost 30 years ago. What Dodd-Frank has done is ensure the longest stretch of economic growth in a generation. The threat to community banks is not Dodd-Frank, but to repeal it and return to the needless of days, the reckless days that led to the 2008 financial crisis. And just last week, we passed my bill as part of the 21st Century Road to Housing Act. My bill eased the requirements on new banks. H.R. 6955, however, would set new banks up for failure. In fact, the bill undermines much of what we were trying to accomplish when we worked together in a bipartisan way. And so what we have to do at this point in time is understand a provision of the housing bill that was carefully negotiated. Mr. Speaker, I thought we all were supposed to be in support of the housing bill. Everybody raved about the greatness of it. Not 10 days after it became law, now the opposite side of the aisle are already trying to undo the bill. Now this bill will actually make it easier for more, not less consolidation. The bill is bad for new banks, but great for mega banks. And so let me just say this. We all talk about loving community banks, but I want you to know it is not talk about loving community banks. It's action and what we do for or against them. I want you to know the big mega banks don't even want them in their doors. They don't even want to have those working behind the counter serving us. They have you serving from outside the bank. And when you can get in touch with them, I want you to know you've got to go through a hell of a menu to try to talk with someone that maybe in a community bank you can talk to. You know why we love community banks? Because they understand the community. They know the people in the community. They work with you when you have a problem. The mega banks don't know you, don't care about you, don't do anything to assist you, and hope you can't get through their menus in order to speak with anybody. And so it is not a lot of talk about loving community banks. It is action, what you do. Now, when you come in here talking about how much you love the community banks, yet you know that you can't get the deregulation that you're doing unless you hid behind the community banks. If you love the community banks, all you got to do is work with us to separate the regulations in a way that it does not undermine the community banks. And if you want to be fair, charge all your big friends and all the big banks everything they should be charged with regulation. This is about whether or not you're going to use your power to literally undo what we have worked so hard to do to give the average person a decent chance with a bank, and that's community banks. And so I'm asking for a no vote on your bill because in the final analysis, I know that if you get away with these deregulations, we're going to have consolidation. It'll only be 5 banks, almost only 5 big banks in the country that control everything. And so I'm asking for a no vote, and I yield the balance of my time. Reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, let me address that comment that the ranking members articulated, which is that somehow this bill reduces the power of community banks to compete with the big globally systemic banks that she just described. I'd really argue just the contrast. This bill tailors the regulatory compliance so that a bank with a straightforward, simple business plan that's well managed, that's well capitalized, can have a lower tailored compliance cost compared to the one-size-fits-all approach, overwhelming approach that was a part of Dodd-Frank aimed at those big Wall Street, globally systemic banks. Secondly, if you don't want them to grow, then you want community banks to have access to more capital. That's offered in this bill. You want them to be more successful. That's offered in this bill. You want them to be able to buy a failing bank on their own or with partners to compete with the biggest banks in the country who are just simply given. Banks that need resolution at the FDIC, if a small bank fails in some state, they just let the big banks bid on them. This bill creates competition. Chairman Barr walked through that. This actually increases the chance for entrepreneurs to acquire, unfortunately, the demise of a local bank so that it's not sold to some big Wall Street lender. And I could go on with all the benefits of this bill that is tailored and focused on the growth and success of our Main Street institutions, but I can think of no better person to help me make that case than the gentleman from Georgia, the vice chairman of our Financial Institutions Subcommittee, Mr. Loudermilk. And I give Mr. Loudermilk 2 minutes to make that case.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Also, thank the chairman of the committee for his hard work on this and including several of my provisions in this bill that is designed for the small guy. I obviously rise in support of H.R. 6955, not only because it's a good bill, but also because I recognize the need to right-size federal regulations and gain more transparency into the financial regulatory process. You know, for too long, federal financial regulators have taken this one-size-fits-all approach. If we applied that same status to ourselves, then let's just issue every member of Congress one suit of clothes, that we all wear the same suit of clothes. Now, we wouldn't accept that because we would have to only have our clothes to fit the largest member of Congress. So what we're saying is that is what we have in the financial services industry right now. We need to tailor the regulations to fit the business model of the business, especially the small business. That's why I'm proud that my Taylor Act has been included into this package. And I can't stress enough the importance of the Taylor Act because it is for the little guy. It's important because it requires all future regulations to be tailored to the risk of the regulated institution. It rewards institutions who adopt sound risk management practices with fewer regulations and punishes those who take an unhealthy amount of risk. I also wish to highlight my new Bank Act, which requires federal financial regulators to publish annual reports on applications received for creating new financial institutions. These reports will help give critical insights to the current de novo chartering process and how Congress can reduce complexities and redundancies in the system. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I believe this legislative package with my bills included is much more aligned with the goal of safe and sound financial system that works for all the American people. And I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, a big supporter of community banks, Ms. Garcia.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to rise against H.R. 6955. Instead of the Main Street Act, this bill, Mr. Speaker, should be called the Wall Street Wins, Main Street Loses Act. It does not help end the affordability crisis, feed hardworking Americans, or keep a roof over their heads. Instead, this bill sneaks in deregulatory measures, further weakens the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and weakens reinvestment in anti-discrimination safeguards. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit, to send this back to committee. If the House rules permit it, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to the bill. My amendment would limit the provisions of this bill from applying to any globally systematically important bank holding companies. Simply put, it ensures that the bill's deregulatory provisions do not apply to megabanks. I ask for unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment.
Objection.
I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit. Let's send back this to committee so that we can make sure that it truly works for our community banks and that it does not give Wall Street another big win. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think Mr. Loudermilk, who spoke a moment ago, the vice chairman of our subcommittee on financial institutions, made a very good point also about how this bill strengthens competition. Chairman Andy Barr of Kentucky, Ranking Member Waters of California, and Mr. Loudermilk all mentioned the importance of encouraging de novo banks, meaning startup banks, particularly in our fast-growing communities that have seen disproportionate business and population growth, like South Florida or other places across the nation. Well, all three of those members have something in common, which is they support greater de novo provisions. We had Mrs. Waters in the housing bill, and we have two in this bill that encourage startup banks, that encourage the regulators to work and have a better strategy for startup financial institutions, because that means that they can meet the growth. And what does that do, Mr. Speaker? It increases competition for the biggest companies because they are close to customers. They have a business strategy. They're unique to the marketplace. So that is another example of how this bill, in fact, is counter to the assertion that it's only geared towards Wall Street institutions. Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 2 minutes to my friend from Pennsylvania who understands finance from both the point of view of one of our biggest, most successful industrial states, Pennsylvania, having been a statewide officer, as well as a highly successful manufacturer and entrepreneur. Mr. Muser is the chair of our Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, and I yield him 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to commend our chairman, Chairman French Hill, for his excellent leadership. I do rise in support of the very appropriately named Main Street Capital Access Act, introduced by Chairman Hill and Subcommittee Chairman Barr. The legislation does exactly what it says. It supports access to capital for Main Street. At the start of this Congress, Chairman Hill said one of our committee's priorities were to make community banking great again. Since then, we have advanced the package of bills before us that is the largest community bank deregulatory reform effort since the 1990s. 20 years ago, community banks, Mr. Speaker, financed 65% of home loans in this country. Today, it is less than 30%. This bill helps reverse that trend. It lowers capital hurdles so new community banks can form and tailors bank regulations so small and mid-sized banks are regulated fairly. These changes allow banks to extend more mortgages, be more competitive with small business loans, and improve access to credit for all Americans. This is a housing bill, a small business bill, an affordability bill, and an access to capital bill. Importantly, the bill also includes legislation to codify President Trump's executive order preventing debanking, such as my bill, the Safe Guidance Act, which affirms guidance does not have the effect of law. Both guidance and reputational risk were weaponized under the previous administration to debank legitimate legal businesses. This bill corrects those wrongs. This legislation supports community banks, protects Main Street across the country, and I urge support, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time remains for each side?
The gentlewoman from California has 15 minutes. The gentleman from Arkansas has 8.5 minutes.
Thank you so very much. Mr. Speaker, members, I want to mention again one of the atrocities that I have been able to experience working on these issues. Again, Wells Fargo was fined $307 billion just a few years ago for widespread mismanagement of automobile loans and mortgages. Their actions included unlawful fees and even repossession of cars. Now, someone would say, $3.7 billion. Well, I want you to know they make so much money, that's just the cost of doing business. And they'll keep doing it if we keep allowing them to get away with what they're getting away with today, if they're trying to get away with today. If you want to guarantee that your bill, question, helps Wells Fargo, you should support Ms. Garcia's amendment, which says that mega banks can't benefit from this bill. But I guess you won't. After all, you know that today is Dodd-Frank's birthday, and you are the skunk at the party. And so there's so much that we could point out that the average citizen knows in dealing with their banks. Average citizen is tired of being treated in the way that they're treated by their banks. And I want to tell you, you're correct in the support that you did for the big bill that Mr. Hill and I worked so hard on. We have a lot in that bill, but let me point out one of the things in that bill that give you cause to be concerned. Right now, if you find a residence that you would like to buy, particularly if you're in a rural community or you may be a low-income community, but you work every day and you can afford a house for maybe $90,000 to $100,000. The bank don't want to be bothered with you. The bank wants the big loans. The bank wants the $1 million loans. They want the $500 million mortgages. They don't want the small mortgages, and guess what? They don't do them. As a matter of fact, many communities where there are residents who could afford the houses in their community are sold out to private equity firms and others who come and buy these houses pennies on the dollar. But they won't sell them to you because you don't look like a big profit maker for them. I'm so pleased I work with Mr. Hill, and we have done something to change that, to encourage the banks to pay attention to those who can afford that $90,000 house, that $100,000 house, that $150,000 house, that $200,000 house. They're working every day, they can afford it, but the banks are not interested. You tell me that we should not be concerned about deregulation that puts these banks in a position where they are not only moving toward consolidation, but they are taking over banking in ways that will help them to get richer and richer. And guess what? You'll keep paying the fines, the big banks, because that's the cost of doing business, and they still make money. This is outrageous. This is ridiculous. No more deregulation. No more looking at how you can frame it in such a way that you're saving the community banks. You're not saving the community banks. As a matter of fact, you're putting them out of business. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 1 minute to my good friend, the gentleman from the beautiful territory of Guam, strong background in financial services, healthcare, and business and insurance. So I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan.
The gentleman from Guam is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 6955, the Main Street Capital Access Act. When the people of Guam set out to enterprise new business ventures, we turned to our community banks to raise capital. However, much of America's financial system is not designed with small businesses in mind. While big banks have the resources to cut through red tape, small community ventures often struggle to comply with regulatory regime that never had them in mind. The Main Street Capital Access Act makes common sense reforms, tailoring regulations so small lenders can comply, while opening more resources to the new banks, small banks, and rural banks which serve communities like Guam. This bill will give the Guam businesses community a fair chance, and I thank the Financial Services Committee for their work on this legislation. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Proponents say this bill is just for community banks. Ha ha. But here we have another example of the big banks sneaking in their rollback. I have 4 postings from the Bank Policy Institute, which represents all of the largest banks like Wells Fargo. These postings advocate for indexing regulatory thresholds to nominal GDP instead of inflation. Why? It allows more and more banks to escape regulatory scrutiny. This bill will give Trump's regulators and only Trump's regulators the chance, the opportunity to index 40 different thresholds to let large banks off the hook. Well, Wall Street is making record profits while they are helping them. And so, Mr. Speaker and members, for those of us who really care about community banks, we want to keep them because they service in a more profound way their communities. Again, I will repeat, they know and understand. When you have a problem, you can call a big bank and nobody you will find. You will go through different menus that they have, but you will not get somebody where you can walk into the bank and have somebody sit beside at that desk and you can talk to and you can point out your problem and you can get help. Do I have to say more? I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Knott.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 6955, the Main Street Capital Access Act. For the vast majority of our nation's history, community banks were the primary artery into progress for all Americans. That reality is being threatened today by sloppy and ineffective policies that originate right here in Washington, D.C. Whether it's the Dodd-Frank regulatory structure or the millions of rules and regulations that are in existence today, community banks have been choked out by these all-encompassing regulations. With administrative costs rising every year, local banks simply cannot afford to operate. We can see this most clearly in 1980, there were more than 14,000 community banks in the United States. Now, because of the regulatory structure of the current market, there are roughly 4,000 community banks. This stifles lending, it reduces competition, and it makes it harder for Americans, especially in rural communities, to access capital. Put plainly, the current regulatory climate punishes community banks and it benefits larger international banks. My home state of North Carolina has long had a proud history of vibrant community banks. And today, there are very few exceptions to this, but there are really only 2 choices for community banks in today's market if they want to survive. That's to grow large enough to be acquired or to merge with another institution. Whether it was Wachovia, First Citizens, BB&T, or even Bank of America, each of these began in North Carolina as a local community bank before growing and becoming a key player in our economy through a merge or an acquisition. It's time to restore a market that welcomes and protects community banks, a market that encourages competition, and most importantly, one that serves the American citizen. H.R. 6955 does just that.
Thank you to Chairman Hill for your important work on this legislation. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this bill today. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
A wide variety of labor, consumer, and civil rights groups are strongly opposed to this bill. Let me read from one of the letters we received, quote, "The National Community Reinvestment Coalition, the NCRC, and our network of 700 community organizations urge members to oppose H.R. 6955, the Main Street Capital Access Act, and vote no on the House floor," quote, unquote. That's what we're being urged to do by our supporters. H.R. 6955 is a broad bank deregulation package that would weaken fair lending transparency, community accountability, and bank supervision and merger review, quote, unquote. The bill would reduce the tools regulators and communities rely on to detect redlining, monitor access to credit, evaluate bank mergers, event harmful consolidation, and hold financial institutions accountable to the people they serve, end quote. And the signers of the letter don't just come from blue states, but from all over the United States of America. This includes Bill Y. Company from the great state of Kansas. We also have Building Neighborhoods Together in Pennsylvania, Fair Housing Center of Northern Alabama, and Freedom Equity in Ohio. More signers include Georgia Advancing Communities Together, the Neighborhood Recovery Community Development Corporation in Texas, and the United States Broadway Corporation in New Mexico. Now, I could go on, but there's no time for that. So I would ask the Speaker for unanimous consent to enter the letter into the record. So members have a choice today. Whose side are you on? Do you want to advance Donald Trump's deregulatory agenda to help out his wealthy friends on Wall Street? Or are you on the side of working families and labor unions and consumers and civil rights groups like those all over the country who just want equal and fair access to affordable financial products and services? For many of you who have been in this struggle with banks about all kinds of issues where you've tried to get help, I want you to, again, go to your bank where you have a problem. Don't go, because, I mean, they're only available, on the phone. And state your problem and see who you can get to talk to you. See if you can get an appointment. See if you can get some answers to the questions that you have. You can't do this with these big mega banks. They don't have time for you. They don't have time to listen to you talking about you only have, $200,000 and you want to buy this house around the corner. They're not interested in that. They're interested, again, in the big money. They're interested in not only providing the loans for those who are spending, $500,000 or so on a bank that they're trying to use to get a house. It is clear the big banks are sick and tired of the way that they're being treated. They know that they have a lot of power. They know they have a lot of friends in the Congress of the United States of America, but they don't know a new day is coming. A new way is coming. People are learning more and more why they have a right to be disturbed about the way that they're being treated. And so I ask people, don't be afraid to confront those big banks. Call us. Get your legislator to help you out. That's what we're supposed to do. Sometimes they can't find us. All right. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to inquire of the minority how many more speakers they have. If there aren't any, I'm prepared to close.
Gentlewoman from California.
I have no more.
I'd yield to my friend from California for closing.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker and members, I have another letter that says, and I quote, "This dangerous bank deregulation package would undermine core safeguards and supervision, push risk into the shadows, and make the next publicly financed bailout more likely. Further deregulation is especially alarming at a time when financial regulatory agencies are under political attack, pursuing industry-friendly agendas and starved of the resources, and when this is effectively no oversight of financial markets." It was signed by the AFL-CIO, Americans for Financial Reform, and dozens of others. And of course, I ask unanimous consent to put this into the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, we know how to support community banks and credit unions. We just did that with our landmark housing bill, and I was pleased to work with the chairman of that committee, Mr. Hill, which became law just a few days ago and included 5 Republican bills and 4 Democratic ones that were focused on supporting community banks. Now, here come Republicans to push for what they and their allies want: financial deregulation. This bill has 24 Republican provisions compared to just 2 from Democrats. In fact, I'm disappointed that my friends on the other side of the aisle are advancing provisions that even contradict our carefully crafted bipartisan agreement in the housing bill. There's a provision in this bill on de novo banks that goes beyond our bipartisan deal, allowing regulators to decide whether to make permanent reforms that really should be for Congress to decide. We struck a compromise in passing the 21st Century Road to Housing Act, and I think everyone who voted for that should honor that compromise. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, this bill is a distraction from what Congress should be focusing on: ending the affordability crisis caused by Trump's failed policies. Nothing in this bill will help consumers afford groceries or pay for gas. But you know who is not suffering during the affordability crisis? Wall Street. And this bill would loosen the guardrails on Wall Street megabanks, even as they report record profits. Even Chairwoman Fox admitted that this bill is all about deregulation and rolling back Dodd-Frank, a law she said she strongly dislikes. And Chairman Hill said they received drafting assistance from Trump's regulators and banks, but not from organizations that represent workers or consumers. Now, look, we're not stupid. We understand that Trump controls all of his so-called organizations that are independent. He tells them what to do. We get that. He's in control. He's running this country. Those people who are selected to run these so-called independent agencies are those who will do nothing but do what they're told to do. And that's all probably because the groups who represent actual people oppose this bill. That's what they're told to do. That's the leadership they have. Now is not the time to plant new seeds for the next crisis. Now is the time to juice megabanks' profit margins. And now is not the time to legitimize banks' efforts to gut the CFPB, fair lending, and other consumer products. Again, I am so proud and pleased of the work we did in a bipartisan manner. I'm so proud and pleased that we were able to negotiate through some very tough times. I'm so proud to announce that we had to give some, we took some, they gave some, and we worked it out. Now, I don't know exactly what they're being told by Trump, but I know Trump is in charge, and he's charging a lot of what is going on. And so,
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
Please vote no on this bill. Support the citizens, support your constituents, not Wall Street. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire the amount of time that remains for the majority?
The gentleman has 5.5 minutes.
I thank the Speaker, and first, before I start, I want to thank the ranking member and for the committee members on her side of the aisle for their work with us on developing this bill over many, many months. Mr. Speaker, 2/3 of the bills in this package that we're voting on, Main Street Capital Access Act, are supported by members on the Democratic side of the aisle. This is a truly bipartisan package of bills. We have significant work and support from individual members on the Democratic side of the aisle in partnership with House Republicans. I also want to thank Mara Woolsey, who's the Majority Staff Director, and Jay Jang and their entire team in the majority working with the minority staff and the minority staff to craft this package. In Congress, you can't put together the kinds of successful legislative packages that the House Financial Services Committee has done in this Congress without a very hardworking and competent staff. So I thank them on both sides of the aisle. And as I thanked Andy Barr, our Majority Subcommittee Chair, a few minutes ago, I want to also thank Dr. Bill Foster of Illinois, who serves as the ranking member on our Subcommittee of Financial Institutions. This bill is successful because of their collaboration. Mr. Speaker, I heard a lot of charges about this bill, that somehow this bill benefits Wall Street versus Main Street, and that I just couldn't disagree more. I noted that 2/3 of these bills have strong Democratic support, along with our Republicans. Secondly, there's nothing in this bill that weakens consumer compliance. The fair lending laws, the fair housing laws, the equal credit opportunity laws, all those consumer statutes are upheld in this text. They're not really affected by this text. Banks have to comply with those laws. They had to comply with those laws before Dodd-Frank, and they comply with them since Dodd-Frank. So I reject the idea that somehow we are limiting or curtailing or blocking or making ineffective consumer compliance. Secondly, it is our hometown banks, both rural banks and urban banks in our towns and cities, that benefit from this banking set of provisions. As the ranking member noted, in our housing bill that we collaborated on successfully, that we got passed and it became law on July 11th, banks had some provisions there that helped them. This is the same theme continuing in this bill. If you are a small, well-managed bank, under $6 billion, you get some relief, Mr. Speaker. If you're well-managed, have good capital, you can help schedule your exams. I was with a community banker in North Carolina this week. The bank is smaller than $500 million. And I said, how are things going? He says, it's going great, except when I have 5 exams in a row, and then the loan pipeline goes to zero, because guess what? I'm the chief loan officer in this small bank. I'm the chief compliance officer. And when my community bank is filled with bank examiners for an IT exam, a trust exam, an investment exam, a AML, anti-money laundering and bank secrecy act exam, a loan quality exam, a consumer compliance exam, I can't make loans. And so if you are well managed and have high capital, you get some relief in this bill. That's who this bill, Mr. Speaker, is named at. If you have a concern over that your exam was unfair, we return some fairness in the exam process. You can go and actually question, was my exam fair or not? Whose idea was that, Mr. Speaker? Democrat from Michigan, Don Regal, U.S. Senator, 1995. Was it ever implemented? No. But it will be implemented when this bill becomes law. So this bill is focused on more capital, more deposits, more business, more success for our community banks, which in turn helps every one of our towns in this country. Who's for it? Community Development Financial Institutions, our CDFIs, have bipartisan support. They're for this bill. Our community development officials across the nation are for this bill, as they were for the housing bill. The National Bankers Association of our National Association for African American Bankers wrote a letter for this bill. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill has overwhelming support to increase competition, help our community banks thrive and succeed, which means our towns will thrive and succeed. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, I urge everyone on both sides of the aisle, support this bill. Echo Alexander Hamilton, our first Treasury Secretary, when he said, our banks in this early founding of our nation are the nurseries of our national wealth. And Mr. Speaker, today, 250 years later, long after the adoption of our government, our community banks, our credit unions, they are the nurseries of the national wealth that help our families and our businesses succeed. I urge a yes vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1438, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, third reading.
To make improvements to the federal banking laws and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
Clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Garcia of Texas moves to recommit the bill H.R. 6955 to the Committee on Financial Services.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. And those opposed, no. And in the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The motion is not a. For what purpose,
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring the vote for the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Does a gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1438, I call up the bill H.R. 9770, the Continuing Appropriations Act of 2027, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9770, a bill making continuing appropriations for fiscal year 2027 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1438, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debated for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, and the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Mr. Leo DeLaro, will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today, Mr. Speaker, in support of H.R. 9770, the Continuing Appropriations Act of 2027. This Congress has a constitutional duty to fund the government, and if Article 1 teaches us anything, it's that governing means doing the work, not waiting for a crisis. It's a responsibility I've never viewed as optional, and one I've remained committed to honoring through regular order. Over the last year, Mr. Speaker, the House Appropriations Committee has acted to fulfill our fiscal year 2027 responsibilities. Previous partisan shutdowns and political headwinds never deterred us from doing our work. In fact, we refuse to let political dysfunction become an excuse for inaction. So line by line, bill by bill, we delivered all 12 regular appropriations bills out of committee. This was accomplished before the end of June, the earliest date on record since fiscal year 2020. We have also passed 3 of these bills across this very floor with bipartisan support. I'm deeply proud of the engagement, discipline, and focus of our cardinals and appropriators and the support of our colleagues in this chamber. While I wish I could say the same momentum and determination is being exercised on the other side of the Capitol, it is not. Senate Democrats won't even allow markups to progress. It's impossible to negotiate full-year funding when circumstances make clear that one side's willing to bring the process to a standstill before it can even leave committee. So the hard reality before us is straightforward. The fiscal year deadline is outpacing the work that remains. Our conference refuses to let the obstruction and inaction of Senate Democrats trigger another manufactured shutdown at the end of September. That's why we are acting before a funding lapse crisis, not in response to it. This clean, short-term continuing resolution simply keeps the government open, protects the progress we've made, and preserves the path to full-year appropriations. For anyone questioning this legislation, the facts are simple. It extends the government funding deadline to December 4th, denying any party the opportunity to manufacture leverage before elections. It contains no poison pills or partisan riders. It prevents harmful disruptions to our national security and the vital programs our constituents rely on. And it preserves the House's progress toward completing full-year fiscal year 2027 appropriations. You see, it's never too early to do the right thing. In fact, after Senate Democrats forced the 2 longest government shutdowns in American history and abandoned previously negotiated funding agreements more than once, we have every reason to act early and every responsibility to do so. The House will make clear to the nation where we stand, and it's on the side of stability, certainty, and the American people. Additionally, supporting this bill does not limit, hinder, or halt any work on the full-year appropriations or any of the 12 bills. The choice is clear. Either members will vote to keep the government working, or they will vote to risk another unnecessary shutdown. I know which option my constituents expect. I know which option gives families relying on nutrition assistance or disaster relief the certainty they need. I know which options our troops, veterans, TSA agents, and government employees deserve. I know which option I will choose. So I urge my colleagues to join me in voting for this responsible measure, and I look forward to continuing the FY 2027 appropriations process in the coming months. With that, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
For those of you who may not know and have not been following this process closely, I would like to bring you up to speed on how we came to consider this piece of legislation before us today. On Friday afternoon, after everyone had gone home for the weekend, Republicans released a bill to extend government funding from September 30th through December 4th. Republicans introduced the measure with no bipartisan negotiation, little advanced notice, and without any information from the government agencies as to what funding they will actually require to continue their operations for the duration of the bill. The final Homeland Security bill that passed unopposed in April. It was bipartisan, and it was by a voice vote. And it was in that direction because it included a provision to remove all of the funding for the Border Patrol. Chair Cole's bill does not continue that agreement. That prohibition is removed by this continuing resolution, which would allow Homeland Security Secretary Mullen to transfer billions of dollars to the Border Patrol. We assumed the removal of this language was a mistake. No harm, no foul. So before the bill was introduced, we reached out to our colleagues across the aisle, informed them of the error, and shared language to fix it. But they refused to do so. Instead, they chose to introduce a bill that would allow Secretary Mullen to transfer billions more taxpayer dollars to the Border Patrol without implementing any of the protections Democrats have sought since the killings of Alex Pretty and Renee Nicole Good earlier this year. A clear line in the sand that Democrats have drawn for months. The American people support these protections. Protections like mandating the use of body-worn cameras, not just taking the money for them and then refusing to turn them on. Prohibiting operations at sensitive locations like schools, hospitals, and houses of worship. Requiring agents to get a warrant from a judge before kicking in someone's door. Allowing independent investigations into misconduct, ending racial profiling, and taking off the masks. The need for these protections is as urgent as ever. In recent weeks, immigration agents have shot and killed residents in Maine and in Texas, neither of whom were targets of enforcement operations. We cannot, in good conscience, allow billions of dollars to flow to these agencies without major reforms to keep our constituents safe from further violence. I want to state clearly and plainly, Democrats do not want a government shutdown. There would be no need for one. There are still 2 months before the funding deadline. There is no need to rush through an incomplete extension. We ought to take the time to gather the information we need to get it right the first time. I might add that yesterday afternoon, we received a list of the programs that has been compiled by the federal agencies, detailing the additional provisions they believe, the agencies believe, are necessary to sustain their operations through December 4th. Now, we received this late yesterday afternoon. There are over 50 programs listed by the agencies to take some action so that they can be protected during a continuing resolution. And many of these provisions, they're not included in the bill that we considered today. I asked my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, look through the list. There may be something in your community, in your district, that's very important to you, and it's not in this bill, which you are going to potentially vote for today. And among these efforts, there are changes to support wildfire suppression operations. They provide public housing agencies with funding to maintain housing assistance for tens of thousands of households, and they continue programs that provide utility assistance for rural communities. You ask people today whether or not one of the highest costs they are paying for today in an affordability crisis is the cost of utilities. And that assistance is not in this bill. It is no surprise that the measure we're considering failed to include these provisions. After all, the bill was introduced 3 days before we had this information. But that is the problem. Rushing this bill to the floor haphazardly without carefully considering the various needs that must be met is no way to govern, and it is irresponsible. This resolution was dropped on us on Friday afternoon without any bipartisan negotiation. Had we been consulted, there are several provisions we would have pushed for to strengthen the measure and to protect congressional prerogatives, including the reversal of a proposed federal rule from the Office of Management and Budget that allows political appointees in the Trump administration to unilaterally block or terminate grant funding if they deem it not sufficiently in line with the president's policy priorities. If we had taken the time to negotiate this measure, we could be here touting a bipartisan agreement with a plan to fully fund the government for the next fiscal year before the end of this Congress. Instead, we are scrambling to jam through a one-sided stopgap measure 2 days before everyone leaves for the August recess. At minimum, I cannot support this bill without the inclusion of the technical language regarding the Border Patrol that was agreed upon in April. Beyond that, the decision to pursue this path without any bipartisan negotiations gives me serious reservations moving forward. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, I yield 5 minutes to my very good friend, the distinguished gentleman from Arkansas, and chairman of the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Programs. Thank you very much, and the subcommittee chair again of that subcommittee of the full Appropriations Committee, Mr. Warmack of Arkansas.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to my friend, Mr. Cole, for giving me this time. I rise to support H.R. 9770, the Continuing Appropriations Act of 2027, in hopes that it's not necessary. And if we were to complete our work as the framers had intended and outlined for us, we wouldn't be standing here today. This is an insurance policy. This ensures that assuming we don't finish our work by the end of September, by the end of this fiscal year, our government will be held harmless. And who could argue an insurance policy that holds the government harmless when we begin a new fiscal year? And under the leadership of Mr. Cole, the House Appropriations Committee, as you just heard, has advanced all 12 bills out of committee. So we've done our job well before the end of the fiscal year. 3 of these full-year funding bills have already cleared the floor and ready for action in the Senate. Sizable progress towards our goal of restoring regular order in this appropriations process. I'm exceedingly proud of the work my colleagues and I have done in crafting responsible bills that right-size the discretionary side of our budget, but I'm also pragmatic. I'm aware of the political realities that lie before us right now. And the very fact is we have a job to do, and time is running out on us. Too often, Mr. Speaker, we wait until the 11th hour to create some kind of a process by which we can avoid a real catastrophe, gambling with the functions of government that people depend on. H.R. 9770 is a clean solution to extend government funding until December 4th, ensuring zero disruptions to the operations of programs like SNAP, like WIC, the National Flood Insurance Program, disaster relief, and scores of other programs. Now, it's no secret I'm not a fan of CRs. No self-respecting appropriator would ever embrace a CR. My preference has always been to fulfill our Article I responsibility before the deadline, following through on the job that the American people sent us to Washington to do. Passing this CR is a much better alternative than to threaten the government shutdown at the expense of the American people. This CR does not prevent us from continuing our work on full year fiscal 27 appropriations. Instead, it provides a runway to work with our Senate counterparts and iron out a final agreement, all while preventing the abyss of uncertainty created by a lapse in appropriations. Mr. Speaker, for 43 days, a stalemate in Congress caused an unnecessary and costly government shutdown as political games took priority over our constitutional responsibility. The shutdown impacted many services and programs that our constituents count on. It crippled biomedical research, upended infrastructure projects, and it risked our national security. As chairman of the Transportation and Housing and Urban Development Subcommittee, I can speak directly to the impact it had on agencies within our jurisdiction. Prior to the shutdown, the FAA was already falling short of its controller staffing targets. The shutdown exacerbated that problem. Without the promise of a paycheck, many of these air traffic controllers opted to take another employment opportunity instead of doing the job that the American people needed them to do. The results were canceled or delayed flights and ground stops at airports across the nation. By the end of the shutdown, Mr. Speaker, 6 million people had been affected, not to mention the estimated cost incurred by the U.S. travel sector of $150 million a day. This is just one of many examples that happens, the catastrophic consequences of a government shutdown. And what we're doing today is offering this insurance policy to see that that doesn't happen again. So we have a binary choice today, later today, on this bill. You're either going to vote for continuing the appropriations that fund the discretionary side of government till December the 4th, or you will be in the column voting to shut the government down. I think it's a pretty simple, no-brainer kind of vote. So I encourage my colleagues, including my friend, the ranking member, Ms. DeLauro from Connecticut, vote yes on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from Oklahoma reserve? The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized. Reserve. The gentlelady reserves. Are both prepared to close?
Madam Speaker, I am prepared to close.
The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I might add, with all this concern about the folks who were out of work, who were waiting in long lines, about our folks at the Coast Guard and others, it was my proposal that said, let's fund those agencies. And because there's difficulty about ICE and about Border Patrol, that let's fund the agencies and move forward. It took the Republicans 79 days to decide that that was the good fix, and therefore we could pay those people. They kept them just dangling in the wind for those 79 days, all because they would like to continue to fund rogue agencies who are lawless, who are putting at risk people in our communities, and more than at risk, most recently, 2 people killed, one in Maine and one in Texas. You know, the Homeland bill passed, and I'm going to mention it again, unopposed in April. Voice vote, because it included the provision to remove all funding for the Border Patrol. This continuing resolution doesn't continue that agreement. And as I said, we viewed that this was an error that was made. Because what this opens up is allowing Homeland Security Secretary Mullen to transfer billions of dollars to the Border Patrol. Same agency responsible for harassing and killing American citizens. Again, what we tried to do was to reach out to our colleagues on the other side of the aisle in good faith, crafted the language, informed them of the error, and shared that language to fix it. They have refused to do so and continue to refuse to do so. One has to ask the question of why? Who wants to shut down a government? I certainly don't. And Democrats do not want a government shutdown. If I had my way, we'd be able to fund the government on a bipartisan basis through the appropriations process, one bill at a time. And unfortunately, it seems increasingly likely at some point a continuing resolution will be necessary, but that does not mean we must rush through an incomplete, hastily constructed, one-sided stopgap measure that fails to adequately meet the government's funding needs. Agencies only came up with their needs yesterday afternoon, over 50 of these needs. And I admonish my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, read it carefully. Read it carefully, because something that may affect your community and something you care deeply about, and seeing that agency move forward during a period of a continuing resolution may be in here, but not on what you will vote on this afternoon. I'm disappointed that the apparent error in this measure, which again allows the Secretary of Homeland Security to transfer billions of dollars in direct contravention of the agreement, has not been corrected. I would much rather be standing before you to tout a bipartisan agreement that, in fact, moves us forward through the appropriations process on a bipartisan basis. It's a partisan path that my colleagues have taken us on here, without all the information necessary to draft an adequate funding extension, and without consulting anyone else on their proposal. This is a go-it-alone approach. And you know what? That is not a way to govern, and we know that, especially those of us who sit on the Appropriations Committee. It's not a go-it-alone approach. You have to engage. You have to be involved in a negotiation, which is what we were involved in April, and we came to a conclusion. That's what we should be doing now, engaging in a negotiation, coming to a conclusion, fixing what is an error in the drafting of the language of the continuing resolution. Don't hold us up. Pass a bill that doesn't meet the needs of the American people. I urge my colleagues, strongly encourage them to take the time. Let's get it right the first time. Let's come to the table. Let's negotiate an agreement we can all support. Let's work together to fully fund the government for fiscal year 2027. That's what we can do. There isn't any question about that in my mind, that we can do that. So all of these obstacles that you want to put forward with arguments about who wants to shut the government down, let's get real. Fix the error that was made. Fix the error that we placed in that bill and said no money for border control unless there would be the protections. There is an open door to Border Patrol, and there are no protections. I believe the American people have sent us here to do work on their behalf, to make sure that we address the issues that we care about. We can do that. And it wouldn't take very long. I don't know what the reluctance is to fix the error that would be made and set us on a path to be able to pass bipartisan bills and a continuing resolution that we can all support. It is what I am committed to doing. I encourage a no vote on this legislation in its current form. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady from Connecticut yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much. I want to begin by complimenting my good friend, the ranking member of the Full Appropriations Committee. She has bargained with us throughout this process in good faith, and it has been a pleasure to work with her. And I've often been quoted, and I'll say it here on the House floor, you can trust Rosa DeLauro. When she gives you her word, she keeps her word. And so we have no complaint at all with our friends on the other side of the aisle in the House, and certainly not with our distinguished ranking member. I will tell you, we've not seen that same sort of good faith from the Senate of the United States, particularly Senate Democrats. Quite frankly, they came to a bill agreement last year. When we were trying to get the first 3 bills out, which we succeeded working together in doing, gosh, yeah, let's just keep working. What we want is a clean, continuing resolution and a short date. We gave them both those things, and instead they then added new demands unrelated to the subject at hand. Demands that, frankly, we did not agree with, did not accept. And what did we get? We got a 79-day full shutdown, as my friend pointed out. We don't think that's acceptable. We want to continue the process. Second, we negotiated again earlier this year. Again, we thought we had an agreement. We made concessions to our friends on the other side, concessions which we thought really weren't concessions. They were helpful suggestions from the Democrats. Let's add more training for our men and women in the ICE and, Department of Homeland Security. Let's have some additional training. Let's have, some additional funding. Let's do. Those were all things we agreed to, and then once again we got another shutdown. So, frankly, we just want to make assurance. I have no doubt we can negotiate differences, including some of the concerns my friend raised today in the time that we have between now and September 30th. What we don't want is a government shutdown used and perverted for political purposes 5 weeks before an election. We think that is the risk that we're running in dealing with the Senate. While we've worked productively, we've gotten bills out on both a partisan and a bipartisan basis in the House, we haven't seen that in the Senate. Honestly, they haven't passed a single appropriations bill yet. They've refused to sit down and negotiate in good faith in the Senate. I would say our friends in the House have negotiated in good faith. We actually did backflips last year to give our friends in the House the measures that needed to get passed in the form that they asked to pass them. They kept their word. We passed all those bills. We did, and the Senate, frankly, we did not get that kind of response. We gave them those things. Instead, we got a shutdown that, frankly, was inexplicable. So we want to avoid that. So we've presented here today a bill that should be non-controversial. It simply extends funding through December the 4th. It does not have any poison pills in it. There's nothing in the bill that my friends object to. They want to put additional things in the bill. Fine, we can talk about that, but let's just assure that funding is going to go on no matter what. That's all this clean, continuing resolution does. Look, I've been around here long enough to know that the tensions rise as you move toward an election. And I've been around here long enough to see members on both sides of the aisle try to leverage a shutdown to extract additional concessions. We want to avoid that. And we want to continue to both move bills across this floor. Obviously, we've moved ours out of committee. We want to give the Senate time to do the same thing. Count me as skeptical that they're going to do much before the election, but we want to make sure between when we leave here on September 30th and that election, and sometime beyond that, December 4th, that the government continues to function, and we're available to negotiate at any time. And we, as my friends on the House side have done, have kept our word in those negotiations. They've been in good faith. All this does is make sure that we do not have a shutdown come September 30th, nor do we have a wild effort by either individual members or either party to demand things in exchange for keeping the government open. The government will be open until the election is over. I actually think that's a concession and a favor to everybody. It's a favor to the American people to make sure that they are not inconvenienced and endangered by the government shutdown. Now, if we have to wait until after the election, till our friends in the Senate want to sit down and work, then we'll wait till after the election. But we don't have to wait through a shutdown. We don't have to create the temptation for individual members to exploit artificial deadline of the end of the fiscal year. We just need to keep working as we have productively. That's all this bill does. There's no poison pills in it. There's no increase in funding. There's no other extraneous legislation attached to it. It's a clean, simple CR to avoid a shutdown before a scheduled election and to give us enough time after that election to sit down, either resolve our differences, which is what I hope we can do, or if we need additional time, we'll look at that then. If there's other matters along the way, we're happy to sit down and talk about those. We just want to take the possibility of a government shutdown off the table. Now, some people may think that's being cautious. Those people would probably not be aware that we went through the longest full government shutdown in American history, triggered by our friends in the United States Senate, the Democrats in the United States Senate. Some people might think that, again, we run the risk at our borders. We had to resort to extraordinary measures to continue to fund the Border Patrol. Why anybody's mad at the Border Patrol, I'll never know. All they've done is their job. We've had no known illegal entries in the United States in over a year. That's something to be proud of. So why the Border Patrol is mixed up in this, I'll never know, but I'm happy to talk to my friends about it on the other side. Let's do the prudent thing, as my friend Mr. Womack said. Let's take out an insurance policy. Let's remove the option of a government shutdown, and let's continue to work in good faith. We've done that in this House. That's why all 12 bills are out of committee. I commend my friends on the other side. They made their points. They made their arguments. They supported a couple of those bills. Others, they might not. But the point is, they worked in good faith. That's not happened in the United States Senate. We've had 2 shutdowns triggered by people that historically condemn any shutdown. Their argument has always in the past been, let's keep the government open while we negotiate. That's all this CR does. It ensures no artificial deadline and ensures we'll get the election in a rearview mirror without shutting down the government as we move into an election. So we think this is a prudent thing to do. I hope some of my friends on the other side will accept that view and vote accordingly. If not, we'll try to do this on our own, but we would prefer to do it in cooperation with our friends. And that's, again, that's all we're trying to do. So I would urge, Mr. Speaker, that my colleagues support this bill, that we make sure there is no government shutdown come the end of the fiscal year, and that we make sure we can conduct our elections in November without the threat of a shutdown leading into those elections. Then we would prudently try to resolve our differences on the other side of the election. Pretty simple stuff. Again, we're willing to talk about other matters that our friends want to bring up. We just want to take the option of a shutdown off the table. It's that simple. So I urge my colleagues to support this bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oklahoma yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1438, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill making continuing appropriations for fiscal year 2027 and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition?
I ask the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
Does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 8800.
Without objection, pursuant to House Resolution 1438 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 8800. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 8800, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2027 for military activities of the Department of Defense, for military construction, and for defense activities of the Department of Energy, to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for the purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and amendments specified in the first section of House Resolution 1438 and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or their respective designees. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Throughout our committee's oversight hearings this year, we've heard a consistent theme. The defense industrial base, the foundation of our military power, is in deep trouble. Over the last 30 years, the defense industrial base has atrophied significantly. We are no longer capable of manufacturing for our warfighters at scale and speed. In the 1990s, America had 51 prime defense contractors. Today, only 6 remain. Skilled talent has left the workforce, leaving hundreds of thousands of defense manufacturing jobs unfilled. Excessive regulation pushed small businesses, startups, and private capital out of the defense business. Inconsistent demand signals discourage prime contractors from investing in production capacity. As a result, our stockpiles of critical defense articles have fallen to dangerously low levels. That includes critical minerals, which we have very little capacity to mine, refine, or process. While America allowed vital manufacturing capability to erode, China did not. China's shipbuilding capacity dwarfs ours. They are outproducing us on ships, drones, and munitions. They control over 90% of the world's critical mineral refining and processing capacity, and they have embedded themselves deep within our defense supply chains. The consequences are clear. There are growing doubts about our ability to sustain a protracted conflict against China and our other adversaries, and that's unacceptable. We must take action to address these problems before American deterrence erodes any further. The FY27 NDAA takes that action. This year's bill is focused on revitalizing the defense industrial base. We are giving industry the certainty it needs to invest, expand, and produce faster. We're cutting needless regulations that prevent innovative businesses from working with the Pentagon. We're reviving our organic industrial base by improving conditions at our depots, arsenals, and shipyards. We're securing our supply chain by giving the department authorities to better identify vulnerabilities and then replace them with domestic or allied sources. And we're creating new jobs and helping Americans build advanced technical skills. In addition to revitalizing the defense industrial base, the NDAA meets our other crucial needs. We are raising pay for service members and improving housing, education, and child care for military families. We're strengthening our nuclear deterrence and missile defense while maintaining a strong posture to deter our adversaries. And we're prioritizing the development of innovative technologies that will give our warfighters the edge in future conflicts. To support these policies, we're authorizing $1.15 trillion in discretionary funds to match President Trump's historic budget request. For the first time in 40 years, we've been presented a budget that accounts for the true cost of American deterrence. This top line begins to reverse the damage caused by decades of underinvestment in the U.S. military. But we understand that with this historic investment comes an even more urgent need to guard against waste, fraud, and abuse. The bill does so by cutting nearly $30 billion in wasteful spending, reducing fraudulent payments, and providing new authorities to ensure the Pentagon achieves a full, clean audit within 24 months. Peace through strength doesn't begin on the battlefield. It begins in our factories, our depots, and our shipyards. This bill reflects our commitment to rebuild that foundation. It will build the ready, capable, and lethal fighting force we need to deter China and other adversaries. I urge all my colleagues to support it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
First of all, I want to thank Chairman Rogers for the process that he put together on this bill. In committee, I think we had a very fair and open process, certainly the way the bill was put together originally. Chairman did a lot of work in the last couple of years on acquisition reform. We did that in a bipartisan way. It's reflected in the substance that was in the bill. And then we had a very good debate. A lot of amendments were offered, and I think it was handled in a very bipartisan way. So the product has a lot of good aspects to it, and the chairman mentioned most of them. The continuation down the road of acquisition reform, which can best be summed up as we need to innovate faster at scale. And the chairman did a great job of describing why that's so important, the progress we've made, and why this committee has played such a crucial role in helping to make that happen. And I think we should be proud of that. I think the bill also reflects support for the troops, as the chairman mentioned. Pay raise, but more than that, just generally making sure that they have the support, they and their families have the support they need. This builds off of the quality of life work task force that we had 2 years ago to continue to show strong support for our troops. And yes, crucially, the oversight component. We are really focused on trying to get the Pentagon to the place where they can pass an audit, where we can be more confident that the money that they are spending is being effectively spent. And I think this bill reflects that. We also, Chairman didn't mention this, but we've had a lot of frustrations with this particular Pentagon in terms of them not providing information in a timely manner to us or to the American public. We have a number of provisions in this bill that require that or fence funding for aspects of the Pentagon to get them there. I will say also a couple of Democratic amendments did pass in the process. We got collective bargaining for all defense employees back in, a bipartisan vote. We also changed back to the base names that the commission put in place, which I think is a very positive step. So there are a lot of good things about this bill and certainly about the process as it came out of committee. There's just 3 problems from a Democratic perspective. First of all, the rule is incredibly partisan. There are a number of issues on the size of the budget, a number of oversight issues, concerns we have about the war in Iran. None of those amendments were ruled in order. And I just don't think that's the way this process should work. They should be ruled in order. If they want to vote them down, vote them down. But to have completely blocked any of those Democratic amendments, of the amendments that are up for debate, I believe that only one is a Democratic amendment. Now, there's a lot of mutually agreed upon stuff that's on block, but on the truly controversially important amendments, they don't give us a chance to even have the debate. And those debates are incredibly important because there are a lot of concerns we have, not so much with this bill as with the Department of Defense as it is currently being run. And as the president is currently exercising national security and defense policy in this country. And I will mention just 2. Number 1, the war in Iran. We're all sort of, I guess, in collective denial about what an utter disaster this has been and how it is getting worse every day. We lost 4 more service members over the weekend. This after we have been told over and over and over again that Iran is completely obliterated. They have no military capacity whatsoever. And yet they're still launching missiles, they're still launching drones, they're still wounding and killing American service members and threatening the shipping throughout the Strait of Hormuz. The degree to which the president is not living in reality on the war in Iran is unbelievably alarming. Why do we let this continue? Why does not the Republican Party speaker say, yes, it would be great if we could drop a certain number of bombs on Iran and they'd quit and they'd give up and they'd abandon their nuclear program, they'd abandon their support for terrorism, they would get rid of their ballistic missile program, they would open up the Strait of Hormuz. There is no plan to make that happen. And yet the president keeps going forward, keeps dropping more bombs, deplenishing our stockpile, placing us at greater risk and creating greater global chaos. And whatever else may be said about the NDAA, there's a lot of positive aspects to it. It will continue to support the Department of Defense that the president is using to wage this war, this incredibly disastrous, terrible decision of a war. And that makes it very difficult to support this. We need to get peace now, and that would help. Second, the amount of money. You add it up, this is $1.15 billion. They want $350 billion for a reconciliation package, and they want another $90 billion in an in a supplemental package. That puts them at $1.6 trillion. Could we effectively spend $1.6 trillion in the Department of Defense? Maybe. I question whether or not they could spend that much money that quickly, that effectively, but sure. There's a lot of more missiles we could buy. There's drones we could buy. There's ships we could buy. There's planes we could buy. We have a $40 trillion debt. We're making cuts in Medicaid and other health care programs in order to fund this $1.6 trillion. And even then, we're still driving up the debt because we insist on doing $4 trillion in tax cuts. The math just doesn't add up. We cannot support a defense budget of that size when we know that it is making it more likely that we're going to struggle to fund crucial domestic programs in healthcare, in infrastructure, in energy, in all kinds of areas that are an incredible priority. So the dollar figure is simply too high. And I will close by, this is a plea that always falls on deaf ears, but I will try. You can't vote to increase the debt by $4 trillion and then a couple months later, vote for a balanced budget amendment. I mean, we're not living in reality around here. Make a decision, all right? Either the debt's fine, you don't worry about it, or you want to balance it. You can't vote to increase the debt and then say, oh my gosh, we need a balanced budget amendment. So the lack of fiscal reality, I think, is one of the two biggest problems with this bill. The other one, of course, being the continued support for the war in Iran that is implicitly included in it. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the chairman of the Tactical Air Land Subcommittee, Mr. Whitman of Virginia.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support today of H.R. 8800, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2027. I'd first like to acknowledge and thank Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith for their leadership in putting together this critical piece of legislation. I also thank my friend and subcommittee ranking member, Don Norcross, for his partnership in leading the subcommittee on tactical air and land forces. Also, I'd like to thank our tactical air and land professional staff, Michael Curlin, Heath Boak, Caroline Curley, Brooke Allred, Amelia Latinsky, Jay Valerio, and Andrew Smith. The FY27 NDAA takes several steps to ensure that our service members operate with unmatched capabilities to deter and defeat our adversaries. This bill allows the Secretary of War to enter into multi-year procurement contracts for both the F-15EX and F-35 aircraft. H.R. 8800 prioritizes helicopter and rotorcraft procurement, authorizing the purchase of additional Chinook, Black Hawk, and Gray Wolf helicopters. It also fully funds the future long-range assault aircraft program to continue development of the MB-75 Cheyenne. Our forces must excel in both offensive and counter-small UAS mission sets. This bill also assists the Department in achieving this by standardizing SUAS operating systems, establishing SUAS test ranges to inform and accelerate drone innovation. To counter such systems, the bill strengthens the definition of counter-UAS systems and applies standards for networked, autonomous, kinetic capabilities for SUAS defense. This NDAA also emphasizes the importance of our munitions supply. It directs the Army to expand and upgrade facilities used to manufacture 155mm artillery rounds and advances the integration of novel energetics into weapon systems. Lastly, the bill leans into innovation by expediting the development and procurement of non-traditional intermediate range fires capabilities. Mr. Speaker, this is an extremely strong bill that sends a signal to our service members that we have their back.
The gentleman's time
I
has
urge this
expired.
bill's passage, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Does the gentleman from Alabama reserve? Reserve. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As ranking member of the Sea Power and Projection Forces Subcommittee, I recognize myself for 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Mr. Chair, I rise to endorse many provisions of the Sea Power and Projection Forces mark of the 2027 NDAA, which our subcommittee crafted under the able leadership of my good friend, Chairman Trent Kelly. A whole range of much-needed Navy warships and auxiliary platforms are authorized in this bill using multi-year contracting, which will save money for the taxpayer and provide certainty to our shipbuilding industrial base to invest and grow. The bill authorizes $15 billion for the Pentagon's #1 acquisition priority, the Columbia-class ballistic submarine program. It also provides $12.5 billion for Virginia-class attack submarines and full funding for shipyard wage improvements and workforce pipelines that are vital to hiring and retention. Adding more Virginia subs will grow our undersea fleet and keep our commitment to Pillar 1 of the AUKUS security agreement to sell 3 in-service subs to the Australian Navy in the 2030s. Multi-year contracts for destroyers and oilers are also included, as well as investments in missiles and hypersonics from unmanned surface vessels. Ukraine has demonstrated how effective unmanned systems are in their defense against Russia's Black Sea invasion, and we must embrace that trend and expand our unmanned capabilities. There are areas of disagreement in this bill, particularly its approval of the administration's request for $1 billion for obsolete battleships without a detailed design. I would note last month, the Senate Armed Services Committee wisely voted to reject this wasteful request. That money should instead be spent for the Marine Corps' request for new landing ships, which is missing from both this bill and the new reconciliation bill. Mr. Chair, the NDAA has passed for 65 consecutive years because of disciplined avoidance of irrelevant, hyperpartisan amendments. Unfortunately, the NDAA rule passed earlier today, merging the NDAA with a completely non-germane voter suppression bill, the SAVE Act, violates that long tradition. If Republican leadership is serious about passing a 66th NDAA with bipartisan support, the SAVE Act merger should be stripped from the bill or later in conference. I look forward to achieving that outcome, if not today, then later in the NDAA negotiations with the Senate. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the chairman of the Strategic Forces Subcommittee, Dr. Desjardins of Tennessee.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers. I rise today in favor of the fiscal year 2027 National Defense Authorization Act. As the chairman of the Strategic Forces Subcommittee, I was proud to work in a bipartisan fashion along with my friend and ranking member Seth Moulton on some of the most consequential issues to our national security. This legislation authorizes full funding to keep modernizing the nation's nuclear forces, as well as the Department of Energy's scientific and production capabilities upon which our deterrent depends. It also improves acquisition flexibility for the nuclear enterprise and refocuses statutory requirements related to plutonium pit production on the long-term need for the deterrent. We authorize significant increases for many programs that support the Golden Dome Initiative and border missile defense efforts, including space-based sensing, development of the Next Generation Interceptor, and procurement of Standard Missile-3 interceptors. In space, we require a single official to lead the vital positioning, navigation, and timing enterprise and eliminate the current PNT bureaucracy. We also streamline redundant space acquisition organizations to build on the progress made last year to reform acquisitions. Perhaps most importantly, this bill authorizes a historic increase in the Space Force's budget. This will allow them to bring online the next generation of systems necessary to fight and win in space and support new missions to address emerging threats. This bill prioritizes the industrial base, expands U.S. defense production capacity, and supports the President's request to raise all service members' pay. It rebuilds depleted munition stockpiles through new authorities and saves taxpayers over $30 billion by cutting inefficient programs and government bureaucracy. I encourage all of my colleagues to vote in support of this legislation, and I yield back the remainder of my time to Chairman Rogers.
And I reserve.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of the House Armed Services Subcommittee on Readiness, Mr. Garamendi of California.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I want to honor those members of the military that lost their lives recently in the Iran conflict. I also want to thank Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith for their leadership. Chairman Bergman, it's been a pleasure working with you. You're a great partner. And I want to thank the Readiness Subcommittee, both on the majority and minority side. I'm proud of what we're able to accomplish this year, authorizing over $2 billion for new barracks and dormitories and other critical infrastructure projects. The bill includes positive provisions, including service member pay raises, protections for civilian workers, right to repair authorities, and transparency on military operations in the Middle East. But good provisions do not cure the larger problems this bill faces. I voted against this bill in committee and will on the floor. This bill cannot continue to increase military spending while the administration unilaterally misuses our armed forces at home and abroad as they intend to fight immigration and, of course, Iran. This bill also authorized more than $1.5 trillion, plus another $300 billion in a reconciliation bill, which apparently will be with us soon. $1.5 trillion, plus another $80 or $90 billion to pay for the Iran war. This is an outrageous and dangerously irresponsible amount of spending. Increasing the budget is not a strategy. Without discipline and oversight, it rewards programs that are over budget, behind schedule, and failing to deliver. And how is all this paid for? Cuts for health care. Medicaid is eviscerated in the upcoming months ahead. Children food programs in schools and out, not there. They'll go hungry. Several $100 billion in health care, gone. And it goes on and on and on. And by the way, if you're a deficit hawk, this could not possibly be in your interest.
The gentleman's time has expired.
15 seconds.
The gentleman has 15 more seconds.
And I haven't even gotten to my favorite issue, the Sentinel and the programs of our nuclear arsenal. Again, why? We don't need the Sentinel. We don't need to spend billions on it. We can get along quite well with the existing Minuteman. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from Connecticut reserve?
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Mississippi, the chairman of the Sea Power and Projections Forces Subcommittee, Mr. Kelly.
The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to start by commending the chairman for his leadership over the committee for the last 6 years. I'm excited to highlight a few of the many wins for the Sea Power and Projection Forces Subcommittee in this year's bill. The committee reported product authorized the procurement of the 4th Columbia-class submarine, 2 Virginia-class submarines, 2 guided missile destroyers, and 2 amphibious warships. Combined with incremental funding authority for long lead time components for the Virginia-class program, multi-year procurement authority for destroyers, and multi-ship procurement authority for future amphibious warships, we are supporting responsible investments in the future of our surface fleet and in the continued growth of our subsea advantages. At the same time, we are growing our asymmetric capabilities, investing in transformational and innovative unmanned systems like the MQ-25 carrier-launched unmanned aircraft and unmanned surface vehicles to complement our traditional platforms in a lethal high-low mix. This bill also contains parts of the SHIPS Act, which will help us down the path to a rejuvenated maritime industrial base. We are also reinforcing our commitment to our force projection and airborne combat capabilities with procurement of intra-theater airlift, 12 P-8 maritime patrol aircraft, 6 E-2Ds, Hawkeye airborne early warning aircraft, a new strategic sea lift vehicle, a bulk fuel vehicle. We also provide authorities for cost savings and consistent demand signal to the industry for a multi-year procurement of E-2D aircraft as well. The challenges of our global security environment are only growing more complex, but what cannot change is our ability to project American power. The technology and platforms may change with the moment, but the end goal remains the same: peace through strength. This is a strong bill that makes essential steps towards delivering on the promise now and for the years to come. I urge all members to vote yes. I would like to thank my ranking member, Joe Courtney, and the staff, Kyle Knowles, Kelly Goggins, Janine Womble, Abby Snyder, and my personal staff, Samaj Red, Shields Armstrong, and our fellow Mark Mundy. I thank the gentleman for allowing me to speak in favor of the FY27 NDA, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of the House Armed Services Subcommittee on Tactical Air and Land Forces, Mr. Norcross of New Jersey.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to thank Ranking Member Smith and Chairman Rogers to craft this bill. Mr. Chairman, this bill continues the Tactical Air and Land Forces Subcommittee proud bipartisan tradition and reinforcing our shared responsibility for managing strategic risk. In particular, thanks to Chairman Whitman and our subcommittee staff for building this strong bipartisan bill. I am, however, disappointed some in the majority would kill this bipartisan hard work that we've done on this bill. Our service members and their families deserve better. Mr. Chairman, this bill authorizes funding levels for key defense programs, including $4.3 billion for a helicopter procurement, $3.3 billion for the F-35 program, over $3.9 billion for ground combat vehicles, and over $4.9 billion for key weapon system procurement. Mr. Chairman, this bill also addresses the risk, the cost of military modernization without sacrificing oversight, such as authorizing multi-year procurement for the F-15EX and the F-35 aircraft, conditional on procuring sufficient spares for each aircraft, requiring the Air Force to budget for procurement a sufficient number of E-7 aircraft, authorizing multi-year procurement for key munitions, coupled with strong funding for the munitions industrial base. Mr. Chairman, this bill also includes legislation that fortifies the Office of the Director of Operational Testing and Evaluation. I remain great concern with this administration's plan for the DOT&E. We must ensure this office remains independent and relevant. And finally, I'd like to thank our subcommittee personal staff, including Jay Valerio, Mike Curlin, Heath Bope, Carolyn Carley, Brooke Allred, and certainly my personal staff, Sam DeVito, Nadia Khan, and our defense fellow, Captain John Dessier. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my colleague from Nebraska, the chairman of the Subcommittee on Cyber Information Technologies and Innovation, Mr. Bacon.
The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 8800, the National Defense Authorization Act, for fiscal year 2027. I'd like to thank Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith for their leadership in compiling this bill. And by the way, it passed with a huge bipartisan majority in committee. I'd also like to thank my friend and subcommittee ranking member, Mr. Rokana, for his collaboration this year. And I appreciate the great subcommittee staff who do such a fantastic job. As we've seen across modern battlefields, technology is evolving at a faster rate than ever before. Artificial intelligence, cyber, quantum, biotechnology, and other emerging capabilities are changing the way wars are fought and won. The United States is the gold standard for scientific innovation, and it is of the utmost importance that we remain committed to equipping our service members with the most up-to-date, state-of-the-art, and mission-relevant tools available. This year's NDA delivers on that promise by supporting our defense, industrial base, our science and technology communities, and our warfighters. The FY27 NDA helps lay the foundation for our future technological edge by providing budget certification authority for the Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering to enable better oversight in the military services, S&T, budgets, and priorities. This bill also requires the Department to review, update, and modernize its policies on leveraging AI for military functions, ensuring more secure and robust development of AI capabilities. The FY27 NDAA also helps tackle the valley of death by requiring more formal integration and technology transition between the Defense Innovation Unit and military services. Finally, this defense bill importantly restores our defense spending to 4.5% of the GDP, which is critical to deter conflict and reinforce America's commitment to ensuring security and stability around the world. This NDA is a strong, bipartisan bill that takes care of our service members, promotes U.S. military dominance. I urge all my colleagues to support, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am pleased to yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of the House Subcommittee on Military Personnel, Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania.
The gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member Mr. Smith and Mr. Speaker. Today I have the opportunity to speak briefly with regards to the fiscal year NDAA, fiscal year 27 NDAA. The bipartisan bill that passed out of committee includes many quality of life provisions and priorities for our service members and their families. These issues have an immeasurable impact on our recruitment and our retention efforts as well as on readiness. The bill includes a targeted pay raise in which junior service members would get higher pay increases. And these improvements to service members' paychecks should provide welcome relief to military families who are still struggling with ever-increasing gas and food prices caused by the ill-conceived and poorly executed tariffs and the current war with Iran. H.R. 8800 also addresses the growing concerns about medical readiness and access to health care by reversing efforts by the Department to limit the scope of services available at military treatment facilities. We need to make sure that military treatment facilities and military health system can deliver a force that is medically ready to deploy at a moment's notice. And just as importantly, we must be sure that the medical providers themselves have the requisite skills to address whatever injuries might come their way. The bill expands ongoing efforts to improve access to safe and quality child care by including au pairs in the Child Care in Your Home pilot program and establishing a student internship program to improve recruitment and staffing of military child development centers. And it provides a process by which military families, excluding a permanent change of station, will receive timely and relevant relocation assistance and available child care and food access services in advance of that military duty station move. And finally, the bill requires the Department to issue regulations banning the Department of Defense personnel from insider trading on prediction markets, a necessary and crucial step in safeguarding our national security. We brought this bill to the floor in a bipartisan fashion, and I urge my colleagues to reject poison pill riders that will just destabilize this important work and not insert bipartisan politics over the well-being of our service members. This NDAA, like many previous defense bills, should continue to be bipartisan. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, the chairman of the Readiness Subcommittee, Mr. Bergman.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the chairman for yielding. Each of us swore an oath to support and defend the U.S. Constitution. It is the basis for which we serve. Within our Constitution is the enumerated responsibility of Congress to raise an army and maintain a navy. Our committee fulfilled our constitutional duty when we reported the National Defense Authorization Act to the floor today. As our chairman indicated, we are delivering on President Trump's request to authorize the first of 2 defense appropriations, including this authorization of $1.15 trillion. While there is much to be made about the generational investments in ships and aviation, this bill also fully supports the sustainment of the defense enterprise. It strengthens our nation's commitments to our service members and their families, and it delivers major quality of life initiatives, including significant funding for facilities. Now, it is easy for some members to reject this bill because it provides too much money for our national security. Theirs is a false hope that a chaotic and irreverent global disorder will never reach the shores of our magnificent nation. I reject this premise. I believe we are already in a strategic race for the continued rise and stability of our nation. This defense budget sits as the cornerstone of this great enterprise. We need to fulfill our constitutional responsibility, and we need it now. I want to thank my Readiness Subcommittee ranking member, Mr. John Garamendi, and our personnel and professional staff that serve our Readiness Subcommittee. We are united in purpose in making our Department of War a presence to be respected in both peace and, if necessary, prevail in conflict.
I commend Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith for delivering this magnificent defense bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
We don't have any further speakers at this point, so we will reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Chairman of the Subcommittee on Intelligence and Special Operations, Dr. Jackson.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 8800, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2027. I would like to begin by thanking Chairman Rogers for his leadership in bringing the NDAA to the fore for the 66th consecutive year. As Chairman of the Intelligence and Special Operations Subcommittee, I'm especially proud that this bill provides our Special Operations Forces, the Defense Intelligence Enterprise, and the Security Cooperation Enterprise with the tools and resources needed to execute the Department's national defense strategy and counter an ever-changing threat landscape. Crucially, this bill provides an approximate $1.3 billion increase in funding for U.S. Special Operations Command to address critical needs within its programs. The bill also invests in a wide range of intelligence capabilities and disciplines, including my provision to develop a periodic ISR strategy to make better threat-informed decisions. We continue to ask more of our Special Operations Forces, uniform and civilian intelligence personnel and security cooperation personnel, and this year's NDAA ensures that they are equipped with the capabilities necessary to maintain their operational edge over any adversary. I would also like to highlight that this bill advances critical reforms to revitalize our defense industrial base, restore lethality, and deliver on President Trump's Peace Through Strength agenda. I was proud to lead efforts to support test and training space for unmanned aerial systems, incorporate foreign military sales demand into domestic industrial base assessments, and to officially restore the name of the Department of War. Finally, I want to recognize the tremendous work of the professional staff from the ISO subcommittee and my personal office in developing this bill. And I would also like to thank Ranking Member Jason Crow for his hard work in this endeavor. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 8800, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Oh, we continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon, Chairman of the Subcommittee on Military Personnel.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for your dedication. You're a great American, truly, and it's been an honor to serve under Chairman Rogers. I'd also like to thank Ranking Member Smith for their good faith efforts to do everything they can to protect our country, and they truly are a credit. We want to thank them from the bottom of our hearts. The fiscal year 2027 NDAA contains substantial wins for service members and their families and continues the committee's tradition of improving the quality of life of service members and their families by authorizing a substantial pay raise, expanding child care, and reauthorizing special pays and bonuses, a significant overhaul of the military health system, and multiple military justice reforms. The bill also expands access to health care, increases dental coverage for our children and members of the Guard and Reserve, prevents the elimination of uniformed doctors, and increases access to specialty care. Additionally, this bill invests in our defense industrial base by completely restructuring the pay and personnel policies for our wage-grade employees in order to increase wages and reward our hardest workers with quicker promotions and more substantial bonuses. The FY 27 NDAA includes essential reforms that we all know are critical to refocus our military on warfighting and lethality by requiring all personnel actions to be based on individual merit and demonstrated performance rather than race, ethnicity, or sex, or preventing weaponization of administrative investigations. Mr. Chairman, I strongly urge the passage of the FY 27 NDAA so we can deliver on our promises to our service members and their families. I'd like to personally thank, from our personal office, Andrew Bond and James Nuxil, and also our professional staff here, Dave Giacchetti, Hannah Kaufman, Ali Evers, Ellie Bender, Anna Reed, and from the minority staff, Ilka Regino and Michaela Reardon. They've all been really great to work with, and I think we had a wonderful year. And I also want to thank again the leadership from the chairman and the ranking member, and I yield.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is
We
recognized.
continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to my friend and colleague from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to support the National Defense Authorization Act. We all appreciate Chairman Mike Rogers for his leadership and commitment for our men and women in uniform and for promoting peace through strength. We're in a conflict we did not choose between dictators with rule of gun invading democracies with rule of law. This National Defense Authorization Act prepares America for emerging threats from our adversaries who, working together, seek to destroy our hard-won freedom. This bill makes clear that we stand with our allies against murderous invasion. America is engaged in worldwide competition. There is inclusion of robust authorization for nuclear modernization, emerging technologies, information operations, and industrial capacity advancements. President Donald Trump has made it clear we will defend American families with our allies, give our warriors the tools they need to win. Israel research has been vital for missile defense, and Ukraine is leading on drones and robotics. The late Sergeant Thomas Kaufman of Lexington, South Carolina, an American hero, is correct. Freedom is not free. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I yield back my time.
And I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. Kiggins.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the fiscal year 2027 National Defense Authorization Act. As a Navy veteran, former helicopter pilot, Navy spouse, and Navy mom, I know our military is only as strong as the men and women who serve. This bill puts our warfighters first by supporting a pay raise of up to 7% and providing them with the training, equipment, and resources they need to fight, win, and return home safely. It strengthens American air power, rebuilds our munitions stockpiles, advances unmanned and next-generation technologies, and invests in ships the Navy needs. It also supports American shipbuilders, ship repair professionals, aviators, and maintainers who keep our fleet at sea and our aircraft in the sky. I'm proud that my provisions will accelerate the development of American-made unmanned surface vessels, bring greater transparency to TRICARE, fight to protect pharmacy choice, expand access to child care, and improve military nursing staff shortages. This bill delivers peace through strength for our military, for our families, and for Virginia's 2nd Congressional District in Hampton Roads. I urge its passage, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to an outstanding member of the Armed Services Committee, the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the FY27 National Defense Authorization Act. Guam is on the front line of America's national security in the Pacific. This bill delivers nearly $1.9 billion in vital defense investments on the island while ensuring the people of Guam remain a priority. This legislation secures an extension to the H-2B workforce provision through 2035 to guarantee long-term stability for our local economy. It sets a target for military commissaries to source at least 15% of produce from local farmers, expanded workforce credentialing for our students, and protected local land by removing a proposed military acquisition of over 100 acres. Guam has carried a tremendous share of our nation's defense, responsibilities for generations. As the people of Guam continue to serve this country, the passage of this NDAA will in turn serve our island. I urge our colleagues to support the passage of this bipartisan bill. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to recognize another outstanding member of the Armed Services Committee, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mills.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Likewise, you're an amazing chairman. We appreciate everything that you've done for the National Defense Authorization Act, but also for our warfighters. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of my amendment in the National Defense Authorization Act. Right now, our nation's defense industrial base is facing a massive supply chain crisis. We need to innovate, be agile, resilient, and we need to win. And the answer is right here in our small businesses, especially our employee-owned small businesses, also known as ESOPs. In 2021, the Department of Defense created a pilot program to incentivize contracting with high-performing worker-owned companies. It was a great idea, but under the current rules, a business must be 100% employee-owned to qualify. Mr. Speaker, that rigid rule locks out nearly 6,500 ESOPs nationwide, covering 14 to 15 million American workers. It makes the program completely unusable for the vast majority of ESOPs in a place in every district represented in this chamber. My amendment fixes this by aligning the ESOP threshold with the Small Business Administration rules and giving the Department of War discretion to rate these companies on merit and not formula. Data shows that employee-owned companies consistently perform better, stay resilient, and deliver higher value. By lowering this arbitrary barrier, we support these businesses while we boost competition in the DOW procurement, support American workers, and drive federal dollars back to the main street. Let's empower our small businesses, strengthen our national security, and pass this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to recognize an outstanding freshman member of the Armed Services Committee, a gentleman from Virginia, Mr. McGuire. Did he not show up? I would amend that. I would like to recognize a former member of the Armed Services Committee, Mr. Strong of Alabama, for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment. This amendment would compromise the intent of the program. Congress created and strengthened a pilot program to incentivize the Department of Defense to contract with businesses that are wholly owned by their employees. This wasn't a partisan idea. It was championed by members from across the political spectrum because it works for the department and for the workforce. My district is home to companies that have flourished under full employee ownership, and their success underscores exactly why this program was designed the way it was. Yes, this amendment would extend that benefit to partially owned firms where a single owner or a small group retains control. The benefit shifts away from the employees this program was designed to reward and undermines the very purpose of the pilot program. For this reason, I respectfully oppose the amendment. I yield back.
And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to recognize a freshman member of the Armed Services Committee, gentleman from Virginia, Mr. McGuire, for 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers, Ranking Member Smith, for your leadership. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this historic National Defense Authorization Act. In the Navy, we used to say, the more you sweat in peace, the less you bleed in war. For decades, our defense industrial base was allowed to decay, but thanks to President Trump, our Secretary of War, and this Armed Services Committee, we're finally turning the ship around. This bill supercharges our industrial base and builds on last year's acquisition reforms. For Virginia's 5th District, this bill unleashes local expertise in munitions manufacturing and next-generation nuclear power. We wouldn't have a country without our men and women in uniform. We owe them the best we've got. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, and I reserve, and I am prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself the balance of our time. I just, again, want to thank the chairman for the process that we went through here. I've made the arguments, don't want to restate them and belabor them, but we are deeply concerned about the ongoing war in Iran. No plan, no direction, continually rising costs, and we are also concerned about the amount of money that's being poured into defense at the same time that we are seeing cuts in Medicaid, cuts in food stamps, cuts in a variety of programs that are enormously important, and tax cuts that continue as the deficit and the debt get ever higher. So with that, I will yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to take a minute to thank my friend, the ranking member, Smith, for his tremendous partnership in fashioning this piece of bipartisan work that's so important for our nation. He's been a great partner, and I do want everybody to know that. This is a very important bill. It provides critical authorities for our warfighters to keep us free and safe. I urge all members to support it, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Armed Services printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 11933 shall be considered as adopted. The bill, as amended, shall be considered as the original bill for purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part A of House Report 119-755. Amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of House Resolution 1438 and pro forma amendments described in Section 4 of that resolution. Each further amendment printed in Part A of House Report 119-755 may be offered only in the order printed in the report by the member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and the opponent, shall not be subjected to amendment except as provided in Section 4 of House Resolution 1438, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Armed Services or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in Part A of House Report 119-755, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 40 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member or ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or their designees. Shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of House Resolution 1438, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. During consideration of H.R. 8800 for amendment, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments, each at any point for the purpose of debate. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in Part A of House Report 119-755. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to offer amendment number 1 as the designee for Mr. Roy.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1438, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of amendment number 1307. This amendment strikes section 1213 of the bill, which would delay the deadline for the Afghanistan War Commission's final report. Instead, it maintains the reporting deadline already established in current law. The American people, our veterans, Gold Star families, and all who served in Afghanistan deserve timely answers. Congress created this commission to examine 2 decades of war, learn from our successes and failures, and ensure those lessons are not forgotten. Delaying that work only postpones the accountability and transparency that the commission was created to provide. This amendment does not change the Commission's mission. It does not alter its responsibilities. It simply ensures that the work Congress has already directed is completed on the timeline we originally required. We owe it to those who served, those who sacrificed, and the American people to keep this important effort on track. I urge my colleagues to support amendment number 1307. Mr. Chairman, with that, I reserve.
One reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition to the amendment led by Ms. Boebert.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I understand my colleagues' eagerness to conclude the Afghanistan War Commission's work and to have a full accounting of our nation's longest war. A war that spanned 20 years, trillions of dollars, millions of combat tours, thousands of American lives lost, tens of thousands of American lives and families forever altered. But I do not want a half measure. I do not want an accounting that is not full and complete. When this body, when this Congress and the Armed Services Committee created the Afghanistan War Commission years ago, on a bipartisan basis, we structured this to be a full and complete accounting. Both sides appointed their members. We have a Republican co-chair, a Democratic co-chair. The work of this commission has been impressive so far. Over 350 interviews, tens of thousands of documents reviewed, field hearings across this nation. But the work is not yet complete. Both the Republicans on the commission and the Democrats on the commission say as much. They need another year to make sure that it presents a clear picture of the things we did right, the things we did wrong, so that we are not condemned to repeat the same mistakes in the past, as the saying goes. So yes, I want a timely result. But the thousands of Americans who gave their lives, the tens of thousands who stepped up to serve, deserve a full and complete accounting of what happened and ultimately what went wrong. So I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment and make sure that we have the time necessary to have the complete story so that we can fix it, we can do it better, and we can ensure that this never happens again. So I implore my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As was stated, this war was 2 decades. I don't believe the Commission needs 2 decades to complete its work. I urge support of my colleagues for this amendment, and I yield.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, the chairman of the House Armed Services Committee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congress established the Afghanistan War Commission to provide the American people with accountability and transparency after 20 years of war that claimed nearly 2,500 American service members. The Commission has interviewed hundreds of senior leaders across 4 administrations and reviewed thousands of sensitive records. While the Commission has completed a first draft of its report, government shutdowns and delays in accessing certain agency records have made a 1-year extension necessary. I share the desire for accountability, but we don't get it if the Commission is forced to turn in an incomplete product. This extension will ensure the Commission's work is complete and accurate. I urge all members to oppose the amendment respectfully.
The gentleman has the only time remaining.
Sorry again, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman has the only time remaining.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is prepared to close. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the commission of this, or the work of this commission, pardon me, has been incredible. We're not asking for 20 years. We're not asking for 2 years. We're asking for a 1-year extension so that the Republicans and the Democrats who have dedicated their time to a full and thorough accounting of our nation's longest war can do so on a professional and bipartisan basis. And you've heard from the chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, whose leadership helped establish this commission as well. We need to do this right. The men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice and their families deserve all of the answers and all of the accountability. And the additional 1-year extension is necessary to complete that. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Amen.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in Part A of House Report 119-755. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to offer amendment number 2 as the designee for Mr. Roy.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Ms. Bober of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1438, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of amendment number 1304. America's military service academies have a clear important mission to educate, train, and prepare the next generation of officers who will lead our armed forces. Admission to these institutions is highly competitive, and every available appointment represents a significant investment by the American taxpayer. This amendment ensures that those limited opportunities are reserved for American citizens who are preparing to serve our country in uniform. Our first responsibility must be to young Americans who are willing to swear an oath to the Constitution and commit themselves to the defense of this nation. Our service academies should remain focused on producing American military leaders for the American Armed Forces. I urge my colleagues to support Amendment 1304. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to claim time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I rise in opposition to this amendment. This amendment would indeed eliminate one of the most successful and the very least expensive national security investments the United States has ever made. Since as far back as 1863, our service academies have welcomed a small number of exceptional international cadets and midshipmen to study alongside America's future military leaders, and the results have been extraordinary. Those students return home to become generals, chiefs of defense, ambassadors, and senior government officials in their own lands. They leave with lifelong relationships with the Americans that they trained with alongside and a firsthand understanding of the American military professionalism, civilian control of the military, and the very values that define our armed services. Those relationships matter. In moments of crisis, nations do not simply rely on treaties. They rely on trust. And trust is built between people long before it is tested between governments. And this program indeed builds that trust. And it does so for roughly 60 students per service academy each year. This isn't charity, it is strategy. We educate the future military leaders from allied nations, and we also send our own cadets and midshipmen overseas to study as well. Both sides built on trust, both sides better officers. America is safer because of it. Show me another defense investment that creates future allies, strengthens military-to-military relationships around the world, and expands American influence for the cost of educating a couple hundred students. You won't find one. Supporters of this amendment claim that they are putting America first, and I disagree. America leads because other nations choose to train with us, to fight alongside of us, and to learn from us. Choosing isolation over influence does not make America stronger. It makes America smaller. If members are concerned about capacity at these service academies, then let's expand that capacity and fund additional cadets or more ROTC, create more opportunities for more Americans to serve. But do not dismantle a program that has quietly strengthened American national security for generations. That's not a stronger defense, it is a weaker one. And yet another example of how undervalued and misunderstood American soft power is by this administration. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I would like to yield 1 minute of my time to my esteemed chairman of the Armed Services Committee, Chairman Rogers.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank the gentlelady. This amendment strikes a provision that prohibits the enrollment of Chinese, Russian, Iranian, and North Korean students at our military academies and replaces it with an outright ban on all foreign students, including our allies. The fact is, there is tremendous benefit in having our cadets study and train alongside cadets of our allies and partners. Furthermore, the law requires that allies who send students must pay the full tuition, room and board expenses so that the U.S. taxpayer is not paying a dime for those foreign students. The law also requires these students to be vetted by Homeland Security, state, and DOW to ensure they are not a threat. Finally, the law caps the number of accepted caps the number so that no Americans are displaced by the foreign students. The underlying bill already codifies the prohibition on students from our adversaries. We shouldn't extend that prohibition to our allies. As such, I oppose this amendment.
Gentlewoman reserves.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this is an example of what the American people are frustrated with right now. We have a majority here. The American people gave Republicans a trifecta, and every time that Republicans step up to put America first, to make our industries, our military, our economy stronger, we side with Democrats to limit those capabilities. I talk with Americans from coast to coast, from our southern border to our northern border, from the heartland of America to the Rocky Mountains. People want us to do the right thing and put Americans first. This is a common sense amendment that reserves these special limited opportunities for American citizens. Our service academies, again, should remain focused on producing American military leaders for the American armed forces. And when we see this kind of behavior of crossing the aisle to limit these possibilities for Americans, it is exactly why people back home watch us here on the House floor and get frustrated. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I would like to yield 1 minute of my time to my friend and colleague and fellow member of the Armed Services Committee, Representative Al Frith.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment that would prohibit international students from attending our United States military academies, including the United States Naval Academy in Annapolis, where I have the privilege of representing. Mr. Speaker, this short-sighted, isolationist amendment would have a serious negative impact on U.S. foreign partnerships with allied and friendly forces. For decades, foreign military officers have attended the United States military service academies with strong bipartisan support. This program actually makes our military and our national security stronger. Thousands of these officers have gone on to serve as reliable military partners to their U.S. counterparts and strengthen diplomatic and military ties. And let's be clear, American students benefit just as much. They benefit from this program by gaining experience working with officers from allied nations in a controlled environment before entering a coalition operation. In fact, U.S. officers are more confident in partnering with international counterparts who graduated from the academies as they share a common education in military strategy and doctrine. International students also only occupy a very limited number of positions. Only 1% of midshipmen are international students.
30 more seconds.
Joel is recognized.
Thank you. Which means these students do not impact the opportunities for qualified American counterparts. And again, the countries sending these international students foot the entire bill. This is not on U.S. taxpayers. As Russia and China actively educate foreign military officers to expand their influence, the U.S. needs to maintain this program so that partner nations don't seek an education elsewhere. Fundamentally, this amendment is misguided, it's xenophobic, and it does not understand the utility and value of educating international students. Every future allied chief of defense who trained in the U.S. is a strategic asset that would be nearly impossible to replicate through diplomacy alone. That is the true intent and value of the program. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, again, I urge my colleagues to support Chip Roy's amendment, number 1304, and put American cadets first.
Question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 3, printed in Part A of House Report 119-755. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to offer Amendment Number 3 as the designee for Mr. Roy.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1438, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of amendment number 1300. Our nation's military service academies exist to develop officers for the United States Armed Forces. Every cadet and midshipman receives a world-class education funded by the American taxpayer in exchange for a commitment to serve our country. This amendment restores a longstanding cap on the number of cadets who may be released early to pursue professional athletics. Exceptional athletic talent is something we certainly should celebrate, but the primary mission of our service academies is military service, not professional sports. This amendment helps ensure that early releases remain the exception, not the rule. It preserves a longstanding balance our services academies have maintained for years. Our military academies should remain focused on preparing leaders of character for our military as Congress intended. I urge my colleagues to support amendment number 1300 offered by Chip Roy of Texas. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purposes does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I yield such time as he may consume to the chairman, Mr. Rogers.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank my friend. President Trump has made it a priority to ensure that our cadets and midshipmen are treated like other college athletes and are able to compete on a level playing field with other Division I universities. The current statutory limit of 5 slots per year for cadets and midshipmen to, quote, go pro, is burdensome and prevents superior athletes from choosing to attend a service academy. These folks will still need to satisfy a 5 to 8 year service obligation in the reserves, where they will be an effective recruiting force for our military academies. As such, I respectfully oppose this amendment.
Gentleman reserves.
Yes, I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
I would just associate myself with I would yield myself such time as it may consume, and I associate myself with the remarks of Chairman Rogers, agree with his reasons for opposing it, and urge the body to oppose. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized. The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Sorry. You need more time, Mike? I yield back.
Question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 4, printed in Part A of House Report 119-755. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise to offer amendment number 4 as the designee of Mr. Roy.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1438, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Mr. Chairman, I rise today in support of my colleague Chip Roy's amendment number 1301. This amendment strikes the pilot program that would authorize voice analysis technology as a substitute for additional drug testing. Our armed forces rely on proven standards to ensure military readiness, maintain good order and discipline, and uphold public confidence. Traditional drug testing has long served as a reliable and established tool in meeting these objectives. Before replacing a proven system with a new and untested technology, Congress should be confident that the alternative has demonstrated the same level of reliability and effectiveness. This amendment takes a straightforward approach. It maintains the current standard rather than authorizing a pilot program to substitute for traditional drug testing. Our military deserves policies built on proven methods, not unnecessary experimentation. I urge my colleagues to support Amendment number 1301. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition today to the Roy Amendment. Section 518 is a limited responsible pilot. It authorizes, but does not require, the Secretary of War to test a risk-informed approach to drug testing, using voice-based assessment to help target where physical testing is actually warranted. It does not replace it. It stays inside the existing drug demand reduction program. It comes with privacy protections and a report back to this committee within 1 year, and it sunsets automatically with no action after 3 years. This amendment would kill that pilot before the department ever has the chance to evaluate it. The Department of War spends roughly $120 million a year on drug testing and burns more than 4.6 million service member hours doing it, even though only a small fraction of tests ever come back positive. A risk-informed approach could return millions of those hours to training and mission execution and save the taxpayers tens of millions of dollars every year. This is not about weakening drug testing. The statute requires the pilot to preserve deterrence, readiness, and good order and discipline. It's about testing whether we can apply our standards more intelligently instead of spreading the same blunt process across a force that is overwhelmingly clean. This is a readiness issue. It's a taxpayer issue, and it is a service member dignity issue all at once. The Roy Amendment defends an expensive, outdated status quo over a cautious, measurable pilot that has built-in oversight. Congress should be encouraging this kind of disciplined modernization, not blocking it before the Department of War ever gets the data. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment and preserve Section 518. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair,
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
I request a recorded vote and for the temperature to be turned up in here a little bit.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado will be postponed. The chair understands that Amendment 5 will not be offered. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to H.Res. 1438, I offer amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
On block number 1, consisting of amendments numbered 10, 11, 13, 16, 21, 23, 24, 25, 29, 31, 32, 33, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, and 104, printed in Part A of House Report Number 119-755, offered by Mr. Rogers of Alabama.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1438, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Chairman, at this time I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum.
Nice.
I thank the ranking member, and Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to the Hill Amendment in en bloc 2, which would reauthorize the Defense Production Act for 5 years. This administration has shown exactly how it intends to use the Defense Production Act authorizing to preempt state and local law, to bypass tribal consultation, and to take equity stakes in mining companies when it benefits the administration's allies and some family members. As a former state legislator, I'm particularly concerned about the administration's weaponization of the Defense Production Act to override state and local laws that are enacted to protect our communities. The Defense Production Act is an important tool for the DoD to work with our industrial base to meet our national security needs, and that does not mean Congress should reauthorize sweeping emergency powers without real guardrails. We need language that protects tribal consultation, prohibits the waiving of environmental laws, and institutes strong oversight in anti-corruption measures. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back, and I thank the House for its patience with the issue I was having with my throat. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, at this time I have no speakers, and I urge adoption of the en bloc package. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
We're done. Okay. I, too, have no speakers and also urge adoption of the en bloc package and yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Alabama. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. Order to consider amendment number 6, printed in Part A of House Report 119-755. For what purposes?
Amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Mr. Hunt of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1438, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Hunt, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. As a West Point graduate and Army combat veteran, I want to begin by thanking the members of the Armed Service Committee. You all have put forth legislation that protects our troops and helps ensure the United States remains ahead of its adversaries. Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to offer my amendments today. From my time in uniform, I know firsthand that the brave men and women who raise their hands to defend this country are the backbone of our military. Especially with the conflict in Iran today, I'm grateful more than ever that our sons and daughters are keeping us safe here at home and abroad. But another essential pillar of military strength is energy. Without it, our jets don't fly, our ships don't sail, and our weapon systems do not function properly. Energy security is not merely an economic concern, it is a national security concern, and that is why I am grateful for the opportunity to offer Amendment 818 to hopefully be included in the NDAA. Amendment 818 would strengthen and secure the domestic energy supply chain that supports defense installations across the country. Today, California imports nearly 70% of all of its oil from foreign countries, and 30% of that oil comes from the Middle East. It's not hyperbole to say that California has become dependent on the very oil that Iran is attempting to control through the Strait of Hormuz. This has led to a spike in gasoline prices for California residents, but it has also exemplified why our military installations should not be reliant solely on foreign oil. Washington State imports nearly 50% of its oil from abroad, despite having critical Navy and Air Force bases that need energy. And to prove this point one last time, Hawaii, home of the U.S. Pacific Command, relies almost entirely on foreign oil, 90% to be exact. 60% of Hawaii's oil comes from Argentina, 15% from Libya, and nearly 10% from Nigeria. How could one of our most significant military commands be 90% foreign oil? We could do it right here in our own country, specifically my own home state of Texas. However, we export hundreds of billions of dollars of energy from my home state. And despite these serious supply chain risks, companies working to address them too often face frivolous litigation from climate groups, even when those lawsuits weaken our military readiness. Amendment 818, supported by the Department of War and HASC Subcommittee Chairman Bergman, would help address frivolous litigation targeting companies that supply our military installations with energy. If the United States finds itself in a conflict with China, the last thing that our military should face is a jet fuel shortage caused by baseless litigation tying up our domestic energy producers. Importantly, this amendment does not lower environmental permitting standards or weaken existing reporting requirements. This legislation merely secures a supply chain that is heavily dependent on foreign countries that could be weaponized against us if we don't fix it now. If we are serious about our military readiness, I respectfully ask that the chamber vote yes on amendment number 818, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Claim 5 minutes in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I'm trying to figure out if this is a drill baby drill or is this just get even with California. This really sounds strange to me, that the state that so much wants to have the federal government not messing with that state, the state of Texas, that the representative from Texas would put forth an amendment that would specifically remove California's ability to regulate energy operations within the state of California. I would hope that the application of this might just as well go to the state of Texas as it does to California, and perhaps I'll propose an amendment that that be the case. But the reality is that this is not good public policy. There are many, many reasons why an energy project should not be built. Maybe it's because it goes right through a school or destroys a community. Maybe it's because there are environmental issues or economic issues. But this would simply give to, in this case, the Secretary of War, Mr. Hegseth, the opportunity to say that, oh, this energy project in California is necessary, even though it may have little or anything to do with the current war effort in Iran or any other place. I don't get it. I don't get it. If you're really interested in states' rights, why you would be proposing this amendment, and particularly if you happen to be from Texas, which may be the center of states' rights. So here we go. Here we go. What are we doing here? If you're a tribal government and you want to put a pipeline through that tribal land, the tribal government has absolutely nothing to say about it if the secretary certifies that it's necessary for defense. Or maybe it's a community. Or maybe it happens to be a river or a lake. All the secretary has to say is, hey, this is necessary for national defense. Come on. This is bad, bad public policy. And with that, I reserve the remaining time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve my time, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves.
Well, we seem to be fighting over who gets the last word, so let me take a shot at the last word. If you are interested in the power of a state to regulate its environment, to regulate its communities and roads and streets and rivers and lakes, then you should be opposed to this amendment. Why would we do this? National defense? This has little to do with national defense. It has everything to do with sticking it to California. So with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman has the only time remaining.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
The gentleman from California.
He yielded.
The gentleman from California yielded back. He may reclaim it by unanimous consent. Garamendi yielded back.
Yeah.
The gentleman from California may reclaim his. The gentleman without objection may reclaim his time.
The gentleman without objection may reclaim his time.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Garamendi. I oppose this amendment. We know that the military does not need this provision to ensure a stable supply. We already are the largest oil producer in the world, producing nearly 14 million barrels of oil a day. So let's be clear. This is not about energy independence or national security. It's about giving big oil special treatment at the expense of California. Under this amendment, a single certification from the Secretary of Defense unlocks sweeping legal protections for fossil fuel projects. States and local governments cannot interfere. Courts are told to presume that delaying this project harms national security on the Secretary's word alone. And we know what that means. Challengers cannot dispute the Secretary's determination, and developers receive procedural advantages that no other litigant enjoys, including the ability to essentially choose which federal court will hear a challenge. It is interesting to me that this amendment is sponsored by Congressman Hunt from Houston, where Sable Offshore Oil headquarters is located. Sable Offshore, of course, is the operator of the San Ynez pipeline system, which the Trump administration forced back online over the objections of California. This is the pipeline that caused devastating refugio oil spill in 2015 in my district. My constituents who must live with the risk this operation poses are overwhelmingly opposed. But the Trump administration used the Defense Production Act to preempt state law. The state of California is challenging that authority in court. I guess Sable is worried about losing in court, as they should be, because this amendment would allow the company to avoid accountability by moving to a more favorable court, blocking the California lawsuit and preventing any court from issuing an injunction against this project. So let me be clear. Again, this isn't about national security. This is a bailout for polluters. I oppose this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to also vote no. I reserve.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Texas has the only time remaining, so the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much. This is, in fact, an issue of national security. And as somebody that is from Texas, what I understand very clearly is that we don't need fewer electrons, we need more. And while we are looking for the next abundant source of energy for the future, we ain't getting there, unfortunately, for many people in this room on the other side of the aisle, without energy and oil and gas, especially when it comes to putting fuel in the Apache helicopter that I flew in combat 55 times, to supplying energy for our forces abroad and for our allies abroad as well. And the only thing that we are trying to do is make sure that we produce it safer, cleaner, and better here in this country than anywhere in the entire world. And with that, I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized to close. Does the gentleman yield back?
And I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman yields. So the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 7, printed in Part A of House Report 119-755. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
To offer my amendment 1085.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 7, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Mr. Hunt of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1438, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Hunt, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Amendment 1085 addresses a very similar challenge as Amendment 818, but through a more targeted approach. This amendment would require the U.S. Army to acquire easement along the San Ynez pipeline in California. Not property ownership, but an easement. For more than a century, the U.S. Army has used its existing authority under Title 10 to acquire easements that protect critical supply chains. During World War II, the United States government routinely condemned land that was used to build ammunition plants to supply our troops in Europe. In 1941, when U-boats threatened tanker routes supplying the Northeast, Congress gave the government condemnation authority for pipelines right of way. The impact of that legislation ensured that the war effort in Europe was kept fueled. Amendment 1085 follows that same proven model. A federal property interest securing a privately operated fuel corridor our military depends on. California agencies and state legislators have filed repeated lawsuits against the pipeline in an effort to shut it down, even though California imports almost 70% of its oil. About half of the oil California imports is from the oil that transits through the Strait of Hormuz. This should not be an acceptable acquisition method for our defense installations that need energy to carry out not their, but our mission. It is no secret in Washington that one of the biggest threats the United States faces, and the whole world for that matter, is the threat of the Chinese invasion of Taiwan, and we must be prepared for this should it happen in the not-so-distant future. We must keep our military installations fueled and energized by domestic sources if we are to maintain deterrence. Along that, we also want to ensure that we don't engage in any conflict in the Pacific. Amendment 1085 would affirm that this pipeline is important to national security to keep our military on the West Coast supplied with domestic-sourced energy. Thank you. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Chair recognizes. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise to claim the time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is an outrageous attack on states' rights, dressed up as a fake energy emergency. My colleague refers to a national emergency during World War II, where the Army and our country's posture was different. The current environment is not legitimate. It is not a legitimate war environment, as he refers to from the past. Let us be clear about what this does. It would allow the federal government to seize California's owned lands through eminent domain for the San Ynez pipeline system. This is the same pipeline that caused the devastating 2015 oil spill off the coast of Santa Barbara in my district. Instead of trying to restore it to safe operating condition, Sable has spent years ignoring and evading California law to try to restart this operation and not using the latest and best technology available. California State Fire Marshal has already indicated the pipeline is not in safe operating condition. But Sable does not think a little thing like state laws or the health and safety of our coasts should stand in the way of their profits. At the company's request, the administration stripped California of its oversight of the pipeline and used the Defense Production Act to force it to restart operations. And this was before this illegitimate Iran war. But apparently, that was not enough. Now Sable is asking its friends in Congress to rig the system in favor, seize California lands, and issue an irrevocable operating permit. Yes, these are friends from another state. Let's talk about the hypocrisy here. What happened to states' rights? This is the most blatant example of corrupt federal overreach. So why aren't my colleagues across the aisle up in arms? Oh, because it's not convenient. So one should be able to use the federal government as their personal trump card to trample on state laws and regulations for their personal profit, no matter the party, no matter the state. Unfortunately, this amendment fits a broader pattern of attacks on California by this administration, attacking our clean air standards, undermining our offshore wind industry, and now trying to bulldoze our environmental protections for big oil, a big oil handout. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this dangerous project and the precedent it sets. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California.
Should I close? I'll continue to reserve, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman from Texas then is recognized.
Prepared to close.
Gentleman from Texas is prepared to close. The gentleman from California is recognized to close. Oh, he closes first.
Mr. Chair, how much time?
Sorry. Gentleman from California has 3 minutes. Gentleman from California has 2 minutes. Gentleman from Texas has 3 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I'll yield 1 minute to Representative Garamendi.
Oh, we can do that. Very good. The gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi, is recognized for 1 minute.
We need to be very, very clear about what this is all about. This is about a company, one company, using the Congress and the power of this Congress to feather its nest, to conduct an oil exploration program off the coast of California that can and has in the past been extremely detrimental to the communities in California and to the environment of California. We ought not be doing this for any single company. This is not a national security issue, and certainly not a national defense issue. This is about Sable using this Congress to further enrich itself at the expense of California, the environment, the communities along the coast, and particularly the communities in Santa Barbara County. I urge a strong no vote.
Gentleman from California yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
You have 3 minutes, correct?
Yes, Mr. Hunt has 3 minutes.
Oil is a globally traded commodity. This is a one team, one fight conversation. It doesn't matter which state you are from, oil production for the United States and every electron that we are able to produce is very critical to our national defense and to the needs of not just the United States, but also our allies. We in Texas fully understand that, but it's time for the entire country to understand that we have got to get in this fight together if we're going to continue to have abundant energy sources for the future so we can live the lives we have been accustomed to living and continue to defend this great nation. And with that, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman from Texas yields back the remainder of his time. The gentleman from California is recognized and, just as a reminder, has 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, I'm a Marine. I served our country. I know what it's like to fight for our country and stand up and be ready to be called when we need to do so. But to use the Production Defense Act for a frivolous reason undermines our democracy, undermines the integrity of what we're about, and when we really need to use it, it makes a mockery of us. Mr. Chair, this is ludicrous. We should not proceed forward with this amendment. I reserve.
The gentleman is closing at the moment.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question now is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 8, printed in Part A of House Report Number 119-755. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of Amendment Number 8, and I urge its adoption.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 8, printed in Part A of House Report Number 119-755, offered by Mr. Gallagher of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1438, the gentleman from California, Mr. Gallagher, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of Amendment Number 8, and I urge its adoption by this body. My amendment requires the federal government to take a hard look at how the collapse of America's domestic refining capacity threatens our national security and military readiness, and what tools exist when state-level actions undermine refining capacity, as they have in California, and thus undermine our armed forces that we rely upon. For years, dangerous and, quite frankly, stupid California policy led by Gavin Newsom and Sacramento Democrats, have waged an ideological war on the oil and gas industry. And thus, California's refining industry has been decimated by crushing regulations and Green New Deal mandates. Today, California produces less than 23% of the oil and gas that it consumes and imports more than 65% of its crude oil from foreign countries. Places like Venezuela, like Ecuador, like the Middle East. Some of these countries with horrendous environmental records, rainforests that are being burned down as we speak, and we're shutting down domestic production that we have in Kern County to our own detriment. And meanwhile, what has happened to our gas prices in California? They have spiked to the highest in the nation. Just now today, the average price of gas in California, $5.50 a gallon. You know what it is in North Carolina? $3.72 a gallon. That's policy. That's what we're talking about. And our jet fuel supplies have been reduced by 1 million gallons. This is due to the loss of the Valero refinery in the East Bay and the Phillips 66 refinery in Los Angeles. All due to policy that Gavin Newsom championed, and in fact said he jammed his legislature to accomplish that policy, and it has had horrendous effects. California is also home to 32 military installations, including some of our nation's most strategically important bases: Travis Air Force Base, Naval Air Weapons Station at China Lake, Naval Base San Diego, Camp Pendleton, and Beale Air Force Base, just to name a few. Our service members cannot train, deploy, or fight without reliable access to fuel. Congress should not and cannot stand by while California's failed energy policies undermine the energy infrastructure our military depends on. As the saying goes, energy security is national security. My amendment simply directs that the federal government identify what can be done to protect the rest of the refining capacity that we have in California that's essential to the West Coast and is essential to America's national defense. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment. I can't imagine why the opposing party would ever oppose this when we need affordable energy now. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves?
I reserve my time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
California reserves. The gentleman from California is, or for what purpose, excuse me, for what purpose is the gentleman from California?
I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I served in North Carolina in Camp Lejeune. I know the weather there. I know North Carolina. And I also know why I live in California. I'm opposed to this amendment. Once again, this amendment has nothing to do with national security, as much as people want to say that over and over and over. It has everything to do with politically motivated attacks on state policies that the other side of the aisle happens to disagree with. Just call it what it is. It specifically requires a report on ways for the federal government to preempt state laws, including, once again, through national security waivers. Oh, how far the principled have fallen. I thought the Republican Party was the party of states' rights, maybe selective state rights. But apparently that principle only applies when they agree with the state's policies. But let's call it what it is, selective. This amendment would strip states of their ability to adopt stronger protections for their communities' air, water, and public health. Unfortunately, it appears that states' rights take a back seat when there's a favor to be done for big oil. This amendment is a roadmap for the federal government to undermine states that choose to protect their residents. In places like California, communities have fought for stronger safeguards against pollution, environmental hazards, not weaker ones. And that's why we also believe in renewable energy, something this administration does not. If we were really concerned about energy and diversifying our energy capacity, we would support offshore wind. This president has gone to great lengths to kill offshore wind projects in California. So let's not talk about energy supply when we are doing everything possible to just give a handout to the oil industry. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves. The other gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve my time as well, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to yield to Representative Garamendi.
Gentleman from California is recognized for...
Inquire as to the time remaining.
Gentleman from California has 2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes.
I yield 2.5 minutes to Mr. Garamendi, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Well, now, isn't this an interesting amendment? I happen to represent all of Northern California's oil refineries, all 5 of them. And yes, things are changing, not just because it's necessary for all the environmental reasons that we should be aware of and that seem to be totally ignored by our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, but the reality is there really is a need for the kind of projects that my colleague from Santa Barbara just spoke to, offshore wind. Why is it this administration is killing the offshore wind projects in California? Why is this administration killing the solar and geothermal projects in California? And now we would have from our Republican colleagues some crying about whether we ought to give an open door to our refineries so that they can do anything they want to do. And we're going to use the comptroller of the Department of Defense to write some sort of a document about why it's necessary. The reality is we need to move forward. The refineries are going to go forward. It may very well be that some in Northern California, as in Southern California, will shut down. Why? Because there's a dramatic change that is occurring in this nation as to how we're going to use energy. Why would we want to stop that process? This makes very, very bad public policy that we've used the comptroller to do what should be done by the staff of the minority party. With that, I yield back my time and reserve.
Gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi, yields. The gentleman from California, Mr. Carbajal, reserves.
Reserve.
Gentleman from California, Mr. Gallagher, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good that my colleague from California brought up principle because his party used to be the party of the working class. But it certainly no longer is that with $5.50 a gallon gas. The working class in California is being decimated. And you know what else is happening? Those good-paying refinery jobs in Benicia, California, that used to be the Valero refinery, are gone because of bad policy. And those people no longer have those jobs. So yes, you're right, we should be talking about principle. We should be talking about actually serving our constituents who have been plagued with the worst energy prices in the nation. But don't belie the argument. This is about national security because we have all of those bases that I mentioned on the West Coast. They need that fuel supply. They need that jet fuel that they can no longer get from Benicia. They can no longer rely on that. This is absolutely germane to national defense. And what are they so worried about? This amendment is simply calling for a review. It's calling for a study to see what we can do. Are you afraid of what it might find? My colleagues, are you afraid of what it might find that your policy, far from being one that is diverse and that looks to all forms of energy, has put all of its eggs in one basket, solar and wind, to great detriment? We should be looking at all forms of energy, and including our oil and gas. We produce oil and gas in Kern County safely, environmentally friendly, and instead you're importing it from countries that have no such record, sir. So absolutely, I decry what you are saying today. I decry California's policy. It deserves a review, and we should be using the federal government to ensure that our refinery capacity stays stable, that it's affordable, and that it is ready for our men and women of the military. And so again, I ask my colleagues to support this amendment. It is germane. It is much needed in these times. Thank you, and I yield back my time, Mr.
Gentleman's
Speaker.
time's expired. The gentleman from California, Mr. Carbajal, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Boy, I think I heard my colleague supports offshore wind, which is in contrast with the president. So I'm assuming he disagrees with the president. I'm willing to reserve and yield to get an answer on that.
Mr. Carbajal is recognized.
I'll reserve and ask, or yield and ask for an answer to that question. I kind of heard he supported offshore wind.
Mr. Carvajal's time has expired. Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Gallagher. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 9, printed in Part A of House Report 119-755. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 9, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Mr. Carter of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1438, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my amendment to the National Defense Authorization Act of 2027. This amendment addresses a serious defense industrial base and national security issue, ensuring the United States can efficiently recycle, recover, and reuse materials from defense articles and scrap metal without being blocked by inconsistent state and local rules. Our military depends on secure and reliable access to strategic and critical materials. At a time when China controls or influences major portions of global critical mineral and metal supply chains, the United States cannot afford to waste recoverable materials from our own defense systems, equipment, and munitions. This amendment ensures that the physical or mechanical processing of scrap metal, as well as the disposition and recycling of defense articles, is governed by a clear federal standard rather than a patchwork of conflicting state and local requirements. While this amendment is expressly focused on critical metals that often incorporate sensitive military technology, the amendment prevents non-identical state or local rules in this narrow area while preserving applicable federal standards. It is limited in scope to ensure chemical treatment, stabilization, fixation, and neutralization of waste are expressly excluded, preserving state authority over hazardous chemical processes and maintaining existing environmental protections. We've repeatedly heard from both Republicans and Democrats a litany of concerns over how dependent the United States is on foreign sources for critical minerals. We know how incredibly difficult it is to build a new mine and refining capacity in the United States. I would like to hope that we can at least come together and agree that keeping sensitive technology and the materials that can be recovered from our military equipment within the domestic supply chain. This is not about lowering safety or environmental standards. This is not about lowering safety or environmental standards. The amendment is narrowly focused on physical and mechanical scrap processing and defense article recycling. It does not cover chemical treatment, stabilization, fixation, or neutralization of waste generated by that processing. At a time of growing global instability, we should be doing everything possible to strengthen domestic supply chains, reduce dependence on adversaries, and support the defense industrial base. This amendment is a common sense national security measure that helps ensure critical materials from defense articles can be responsibly recovered, recycled, and reused for America's security needs. I respectfully urge my colleagues to support this amendment and its inclusion in the NDAA, and I reserve the time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California.
Mr. Chair, I rise to claim the time in opposition to the amendment.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I oppose the amendment. Don't get me wrong. I am glad to see my colleagues across the aisle recognize that recycling needs to be part of our minerals and materials strategy. We absolutely should be recovering valuable materials instead of relying entirely on new mining. But this amendment isn't really about recycling, is it? It is another attempt to use national security as a phony justification to override state laws that this majority doesn't like. What happened to states' rights again? Are we being selective again? It would prevent states and local governments from enforcing requirements governing the recycling and disposal of defense materials, unless those requirements are identical to federal law. Many states and localities have adopted stronger safeguards to protect communities from pollution and industrial hazards. And we know that defense equipment can pose significant risks to surrounding communities. In an era where this administration is trying to roll back every single environmental and public health protection it can, an amendment like this is particularly dangerous. I know, I served in the Marine Corps. I serve on the House Armed Services Committee. I strongly oppose, and I reserve my time.
Gentleman's time reserved. Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Speaker, will you make sure that the gentleman is looking at the same amendment that I am proposing here, because he obviously does not understand it. This is not about lowering safety or environmental standards. This amendment is narrowly focused on physical and mechanical scrap processing and defense article recycling. It doesn't cover chemical treatment. It doesn't cover stabilization, fixation, or neutralization of waste generated by that processing. Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I ask you to make sure he's looking at the right amendment here, and I reserve.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves. Gentleman from California.
I don't know what they teach in Georgia, but in California, let me tell you, we learn how to read and write. I understand this amendment. And with that, let me yield 2 minutes to Representative Garamendi.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the fourth amendment in a row that basically preempts state laws of many different kinds. And frankly, I don't understand why we're doing this. I didn't understand, but I've come to understand we're doing this for a specific company that now has a contract to recycle military equipment at the Sierra Depot in California. Basically, what this amendment does is to reduce or to eliminate any California law about recycling, the safety of it, the disposition of the hazardous materials, and the way in which they may be affecting the land, the people, or the environment. Unless if the California law is different from the federal law. And in reality, there may be no federal law whatsoever. So we're faced with a situation here of totally removing the ability of the state, any state actually, this isn't just for California, this is for every state, the ability of the state to regulate the recycling and the disposition of hazardous materials in the state of California, defense materials. Why would we do that? What's the logic behind this except to benefit a single company, which is exactly what this does? Why would we do that? Just like the previous three amendments, benefiting one company, Sable Company. So here we are, taking our time, providing a specific opportunity for that company to operate. With regard to the Sierra facility, I'm familiar with it. I'm also familiar with the federal laws in that area. They do not protect the people who are doing the work. They do not protect the community.
Gentleman's time has
around
expired.
The depot.
Gentleman's time's expired.
I yield back.
Understand why they want to cut off their nose in spite of their face. This is national security here, Mr. Speaker. This is not trying to preempt the laws. It is narrowly focused. We are talking about recycling national defense materials that include critical minerals, scrap metal. And for the life of me, I don't understand how this is benefiting one company. It is benefiting the United States of America. This is recycling. This is environmentally safe, environmentally sound, environmentally friendly. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
In California, we really believe it's important to protect the public health of our constituents. So I'm flabbergasted that this is trying to undermine the standards that we want to have to protect our public health from hazardous and toxic materials. Now, if you live in another state and the people want to have lesser standards for hazardous materials that could damage their public health, hurt their public health, that's one thing. But to try to undermine those standards in California is another. This amendment does exactly that. It tries to undermine the will of the state of California and its people. With that, I'll reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves.
Mr.
Gentleman
Speaker,
from
how much
California is
time?
recognized. You have 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, again, this is common sense legislation. This is not trying to benefit one company. This is trying to benefit the United States of America, both environmentally and, more importantly, our national security. It is recycling material of critical minerals that we need. It ensures that the physical and the mechanical processing of scrap metal, as well as the disposition and recycling of defense articles, is governed by a clear federal standard rather than a patchwork of conflicting state and local requirements. We're not trying to preempt anyone. We're just simply trying to secure America, trying to be environmentally friendly, and trying to recycle. And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Well, in California, we have higher standards. It's about public safety. It's about making sure we protect the public health. If you want to lower your standards somewhere else, knock yourselves out. But in California, we're going to fight for the people that elected us to protect their public health. We know recycling. We know how to do it in a safe and responsible fashion, and we will not lower our standards as other states have done. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Did he yield or reserve?
He reserved.
Mr. Speaker, obviously I'm not getting through here, and I'm just flabbergasted. I do not understand how the gentleman doesn't understand how this benefits the United States of America. Forget about California. Forget about Georgia. We're talking about the United States and national security.
Gentleman's time's
and I'll
expired.
reserve.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I will say it's interesting how two individuals could see something so different. Like I said, in California, it's all about protecting our public health, using recycling in a safe and responsible fashion.
Gentleman's time's expired. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. All those in favor say yea. Yay. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the yeas have it. The amendment is agreed to.
I ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Chair.
Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings, the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia will be postponed. What's the next amendment we got? The chair understands that amendment number 12 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 14, printed in Part A of House Report 119-755. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 14, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Mr. Crane of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1438, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, a member and a member opposed to each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of my amendment, which prohibits funds in this act from covering expenses for foreign militaries participating in exercises with our armed forces. If adopted, my amendment would require foreign participants in joint military exercises
to cover their own travel, lodging, per diem, and other costs. As a former service member, I understand these operations strengthen military readiness and serve as a powerful deterrent to our adversaries, but that doesn't mean American taxpayers should be picking up every incidental cost for a foreign participant joining these drills. Our national debt is closing in on $40 trillion, and for several years running, the interest we pay on it alone has surpassed our entire national defense budget. No line item is too small to review, including all of the miscellaneous costs we currently absorb for foreign partners. According to House Armed Services Committee staff, we spent $8.1 million on partner expenses in Q2 of this fiscal year. Extrapolated over a full year, these costs run us $32 million, money that belongs in American pockets, not on someone else's expense report. This debate isn't confined to the halls of Congress. 2 weeks ago, our NATO allies met in Ankara, largely to discuss their own path towards spending 5% of GDP on defense. If our allies can move closer to that benchmark, they can cover their own dinner when they train alongside the most elite fighting force the world has ever known. We also support our partners with personnel, munitions, intelligence, and most of the weaponry and aircraft used in these exercises. Since we're already doing the heavy lifting, it's responsible to expect our partners to cover their own incidentals. Some of my colleagues may argue this amendment sends the wrong signal to our partners. I firmly disagree. Every serious cost-sharing arrangement between nations works the same way. We cover our personnel, they cover theirs. Asking our allies to pay their own hotel bill doesn't weaken an alliance. Carrying their tab indefinitely is what erodes the case for continued burden sharing on our end. My amendment also preserves flexibility for legitimate national security needs, as the Secretary of War may waive this prohibition when necessary. Prior to issuing the waiver, the Secretary must submit a detailed justification to committees of jurisdiction in the House and Senate at least 30 days in advance. In plain terms, my amendment keeps Congress oversight role intact without tying the Secretary's hands. Moreover, my approach doesn't pull back from our commitments to undermine what these exercises are meant to accomplish. Our allies aren't going to walk away from the partnership because we stop paying for their lodging and meals. These drills will continue just without the unnecessary taxpayer subsidy attached to them. As members of this body, we cannot be derelict in our responsibility. The American people sent us here in large part to confront this debt, and that means reviewing every line item, no matter how small the savings look in isolation. It's time to relieve taxpayers of an expense that was never theirs to carry and shift it back to our allies where it belongs. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this sensible amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I reserve.
The gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Washington, purpose does he stand?
Claim the time in opposition. And
the gentleman from Washington has 5 minutes.
I yield myself 2 minutes. We need partnerships and alliances, and right now they are struggling for a variety of different reasons. We don't need to lump anything else onto the pile of we want to separate ourselves from our partners and alliances. Here, I could go down a rabbit hole of complaints about the way the Trump administration treats our partners and allies. It is driving them away, creating major rifts. I mean, just yesterday, we decided we're going to put a 50% tariff on Canada, apparently because the wind is blowing south from their wildfires and we don't like the smoke. We need to show our partners and allies that we are with them. We need to begin reversing some of the damage that all of the belittling and insults that the Trump administration has done to our allies has caused. This amendment moves us in the opposite direction. It's also important to note that these training exercises are of substantial benefit to the U.S. We need these partners and allies. We want them to have the same basic doctrine and methods that we have. It's part of what we do in NATO. We are bringing them in to make sure that they are properly integrated in our efforts. So there's no need to sort of push them further away over a relatively minor amount of money. I'll also point out that we have started the war in Iran. We are engaged in a major conflict in Latin America that everybody's sort of forgotten about, but we're at war with all the narco-terrorists down there. We are trying to stand up to China. We are asking the rest of the world to be with us on a lot of stuff that they have serious doubts about. I think we should spend a little bit of time showing them that we value the partnership, we want their help, we need their help. This amendment takes us in the wrong direction. I urge the body to oppose it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you. You know, Mr. Speaker, my colleague said that our partners are struggling. I want to remind my colleague that we're pushing $40 trillion in debt. If that's not struggling, I don't know what is. My colleague also said we need to be showing them that we value the partnership. As I laid out in my opening testimony, we also support our partners with personnel, munitions, intelligence, and most of the weaponry and aircraft used in these exercises. I think that's showing them that we value the partnership. As a service member myself, I acknowledge we do receive value from these partnerships, but we shouldn't ask the American people sitting in the galley right now and all over the country to foot the entire bill. Let's be honest, our allies also get value from these partnerships. So asking them to pay the incidentals like their lodging, their hotels, their food, that's not asking a lot when you look at everything that we provide, in addition to world-class training. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Thank you. Just one point of clarification. When I said that what our allies are struggling with is they're struggling with the idea of staying allied with the U.S., with understanding that the U.S. still values those partnerships. I wasn't referring to any sort of financial struggle for them. And with that, I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the chairman of the committee, Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers from Alabama is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank my friend. While I agree with the amendment's intent to increase burden sharing, I must respectfully oppose it. The Department of War opposes this amendment. Secretary Hegseth requested funding for these authorities in the budget because training with our allies and partners is essential to U.S. military readiness. Many of our partners, specifically those in the Western Hemisphere and Pacific, cannot participate in joint exercises without some limited financial assistance from the U.S. Those exercises are critical to ensuring American forces can train and operate effectively alongside our allies and partners in a conflict with China. Defunding those programs would only make it harder to strengthen burden sharing, to deter China, and to defend the homeland. I urge all members to oppose this amendment.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague bringing up this Department of War and the Secretary of War. And it is for that reason that in this amendment, we actually preserve the flexibility for legitimate national security needs, and we offer the Secretary of War
time has expired.
to waive this provision when necessary.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have nothing to add except to say I urge the body to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. All those in favor by the saying of yay. All those opposed, all those yay. All those opposed, say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The amendment is not agreed. The gentleman from Arizona requests a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It's now in order to consider amendment number 15, printed in Part A of House Report 119-755. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 15, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Mr. Crane of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1438, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, a member opposed to will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my amendment, which ends the Department of War's security assistance to Ukraine for the coming fiscal year, apart from funding to protect our embassy. For decades, the American people have made clear their opposition to using taxpayer dollars to position the United States as the world's police force. We've spent blood and resources overseas, yet achieved few tangible wins for hardworking citizens while our nation has deteriorated from within. To date, Congress has appropriated roughly $187 billion for Ukraine and the broader response to this war, funding that could instead go towards problems here at home. We don't have a clear picture of where all of it has ended up. The Government Accountability Office has already found that the Department of War misvalued billions of dollars in weapons handed over to Ukraine. Furthermore, the department's own Inspector General has flagged gaps in tracking equipment that went missing or was destroyed, despite Inspector General and independent auditors flagging corruption, risks, and gaps in oversight. Congress keeps appropriating anyway. It's sensible to pause and audit our prior funding before continuing to deliver substantial resources. We also must weigh our own bandwidth given the unrest in the Middle East and rising tensions in the Pacific. Every dollar or asset we commit to Ukraine is a dollar or asset unavailable to deter threats more directly relevant to America's national security. According to the Center for Strategic and International Studies, our stockpiles of key munitions, such as Patriot interceptors, are already stretched thin by simultaneous demands from the Middle East, the Pacific, and Ukraine. We can't simply flip a switch to restock these weapons, as rebuilding depleted inventories requires years of effort and significant cost. Rather than bringing us closer to a lasting resolution, our involvement has prolonged this conflict and drained our stockpiles to shield another nation. We have also far outpaced our European partners in both financial and security support, despite this conflict bearing more directly on their own livelihoods than ours. Our allies across the Atlantic should take the initiative instead of banking on American taxpayers to underwrite their security. I'll also note the current Ukrainian leadership has suspended national elections under martial law, banned rival political parties, and moved against domestic media outlets it considers a security threat. This is worth remembering the next time someone frames this as a fight for democratic values. It's also risky to keep escalating tensions with a nuclear-armed rival as this conflict grows more destructive on both sides. Although my amendment halts financial assistance for the coming year, it does not abandon the region or restrict outside assistance to Ukraine. Our embassy retains full funding to maintain a secure diplomatic presence, and nothing in this amendment stops our European partners from stepping up if they decide it's worth the investment. However, it is not our responsibility to defend the borders of a nation thousands of miles away while failing to address the challenges we face at home. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in refocusing our priorities on the American people by supporting this sensible amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the woman from Maryland rise?
To claim time in opposition.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I yield 2 minutes to myself. I rise in opposition of this amendment, the prohibition of the use of funds for Ukraine security assistance. Mr. Speaker, this amendment would halt all U.S. aid for Ukraine, a democratic ally, in its fight, its existential fight for freedom and sovereignty against Russia. After Russia's full-scale invasion just 4 years ago, Ukraine has far exceeded global expectations by withstanding Russia's initial invasion, integrating Western weapon systems, and becoming a leading innovator in military technology. Ukraine is fighting an effective war, and they are degrading the combat power of a major strategic competitor without the deployment of U.S. troops. Russia is losing 8 soldiers for every Ukrainian casualty, a dramatic loss on the battlefield for a military that was previously ranked one of the strongest in the world just a few years ago. Madam Speaker, we cannot abandon our ally at this time and give Russia and Mr. Putin exactly what they want. Russia has consistently tried to diminish Western military support to Ukraine because our assistance directly affects the battlefield and Russia's long-term military strength. When we abandon Ukraine, we abandon our global allies. It would put the U.S. on an island, standing alone in abandoning Ukraine as our NATO and European allies have stepped up to answer this call, pledging billions in support for Ukraine. Support for Ukraine must transcend party lines because this is not a conflict between Democrats and Republicans. It's a conflict between democratic freedoms and autocracy. That is why I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and reaffirm our bipartisan support for Ukraine at this critical juncture in the war. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. I now recognize the gentleman from Arizona.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield 1 minute to my, 30 seconds to my colleague, the Chair of the House Armed Services Committee, Mr. Rogers.
The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks to President Trump's Pearl initiative, our European allies are funding the vast majority of Ukraine's defense. That's exactly as it should be. But even though our allies pay for U.S. weapons with that money, the department still needs the funding to implement the president's policy. This amendment would also defund intelligence sharing and in-use monitoring that has kept U.S. weapons from ending up in the wrong hands. The administration continues to support providing Ukraine intelligence and Pearl initiative in an effort to force Putin to the negotiating table. We shouldn't cut off the president's negotiating leverage. For those reasons, I respectfully oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Maryland reserves.
I have 2 more to go, if that's okay, Madam Speaker.
The gentlelady reserves.
Reserves.
The gentleman
Yes.
from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to comment real quickly on something that my colleague said, made the typical "we're fighting for democratic values" argument. I want to reiterate that the Ukrainian leadership has suspended national elections under martial law, banned rival political parties, and moved against domestic media outlets it considers a security threat. Those are hardly democratic values. I reserve.
Reserves. The gentlelady from Maryland is recognized.
I'd like to yield 1 minute to my colleague and ranking member of the House Armed Services Committee, Mr. Smith.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Yeah, on that last point, Ukraine was a sovereign democratic state before Russia invaded. Yes, they are in the middle of a war, so their ability to maintain typical democratic principles is at jeopardy precisely because of the invasion. Abraham Lincoln suspended habeas corpus in the middle of the Civil War. In a wartime, you're in a different position. Let's remember what Ukraine was before Russia invaded them and has brutally attacked them for over 4 years now. They were a sovereign democratic state. Second, Russia is a threat not just to Ukraine, but to the region. They could potentially move on against the Baltics, against Romania, against Poland if they are successful in Ukraine. And lastly, to reiterate the chairman's point, we can achieve peace if Putin knows he can't win. We need to show resolve that we will stand with Ukraine, as our allies have stepped up so much in the last couple of years to do so. That is what will bring this war to an end, is Putin knowing that he's not going to be able to take Ukraine. That forces him to the bargaining table. We need to send a strong message that we're not abandoning Ukraine, we're standing with them.
The gentleman has expired. The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. My colleague brings up that the Ukrainians were a Democrat sovereign state prior to the war to justify their president Zelensky canceling elections. I doubt my Democrat colleagues on the other side, Ms. Speaker, would feel the same way if President Trump were to cancel elections while we're at war. I don't think that justifies at all canceling elections. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Arizona. I'm sorry, Maryland.
It's okay. I'd like to yield 1 minute of my time to my colleague from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment. America has always stood on the side of freedom against dictators, Hitler, Stalin, Castro, Assad, Maduro, Khomeini, and Putin. As a supporter myself of Senator Barry Goldwater, he was right, and that is, why not victory? War criminal Putin is losing his murderous invasion of Ukraine. He underestimated the resolve of Ukrainians and energized NATO with the mission of Sweden and Finland, as President Donald Trump has achieved 5% member defense spending. President Donald Trump knows that appeasement endangers American families. President Donald Trump courageously tried to stop Putin sending Javelin missiles to Ukraine, placing American troops in Poland, and stopping the corrupt Nord Stream 2 pipeline. As the Senate works to advance Senator Lindsey Graham's bipartisan sanctions legislation to decimate the Putin war machine, the House should send a strong signal that America will stand for peace through strength. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting no. I yield back.
May I inquire to the balance of my time?
The gentlewoman has 1 minute remaining, and the gentleman from Arizona has 30 seconds.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Arizona.
I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Madam
The
Speaker.
lady from.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to share with this group, every time I'm at a town hall or in the grocery store and people ask me how this body, how this Congress works together, I point to our remarkable bipartisan support of Ukraine as an example of something we can do well and do together. That very idea is being challenged by this amendment today. I'm so grateful to the chair of the committee, to Mr. Wilson, for standing up for what is right. We cannot be isolationists in this world anymore. We know where that leads us. Our support, our commitment, our word to our democratic ally in Ukraine is essential, not just to their survival, but to the future of a free Europe. And I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed.
Recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 17, printed in Part A of House Report 119-755. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 17, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Mr. Crank of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1438, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crank, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to offer my amendment to return common sense to decisions surrounding a member of the United States Armed Forces constitutional rights. Since 2015, our men and women in uniform have required approval from their base commander to carry a personal firearm on that installation. Now let's be clear, constitutional rights are the baseline for all Americans, guaranteed to all Americans, and can only be restricted in thoughtful and specific decisions. The Department's policy for the last 10 years has instead approached the Second Amendment from a no-first perspective, requiring our service members to seek government approval to exercise their Second Amendment right. That's not how the Constitution works. Mr. Speaker, I find it hard to reconcile, Madam Speaker, I find it hard to reconcile the idea that it is these same men and women who use firearms every single day in training and in defending our country who are being denied access to their personal property. Our service members are extensively trained in firearm safety and in best practices, yet the department treated them as blanket security risks. I'm grateful to the Secretary of War for taking recent action to ensure that applications for concealed carry on department property are reviewed with a presumption of approval, returning these decisions to a common sense, yes first perspective. My amendment codifies this presumption to ensure that we're protecting the rights of our troops and adds a layer of accountability, requiring the department to tell a service member why their application was rejected. My amendment's straightforward. It preserves a base commander's ability. It preserves a base commander's ability to protect their installation and to deny the right to conceal carry. It restores the universal applicability of constitutional rights, especially to those men and women who serve us every day, and it increases transparency in those decisions. I want to thank Chairman Rogers for his support and his assistance in this effort, and I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. I now recognize. Purpose does The gentlelady from Hawaii seek recognition.
Afade, Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself 2 minutes of debate time. Let's be clear. Our service members already have the ability to bring personally owned firearms into military installations. They simply have to meet common sense Department of Defense safety requirements, be legally eligible, properly trained, meet age requirements, demonstrate responsible conduct, and safely transport and store their firearms. Those aren't burdens, they're basic safeguards. This amendment turns that standard on its head. Instead of commanders deciding who can safely carry a personal firearm on base, it creates a presumption that requests should be approved unless commanders can justify saying no. It weakens commander authority, and it lowers the safety standards that have protected our installations for years. And when we lower standards around firearms, we increase risk. We have lived through the consequences. Some of the deadliest mass shootings on military installations were carried out with personally owned firearms. At the same time, our military continues to face a heartbreaking suicide rate. This with many times firearms accounting for the vast majority of active duty suicide deaths. We should be strengthening safe storage, responsible ownership, and commander discretion, not making it easier for firearms to be carried and stored on our bases with fewer safeguards. Military installations are not public parks. They are secure workplaces. They are homes for military families and critically important national security assets. Commanders must have the authority to protect the people entrusted to them. If we expedite discipline, if we expect readiness at the same time and accountability from our troop, we should expect the same when it comes to firearms on our installations. I urge my colleagues to reject this reckless amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The Genowahini reserves. I now recognize the gentleman from Colorado.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I appreciate my colleagues' concern. It's always interesting that there are some who put all of these stipulations on the rights of firearms owners, on the Second Amendment. Always wonder to myself what would happen if we put those same restrictions on the First Amendment, if they had to get approval from the base commander before they exercise their First Amendment right, if they had to get approval from the base commander before they went to church and their First Amendment right to worship God as they see fit. I wonder how some of my colleagues might think of that, Madam Speaker. This is a common sense approach. These are the men and women who use firearms every single day to defend our rights, our First Amendment rights, our Second Amendment rights, all of our constitutional rights guaranteed to us in the Bill of Rights. That's who we're talking about. If we can't trust them to be responsible gun owners, then who in the world can we trust? Madam Speaker, my colleague talked about that a military installation is a place where there's homes. Does a soldier have a right to defend their family in their own home? These would seem to me to be basic rights, and I guarantee that to the founders of our Constitution, this is an absolute basic right. Could you imagine our founders looking at us today, deciding whether the men and women of the militia, the people who carry and defend firearms, use firearms every day to defend us, whether or not they're capable, whether or not government can grant them the right to carry a firearm and defend themselves. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize the gentlelady from Hawaii.
Mahalo, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my colleague, Mr. Cisneros from California.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. The FY16 NDAA already granted the Department the authority to establish a process for service members to carry personal firearms on base. It is simple. The chain of command has the authority to grant these requests. However, Secretary Hexeth's MOU from April, which this amendment codifies, has a presumption of approval. That weakens an installation commander's authority and would require them to essentially prove a negative to deny a request. The process that we established was dependent on a service member's need for personal or force protection. Yet this amendment strips that requirement of any justification for that matter in order to carry a personal firearm on base. The Secretary's logic is that adding more firearms and military installations would make it safer. No law enforcement agency would ever suggest that more people carrying personal weapons makes any place safer. And while our military personnel are trained to use firearms, they are not all trained to be law enforcement, and no one should ever take the law into their own hands. There is nothing in this amendment that would restrict locations for personal firearms. Does that mean junior enlisted service members, who account for roughly half of all military suicides, are now permitted to carry in the barracks under this amendment? Are personnel now allowed to walk around the commissaries, schools, the exchange, or libraries with a firearm? More guns does not make us more safe. Expanding access to personal firearms on base increases the risk of service member suicide. Independent research, including reviews commissioned by the Department of Defense itself, has found that greater access to firearms is associated with increased suicide risks among service members. There's a clear lack of consideration by Republicans for service members and their families' well-being and safety here. I urge all my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Arizona yields back. The gentlelady from Hawaii is recognized.
Reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady has the only time remaining.
How much time remaining do I have, Madam Speaker?
1 minute.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Madam Speaker, this amendment is a dangerous solution in search of a problem. Not only is it absolutely unnecessary, it constrains base commanders in their duty to keep facilities, service members, and families safe. I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose this reckless amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Madam Speaker,
For what
I request...
purpose does the gentlelady from Hawaii rise?
Mahalo, Madam Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from gentleman from Colorado will be postponed. The committee will rise informally to receive a message.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Secretary.
I've been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S-1041, an act to amend Title 35 United States Code to address the infringement of patents that claim biological products and for other purposes, in which the concurrence of the House is requested.
The committee will resume its sitting.
It is now in order to consider amendment number 18, printed in Part A of House Report 119-755. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise to offer amendment number 18.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 18, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1438, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today in support of America's brave men and women in uniform to ensure America's warriors have the tools and environment they need to defend our nation. Shortly after taking his second oath of office, President Trump acted to protect our service members. He signed an executive order prioritizing military excellence and readiness to prevent radical transgenders from serving in the United States military. My amendment codifies this executive order, ensuring the integrity of America's great armed forces is not jeopardized. Gender dysphoria was considered a mental disorder by psychologists for decades. Until 2019, even the left the leftist World Health Organization listed it as a mental illness in the International Classification of Diseases. According to the Williams Institute, 81% of transgender adults have seriously contemplated suicide. That is 15 times higher than the general population. 42% of transgender adults has attempted suicide, and 56% have harmed themselves. People with gender dysphoria are a danger to themselves and others. The United States military possesses the most powerful weapons known to man. We are the largest Air Force and Navy in the world, with nuclear weapons, artillery, and a host of other weapons with immense destructive capacity. Every day, we trust our brave men and women in uniform to protect us and to use these weapons that we possess responsibly for the defense of America. We, the people, have placed our faith and trust in our armed forces, and they have placed their faith in this Congress to make responsible policy. The United States of America cannot allow mentally ill individuals to possess and operate these weapons. And this Congress cannot allow transgenders to jeopardize the safety and readiness of our armed forces. My amendment protects America's service members, ensures force readiness, and prevents dangerous individuals from accessing destructive weapons. No other severely mentally ill person would ever be allowed in the armed forces, and this Congress should not make any exception for gender dysphoria. The risk to American people and our armed forces is simply too great. Secretary Hegseth has often highlighted the need to restore the warrior ethos in the Department of War. After the armed forces endured 4 years of waste, fraud, and abuse under the Biden administration, President Trump and Secretary Hegseth have restored the United States military to greatness. Keeping weapons out of the hands of dangerous mentally ill individuals is a critical step to maintain this warrior ethos. I am proud to support the President in ensuring the United States Armed Forces remains the finest military in the world. My amendment to codify the President's executive order ensures service members are of sound mind, body, and discipline, and no future administration can rescind these protections for America's heroes. Madam Chair, I reserve.
The gentlelady from Colorado reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Half a day, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment. This amendment would codify President Trump's...
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, this amendment would codify President Trump's executive order banning transgender Americans from serving in the United States military. Since that order came down, the military branches have forced out Americans who have served their country bravely and honorably, leaving entire professional careers behind and gaps in the units and chains of command they once held together. This amendment would codify that exclusion into law. There are no grounds to exclude trans people from the military except for hatred, prejudice, and bigotry. There is no evidence that having transgender troops negatively impacts military readiness. Our military is strongest when every qualified service member is able to serve. We are who we are as a country when strong, qualified, patriotic candidates who want to serve their country are turned away simply because of ignorant legislating. The American people want Congress to support our service members, not waste time reading out the ones they want to use as political pawns. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. I now recognize the gentlelady from Colorado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And since a member of this committee did not reserve the time, I reserve my right to close at this time. And I just want to say, if gender dysphoria isn't a mental illness, then why do 42% of those who identify as transgender attempt suicide. We don't hand nuclear weapons and fighter jets to people in that kind of crisis. We shouldn't start now. We should be helping these people in real ways rather than handing them weapons of destruction. So this is a very serious issue that we should address right now. No other severe mental disorder gets a waiver into the United States military. Schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, major depression, they are all disqualifying. And gender dysphoria is no different, except politicians changed the label. My amendment treats it exactly the same. Madam Chair, I urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentleman from...
No.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
That was not a member who claimed time from this committee. He was not able to claim the time in opposition.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
And he doesn't get any time.
The gentleman from California is now recognized. The gentlelady will suspend. The gentlelady has used up all of her time. The gentleman has 4 minutes left.
Could you please tell her what the rules are? The gentleman has 4 minutes.
The gentleman has 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 90 seconds to my colleague, the gentlewoman from the state of California.
The gentlelady from California is now recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. It seems like my colleague on the other side of the aisle has just as little understanding of parliamentary procedure as she has understanding of military readiness. This amendment is a waste of time. The trans-military ban already exists. This executive order is already in effect. So what does this amendment actually do? It makes discrimination permanent. RAND and the Pentagon have already studied this. They concluded that allowing trans Americans to serve openly doesn't hurt unit cohesion, operational effectiveness, or readiness. Commanders said it made their force stronger. You know what actually hurts readiness? Kicking out trained service members despite their stellar performance. Discharging people we've spent time, money, and resources training because of who they are, not how they perform. That costs money. That hurts readiness. Secretary Hegseth loves talking about the importance of meritocracy in the military, but kicking out qualified people because he doesn't like their identity is the exact opposite of meritocracy. And if you're really cynical and think that trans people only serve to get their health care paid for, you would be wrong. The Pentagon spent 6,400 times more on trans service members' career development than on their health care. One of the trans service members I met told me that their most costly procedure was for shoulder reconstruction after being injured in the line of duty. For the record, shoulder reconstruction has nothing to do with being trans. And here's the double standard at the heart of this amendment. Hormone therapy is standard evidence-based care. They just made a whole new
The gentlelady's
policy
time
about
has
it.
expired.
The same medical treatment can't strengthen
The
readiness
gentlelady's
for a
time
cis
has
man
expired.
and hurt readiness when a trans service member needs it.
The gentlelady is now recognized. The
This
gentleman from
amendment
California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 90 seconds to the gentleman from Illinois, Eric Sorensen.
The gentleman is recognized for 90 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to Rep. Bobert's amendment. I'm proud to live in an Army town, and I'm the only LGBTQ person to serve on the House Armed Services Committee. I found it outrageous that this commander-in-chief and his loyalists want to kick true Americans out of the military for a reason that does not pertain to a person's capability as an effective soldier, sailor, airman, or Marine. All because they think there's something inferior or less than if you're trans. We know what happens in our country when we lose the most qualified members. We saw it during Don't Ask, Don't Tell. LGBTQ service members are critical and essential to our armed forces. And when any American is called to serve our country, there should be no requirements other than, can you do the job and exceed the expectation? And I really don't understand how you can justify this. On one side, hiring should only be by merit, But then on the other side of your mouth, you only want harmful restrictions on those who are highly qualified for the work. One of the greatest things about being American is being one of many. In 250 years, we know the value of our country is marked by the service and the sacrifices of those who came before. Playing politics isn't just cruel because it discriminates. It's cruel because it puts other service members at risk. And I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment.
The gentleman's
because
time.
all Americans who serve should be able to serve so with dignity, respect, and our
The gentleman's
nation's
time
thanks,
has
and I yield back.
expired. Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from California is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me conclude by saying that trans service members are honorable. Trans service members are truthful. Trans members are disciplined. Trans members are heroic. Trans members have sacrificed for our country. They are physically and mentally fit to serve and have made America safer. And I yield back. I urge my members and my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The purpose, does the gentleman from
I
California?
ask for the yeas and nays, Madam Speaker.
Does the gentleman ask for a recorded vote?
Yes, thank you.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California, the gentlelady from Colorado, will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I now yield to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Ryan.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to our esteemed ranking member for his leadership. I'm here to speak in strong opposition to the entire bill, but I do have to say, to see folks that have never worn the uniform on this House floor try to fight culture war BS when we're in the middle of an actual war is a grave, grave disservice to those in uniform. My opposition to this bill is deeply personal. It's personal to me, having served 27 months in combat in Iraq, watching us double down on a losing strategy year after year while my friends and fellow soldiers, many of whom's name are on this memorial bracelet I wear, fought and died. It's personal to the now 18 families who lost their loved ones in this reckless war in Iran. Sons, daughters, husbands, wives, somebody's whole world. It's personal to the hundreds more wounded, many carrying injuries that will last their entire lives from this war. And it's personal to the American people, people who are working hard, doing everything that they are asked, watching the cost of their gas, their groceries, their utility bills skyrocket, watching the president, watching Hegseth spend over $100 billion of their hard-earned taxpayer dollars while they continue to flail and fail. And now they're trying to ask for another $1.5 trillion of my constituents, our constituents' taxpayer dollars to double down on this reckless, ill-conceived war. This is a straight-up betrayal. From a president, by the way, who promised to end wars, not start wars. A president who's never spent a single day in uniform, but is more than willing to send other people's kids to fight in his wars. A president who is now blatantly disregarding the widely held will of the American people and the bipartisan view of this Congress, as recognized in the successful passage of a war powers resolution, by escalating this war rather than winding it down. We can't let that happen. on behalf of all of our constituents, on behalf of the American people, we have to stop throwing good money after bad. We have to stop repeating the mistakes of the forever wars that my generation fought and served in. That's why I've been fighting to include my No Funds for Iran War Act in this NDAA, to make sure we don't spend a single penny more on this reckless forever war in the Middle East. To make sure we're investing here at home to lower housing costs, lower grocery costs, lower utility costs, lower healthcare costs. That's what the American people want. That is what I'm fighting for, and that is what my colleagues here are fighting for. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, since the majority has refused to include my provision in this bill, I do plan to offer a motion to commit this bill. I plan to offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee, and I urge my colleagues to support it. At the end of this debate, I will insert the text of the No Funds for Iran War Act into the record. Truly, especially to my colleagues of both parties who have worn the uniform of this country, it is foundational and enshrined in our Constitution that is this body that has say, not a single unitary executive to send us to war. This legislation is common sense and bipartisan. I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. From Washington, have anything else? What's that? There's now an order to consider amendment number 19, printed in Part A of the House Report 119-755. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 19, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Ms. Mace of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1438, the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Mrs. Mays, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And let me be clear, there are two biological sexes, male and female. They are assigned at conception and cannot be changed. Biology doesn't care how many hormones someone pumps into their bodies or how they mutilate their bodies. Biological reality cannot be changed by medical intervention. In the fiscal year 2025 NDAA, Congress prohibited TRICARE from covering medical interventions to treat gender dysphoria, which would result in the sterilization of children. This was an important step, but there is more to be done. This language failed to prohibit the Department of War from chemically and surgically mutilating our service members and their children and performing a number of sick procedures on our kids. This amendment would prohibit the Department of War from covering or furnishing any chemical or surgical mutilation procedures through TRICARE. Not one dime for cross-sex hormones, not one dime for taxpayer-funded puberty blockers, not one dime for taxpayer-funded surgeries, all in the name of gender-affirming care and this crazy gender-woke ideology. The federal government, and particularly the Department of War, should not be in the business of funding the chemical and surgical mutilation of our citizens. This is not health care, it's the butchering of healthy bodies, and American taxpayers should never pay for it. Not only do these disgusting trans-chemical, trans-surgical interventions often cause permanent infertility, sterility, and sexual dysfunction, they can actually increase depression, anxiety, suicidal ideation, they can cause cancer among those on whose these medical procedures are performed. This amendment restores common sense to military health care. It aligns the Department of War with the growing international medical consensus that these interventions, particularly for children, are extremely harmful. This amendment ensures that defense health dollars are spent on advancing the health of our service members and their families, not undermining it, and certainly not on advancing an ideology based on delusion. We pay for our warfighters to mutilate the enemy, not to mutilate themselves. And I urge all members to support this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition.
Pardon me? Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. This amendment bans gender-affirming care for service members and their dependents under TRICARE. Recently, the Secretary of Defense just came out in support of gender-affirming care for our male service members by providing the testosterone testing and treatment to those who need it. The DoD Secretary and Republicans have already canceled health coverage for less than 1% of the population within the Department of Defense. The Secretary is currently kicking out transgender service members, and now this cruel amendment is targeting dependents of service members receiving hormone therapy and mental health counseling for gender dysphoria. Dependents not receiving adequate health care is a factor pushing people to separate from the military. This culture war ideology amendment can result in a readiness gap issue. I strongly oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to vote no. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from South Carolina. You're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Testosterone treatment for men serving in our military isn't gender-affirming care. I mean, we want the most masculine, the most muscular, the toughest warfighters in the world because they're in the trenches, they're doing combat, they're the ones who are putting their lives on the line. And the idea that chopping someone's penis off is risking military readiness is ludicrous. We're talking about mentally ill men that think having a menstrual cycle means bleeding out of your rectum. That is how lunatic and lunacy, crazy and insane this conversation is. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from California.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to my colleague from California.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment, and once again, my Republican colleagues are moving forward with a sweeping ban on necessary health care, including mental health care for children. This isn't about cost. This isn't about force readiness. In fact, this amendment will harm our military's force readiness. This amendment will force service members out of the military either for their own sake or for the sake of their children, since this amendment bans mental health care for trans children. There are and there will be trans children born to military households. That is a fact. What parent would choose staying in their job if that means denying their child access to mental health care? This amendment makes it impossible for the military to retrain service members with trans children. This is inhumane, wasteful, regressive amendment, and I urge my colleagues to vote no. And I yield back.
Gentleman.
I reserve.
California reserves. Gentlewoman from South Carolina. You're
Look,
recognized.
if you think your kid is trans and you're the parent, your kid needs to be taken out of your household. It is insane to think, you're reading these stories this week in the news, how somebody's 2-year-old knew that when they were born a girl, they're actually a boy, and all this craziness. Children have creative imaginations. They imagine that they might be a monkey. That doesn't mean you feed them bananas and leave them in a jungle because they think they're Curious George. And it's insane. This is a mental health crisis, and anyone who's mentally ill should not be serving in our military, and they absolutely should not be serving in combat. Every dollar spent by the Department of War on chemical and surgical sex change procedures is a dollar not spent on preparing the readiness of America's warfighter. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my colleague from California.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you. I don't believe that 435 members of Congress should play pretend doctor and try to decide the medical care of service members or their children that we've never met. In fact, even the physicians in this body know that there is a legal and ethical standard that a doctor has to establish a patient-physician relationship, like an evaluation or an exam before prescribing care. So none of us should be overriding the actual doctors who decide what kind of care is and isn't necessary. And for the record, every major medical association in this country, representing over 1.3 million American doctors, recognize that trans health care and gender-affirming care is safe, effective, and medically necessary. Prescribing any kind of care, whether it's puberty blockers or hormones or anything else, doesn't happen on a whim. It's after a rigorous, deliberate, multi-step physical and psychological evaluation by doctors. And here's the worst part about all of this, the double standard at the heart of this amendment. Gender-affirming care is standard evidence-based care, and in fact, the military relies on it for cisgender troops with thyroid conditions or low testosterone or other hormone needs. They just made a whole new policy about it. My colleague literally said it's to make sure someone is more masculine. Making someone who is masculine more masculine is literally the definition of affirming one's gender with gender-affirming care. The same medical treatment can't strengthen readiness for a cis man and hurt readiness when a trans service member or our military families need it. A blanket ban on healthcare is a cruel punishment for kids, and especially denying them mental health care and therapy is disgusting when they are more likely to feel alone and isolated because of the vitriol they hear from people in this very body, people in power like my colleagues. We are better than this. Our troops are better than this. Our troops deserve better than this. And with that, I yield.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from California.
Reserve.
Reserves. Gentlewoman from South Carolina.
And you just heard it from California, cis man. I don't even know what a cis man is. That sounds ridiculous. And talking about pretend doctors, I think we had a pretend doctor testify on the Hill this week. We had the president of a prestigious university testify that he could not testify that only women can give birth to babies. Someone who's supposed to be training medical physicians and medical doctors here in the United States couldn't say under oath in Congress that only women can give birth to babies. So I don't think you can trust medical doctors that say being tranny is a thing, and treating somebody's low T or thyroid, if they're a man, that seems like a natural biological thing, but not for a woman. If you give a woman a ton of testosterone, it erodes the lining of her bladder. She eventually becomes incontinent, and the other hormones are going to eventually give her breast cancer. And it's just a crazy ideology, and we need to follow actual science, follow biology, and not these doctors who are making, and these universities who are training medical doctors who are making millions and millions of dollars by keeping people on prescriptions, on medicines that drive them crazy, to shoot up schools and churches and synagogues, all these trannies shooting, all these mass shootings. It's absolutely insane, and they should not be serving in the military. Thank you, and I yield.
Yes, gentlelady's times were expired. Gentleman from California recognized.
Mr. Speaker, gender dysphoria is real. It's a real diagnosis, and there is a treatment for it. But yet our colleagues want to deny them. Both in this debate and in the previous debate, my colleagues have said gender dysphoria is a mental health issue and it needs to be treated. But yet they want to deny individuals, the dependents, family members of our service members and those service members, the treatment required in order to help and support them. I have a friend, because of this nation's policies, is being forced, is leaving this country so that her daughter can go get the treatment that she can get in another country. This policy, this amendment is cruel. It is meant to just basically rat out a whole people that exist, right? And you want to deny their existence, and that's unfortunate, and it's cruel. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
Record been requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from South Carolina will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 20, printed in Part A of House Report 119-755. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 20, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Ms. Mace of South Carolina.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 1438, the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, and a member opposed will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Women and girls have fought for so long to have equal opportunities in education and athletics. As the first female graduate of the Citadel's Corps of Cadets, no one understands this more than I do. Unfortunately, these rights are now under attack. Over 900 medals have been stolen from women and girls by biological males. This flies in the face of common sense and our most basic notions of fairness and women's rights. Even if some of my colleagues are too afraid to say it, every person in this room knows men and women are biologically distinct. This truth has been obvious to every civilization in the history of mankind. Yet mediocre male athletes are forcing their way into little girls' locker rooms and onto their courts and fields. Women and girls are being robbed of athletic opportunities. And make no mistake, this is misogyny masquerading as progress. This amendment would prohibit biological males from participating in schools administered by the Department of Defense Education Activity. DODEA schools serve the children of our warfighters, and they should not have to worry about their little girls having their private spaces invaded, having their accomplishments and opportunities stolen from them, and being injured competing against men. We've seen countless women's volleyball teams across the country forfeit instead of having face-to-face biological men and risk the same physical injuries experienced by Peyton McNabb. In Massachusetts in 2023, a female field hockey player had her teeth knocked out by a biological male during a game. In 2024, a high school women's basketball team was forced to forfeit after a 6-foot bearded male athlete injured 3 of their players, leaving girls in pain and injury on the court. These are the predictable consequences of a policy which dresses up as biological ignorance as compassion. And I urge all members to support this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. What purpose does the gentlewoman from California?
I rise to claim the time in opposition.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
You're recognized.
Mr. Chair, it's unfortunate that once again I'm here fighting with my colleague from South Carolina to prevent her from injecting culture wars into our military. Let's clear up a few things. This amendment isn't about the Olympics. It isn't about the World Cup. It isn't even about college-level athletics. It's about discriminating against kids in preschool, from preschool to high school, whose parents are serving this country. These are kids who are trying to find a place where they fit in and belong, and this amendment makes them a political and physical target. Military kids change schools frequently due to their parents' careers. They have to say goodbye to their new friends, their home, their routine. They do it so often. They've missed birthdays and holidays and milestones with their parent when they're deployed, and sometimes they have to grow up too soon, taking on additional responsibilities when one parent is away. So we should be doing everything we can to make sure that these kids get to be kids, but this amendment does the opposite. It politicizes kids who just want to play on a soccer team with their friends. My colleague talks a lot about men forcing their way into girls' locker rooms. Well, this amendment actually is about forcing men into girls' locker rooms. It actually makes young girls more vulnerable to the likes of Larry Nassar, who would celebrate a policy like this because it makes it easier to victimize little girls. Think about it. Actual predators will be happy about this amendment. It could force any girl, especially tall, muscular, or more masculine-presenting girls, to have to undergo invasive exams to prove that they're a girl. It could require girls of all ages to answer personal questions about their bodies and physical development to adults they may not know. I remember being a girl growing up, and as comfortable as I may be now talking about my period with all of you, that would be my worst nightmare in middle school. But that's the experience we'd be forcing on millions of little girls around the country, not just trans girls, all girls. Talk about an invasion of little girls' privacy. And at the end of the day, what is this really accomplishing? The number of trans girls in DODEA schools competing in sports is incredibly small. I bet the author of this amendment doesn't even know of any. This isn't a crisis, but my colleague is pretending it is to score political points. The parents of these military kids serve so we can have debates in this chamber. The least we can do is not make their kids the collateral damage in culture war fights. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlewoman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Trans girls aren't real girls. Trans women aren't real women. Cis women Nobody knows what that is. It's not actually a thing. There are significant physical, biological differences between men and women. Biological men generally have greater muscle mass, bone density, cardiovascular capacity, physical strength than women, and the risk of physical injury is real. And the irony and the hypocrisy to say that banning biological men from girls' locker rooms and sports makes them less safe is ludicrous. It's actually the trannies that are going into prisons or going into schools, going into locker rooms, going into bathrooms, the LGBTQ+++, whatever it is, queer. These are the people that are putting women at risk. They're raping them in our prisons. They are assaulting them at schools, in the locker rooms, in the bathrooms. And this is the kind of thing that we don't want our very masculine, high-T warfighter having to worry about as a little girl when he's out there killing the real bad guys. And we want to keep them safe. And as a survivor, I know what the vulnerabilities are for women in private spaces and how vulnerable we are at all ages. This bill would protect our little girls of our warfighters across the country, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves.
I yield the gentleman from California 1 minute.
You're recognized for 1 minute, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment. This amendment's language opens the door to invasive, degrading, and humiliating physical examinations of children who simply want to play softball or join a basketball team. This amendment, and that is creepy. This amendment would require the Department of Defense Education Activity Schools to determine eligibility for girls' sports teams based on a girls' reproductive system. This amendment will empower child predators. We can have a nuanced conversation about eligibility rules for elite sports teams, but this amendment is a one-size-fits-all approach that dictates the same rules for a kindergartner wanting to play soccer as a 12th grader participating in competitive basketball. And it does so in the most dangerous way, by opening young girls to invasive exams. Our communities thrive when every child, including trans children, can be part of a team, learn sportsmanship, and challenge themselves. They falter when we write exclusion into our laws. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Reserve.
Gentlelady from California. Reserves. Gentlelady from South Carolina.
I would encourage my colleagues on the left side of the aisle to go read Martina Navratolova's X account today, talking about how confirming she was a woman was not invasive. It was a simple cheek swab. This is the fear politics of the left. And that says a lot about how far they've gone. And, you know, to say that trans kids just want to be on a team with our little girls, if there's a tranny on a team with our daughters, they need to be kicked right off. If they are in a locker room with our girls, they need to be kicked right out. We've seen some really crazy stories of grown men with beards shaving at the sink with little girls in towels in the corner of a locker room, scared to death and vulnerable to sexual predators, because we all know the tranny thing really is about sexual gratification. Sexual attraction to being dressed as a woman has nothing to do with them thinking that they're a woman. In fact, they're mocking being a woman. They're mocking our femininity, and they're mocking the rights that we fought for hundreds and hundreds of years. And it's not been long since women actually got the right to vote. And there are still ceilings to be broken in this country, and it's not going to be done by some mentally ill man in a skirt. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will yield back.
Lady yields.
May I inquire how much time is remaining?
Couldn't hear. 1.5 minutes.
Sorry.
You're recognized.
How long?
1.5.
1.5?
1.5 minutes.
Thank you. So my colleague says that we're just fear-mongering about what these bans would actually mean. But we've actually already seen how trans sports bans have been used to target all girls. A high school athletic association secretly investigated a female athlete without telling her or her parents to see if she was trans. She was not. The same association had investigated other complaints, receiving them because, quote, an athlete doesn't look feminine enough, and none of those allegations that the students were trans were verified to be true. In another incident, a Utah State School Board member falsely suggested in 2024 that a high school basketball athlete was trans, subjecting her to relentless harassment and bullying, including threats of violence. And in Florida, a school investigated a trans student's participation in girls' sports, and investigators repeatedly asked other individuals, all children, to describe how the student appeared in various stages of undress. If this does not disturb you about how our young girls will be treated in sports, then you are clearly not paying any attention. And let's be clear, trans girls and trans women are much more likely to be 4 times more likely than cis people to be the victims of violent crime, not the perpetrator. And let's also be clear about something. The author of this amendment has led her own investigations that have failed, trying to prevent our colleagues from being able to use the restroom. She's talking about the right to vote. Her side of the aisle is literally pushing to take away a woman's right to vote because of the SAVE Act, and Secretary Hegseth doesn't think women should have the right to vote or serve in the military. This is absurd. I yield back.
Question? No. Okay. Questions on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from South Carolina will be postponed. The chair understands that amendment number 22 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 26, printed in Part A of the House Report 119-755. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
To offer an amendment.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 26, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Mr. McDowell of North Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1438, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McDowell, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today I rise to offer an amendment to H.R. 8800. My amendment would authorize the Secretary of War to establish a school choice pilot program for members of the armed forces. Over the past 5 years, the number of states that have chosen to prioritize education freedom for parents has skyrocketed. On this issue, Americans have spoken. Parents must have a bigger say in their children's education. Despite overwhelming support, many military families are barred from participating in school choice initiatives because they are either stationed in states without school choice or they're located in one state but domiciled in another. This amendment would authorize the War Secretary to establish a school choice pilot program for full-time active duty military members. Mr. Speaker, there is no reason why parents who are dedicating their lives in service to our country should not have the same rights as other parents to decide where their kids go to school. This honors a provision in the department's budget request, and I urge all of my colleagues to support my amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman, what does the gentleman from Connecticut seek?
Claim time in opposition, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. As a member of the House Armed Services Committee and the Education Committee, and I represent a military district with about 7,000 sailors and officers, many of whose children use local schools, and which the federal government partially reimburses through the Impact Aid program. The notion that we're going to start a new program, and really this program is about who pays, it's about funding vouchers, not really whether or not military families have a choice in terms of whether they themselves want to go to a parochial school or to a private school. That's not the point. The point that we're talking about here is, again, that this is going to put a stress on the Pentagon's budget, who already, as I said, underfunds Impact Aid and DoDEA schools. If you look at the president's budget that came over, there was actually a cut to Impact Aid in terms of what was sent over. So, we're going to be in a fight over at the Appropriations Committee to restore funding. And again, as someone who represents a district with public schools that are proudly in the business of offering education for K through 12 students, this again is just going to be another pressure, external pressure in terms of reducing what in fact these communities really deserve, which is to have the military fully compensate an item that families really depend on in terms of making sure whether they're deployed or whether they're on base, that they're getting education and that the local communities is not taking a hit, an unfair hit, in terms of paying for those services. So again, this amendment would generate, again, a new cost to the Pentagon's budget in terms of DODEA funding and impact aid funding, who, again, today are not actually up to the levels that fully pay for those services. And for that purpose, again, I oppose the amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from North Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, all this bill does is establish a pilot program so that parents serving in our military have the same rights as other parents to decide where their children go to school. I urge my colleagues to support this, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Connecticut, seek recognition.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this is a voucher program. Vouchers cost money, and that's really the issue that, again, I think the proponent really didn't, in my opinion, adequately address. Again, I would like to yield 2 minutes to my colleague, Congresswoman Takuda from Hawaii.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this amendment. We all want the same thing for our military families. While our service members carry out the mission to protect and defend our nation, we have a duty to care for their loved ones that they leave behind. And for families with school-age children, that means investing in safe, stable, high-quality schools where every child can learn, grow, and thrive. This amendment does the opposite. It creates a new, unfunded voucher program that diverts taxpayer dollars to private, including religious, schools instead of strengthening the public schools that educate most of our military-connected children. This year, taxpayers are investing $3.6 billion in DODEA schools, but the majority of military-connected students attend local public schools, which receive just $70 million in impact aid, even though they lose local property tax revenue because of nearby military installations. These schools welcome military children every time new orders arrive, helping them navigate new classrooms, new communities, and the challenges of constant moves and deployment. If Congress is prepared to invest more in military children's education, and I fully support that, we should be investing it where most of them are already learning, our public schools. This amendment also falls short for families raising children with disabilities. Public schools are legally required to identify students with disabilities and provide the services and accommodations they need. Private schools are not. They may lack specialized staff or refuse to admit a child altogether. And unlike public schools, private schools are not required to follow the same federal civil rights protections. Taxpayer dollars could fund schools that discriminate in admissions based on disability, religion, sex, sexual orientation, and other characteristics. A voucher is not a real choice if a school can simply turn your child away. Our military families deserve better. Let's strengthen the schools
time's
they rely
expired.
on, fully support DODEA schools and public schools through impact aid, and ensure every military child
Gentlewoman's
has
time's
access
expired.
to an accountable education. I urge my colleagues to oppose this measure.
I reserve.
The only time remaining is your.
Okay.
Sorry.
Could the chair please share how much time is left?
And a quarter minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I think Congresswoman Takuda did a very nice job in terms of laying out the reality of what is actually going on in communities where military installations and military bases exist. Again, those are tax-exempt properties. So for the communities that are, again, more than glad to educate the children of military service members, they have to find a way to finance the cost of that education. And unfortunately, the existing programs in place today, DODEA and Impact Aid, fall short in terms of making sure that those communities are fairly reimbursed. We are not at a place where there should even be a discussion about starting new funding programs for education paid for by the taxpayer until we keep the promise to those communities that we are going to reimburse the cost of educating military school children. And for that reason, again, I urge a no vote from all our colleagues, and with that, I also yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from North Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment
Request a recorded vote.
He's asked for a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from North Carolina will be postponed. The chair understands that amendment number 27 will not be offered. Purposes, the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee do now rise.
Question on the question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee on the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 8800, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 8800 and has come to no resolution thereon. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to House Resolution 1438 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 8800. Will the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 8800, which the clerk will report the title.
A bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2027 for military activities of the Department of Defense, for military construction for defense activities of the Department of Energy, to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, a request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 26, printed in Part A of House Report 119-755, offered by the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McDowell, has been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part A of the House Report 119-755, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 1 by Ms. Boebert of Colorado. Amendment number 2 by Ms. Boebert of Colorado. Amendment number 3 by Ms. Boebert of Colorado. Amendment number 4 by Ms. Boebert of Colorado. Amendment number 6 by Mr. Hunt of Texas. Amendment number 7 by Mr. Hunt of Texas. Amendment number 8 by Mr. Gallagher of California. Amendment number 9 by Mr. Carter of Georgia. Amendment number 14 by Mr. Crane of Arizona. Amendment number 15 by Mr. Crane of Arizona. Amendment number 17 by Mr. Crank of Colorado. Amendment number 18 by Ms. Boebert of Colorado. Amendment number 19 by Ms. Mace of South Carolina. Amendment number 20 by Ms. Mace of South Carolina. Amendment number 26 by Mr. McDowell of North Carolina. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote in this series. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 1, printed in Part A of House Report 119-755 by the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk shall redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 65, nays 361. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 2, printed in Part A of House Report 119-755 by the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, with further proceedings were postponed, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 3, printed in Part A of House Report 119-755 by the gentlewoman of Colorado, Ms. Boebert, which further proceedings were postponed, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 65, the nays are 359. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 4, printed in Part A of House Report 119-755 by the gentlewoman of Colorado, by Ms. Boebert, on which further proceedings were postponed, and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. The yeas are 265, the nays are 161, one voting present. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 6, printed in Part A of House Report 119755 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Hunt, on which further proceedings were postponed, and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Mr. Hunt of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. This vote. The yeas are 209, the nays are 219, 208. The nays are 219. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 7, printed in Part A of House Report 119-755 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Hunt, on which further proceedings were postponed, and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 7, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Mr. Hunt of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. Let's vote. The yeas are 215, the nays are 214. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 8, printed in Part A of House Report 119-755 by the gentleman from California, Mr. Gallagher, on which further proceedings were postponed, and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Mr. Gallagher of California.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request of a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays 216. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 9, printed in Part A of House Report 119-755 by the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 9, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Mr. Carter of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 201, the nays 224. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 14, printed in Part A of House Report 119-755 by the gentleman of Arizona, Mr. Crane, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 14, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Mr. Crane of Arizona.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 61, the nays 365. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 15, printed in Part A of House Report 119-755 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 15, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Mr. Crane of Arizona.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 76, the nays are 350. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 17, printed in Part A of House Report 119755 by the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crank, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
17, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Mr. Crank of Colorado.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 215, nays 214. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 18, printed in Part A of House Report 119755 by the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 18, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 212, nays 217. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 19, printed in Part A of House Report 119755 by the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 19, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Ms. Mace of South Carolina.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the ayes are 219, nays 208. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 20, printed in Part A of House Report 119755 by the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 20, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Ms. Mace of South Carolina.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. vote. The ayes are 221, the nays are 203. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business, a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 26 printed in House Part A of Report 119-755 by the gentleman of North Carolina, Mr. McDowell, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 26, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Mr. McDowell of North Carolina.
A recorded vote will be requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted as sufficient number having risen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute